Chapter 22. It was my first public speech since outlawing slavery. Speaking in public was no issue for me normally, but given that eloquence wasn't exactly my strong suit and I knew what rode on this, yeah, you could say I was a bit nervous. My brain was having a ball considering what would happen to my reputation in the city if my bladder decided to leave a kiddie pool-sized puddle underneath me during the speech. They'd come out in numbers. We'd argued about the venue. Holy crap, we'd argued. My ears were still buzzing with all the complaining, sniping, and objections. In the end, I talked them around, though. We needed to get this point across, not lay it down from up high. Now, instead of complaints, my ears were abuzz with all the noise from the crowd. They were not being silent. I couldn't blame them. I had been out in public here and there, but I hadn't been there to address them directly. And now I showed up, along with 13 people in chains. 13. That's how many bastards our guards found flaunting the prohibitions against violence and slavery in mere hours. We'd made damn sure that these weren't misunderstandings or misdemeanors either. We'd needed everything to be ironclad, especially the first time. Each person here had kept slaves against their will the day before, caused grievous bodily harm or, in one case, death. We lined them up in the middle of the Glamour Plaza. The chained people were clearly expecting violence or death. The reactions ranged between defiance, hatred, and sheer terror. I did not catch a single whiff of anything even remotely resembling remorse. I sighed. Not from Leith either. The Talpas looked me straight in the eyes as he was marched into place at the center of the chain. I didn't look down, but did curse before I let my gaze move out toward the rest of the plaza. It was completely packed. If this thing went tits up today, we'd have a hell of a time forcing our way back into the fortress. Oh well, I'd just have to argue my case well. If my ex-wife was anything to go by, that was not my strongest suit. Still, I needed to know. And if Timothy and I were right, we'd be able to prove, right here and today, that these weren't monsters, but people who understood logic and emotion, who could be argued with and taught to appreciate morals and justice, even if they weren't used to it. I addressed the crowd. I told you that there would be few laws and rules here to begin with. Simple rules, but rules that would not be ignored. Just two, I mentioned. Rules we would not tolerate people flaunting. Slavery is forbidden. Nobody can hold any slaves against their will, and those who do will be punished. And do not commit violence unprovoked. I lifted a foreleg, letting it sweep across the row of chained prisoners ahead of us. These 13 people all decided to ignore our laws. They have admitted to terrible crimes and now will face the consequences. And you will be here to see it and judge for yourself. The buzzing from the crowd grew louder, almost frenzied. I wasted no time in ceremony or theatrics. The first prisoner was unclipped from the end of the chain and forced by two soldiers to face me on the raised platform. I looked down at him, listening to Demodius listing his crimes. Hereto, former member of the city guard, you have been found guilty of holding two slaves. One, a malnourished Grawl was following you in the streets, almost dead from an untreated whipping. What is your defense? Defense? Those are my slaves. Selys herself gave me the chit that allowed me to purchase them. I defeated two rebellious cauldron who were plotting against her. I have done nothing wrong. As to Lon's wounds, how I treat my property is my business. So you confess to still holding slaves? Good. Thank you. I stared down at him. Do you recognize me having defeated Selys? He nodded, less certain. Of course I do. Did you argue against rules or orders Selys gave? His eyes roamed from side to side. Of course not. Her orders and rules were always good. The crowd exploded in noise at that obvious falsehood. I simply snorted. You did not defy Selys's rules, yet you would argue against mine? Do you wish to challenge me as ruler? He shook his head, uncertain. Not me, but your rules are wrong. Then he went back to his earlier argument. I have done nothing wrong. I was the stronger, and I took what I earned. So you say. But here you are flouting my laws. I will say this once, for the benefit of anybody here. If you would challenge my rules, you had best be prepared to pay the price. As long as I rule in Fire Peak, there will be no slavery and no unprovoked violence. I flung the last bit with full intensity to the edges of the world, for the entire city to hear. This was another gamble we'd agreed to. We'd already claimed slavery and violence as crimes, so having them defend their actions would put it out there and have the argument right there for all the world to see, because there really was no other defense than what he'd just given. I was strong enough to get away with it, and it's always been like this. Fuck that. If the world was ever going to admit how wrong it was, it'd be today. Hear me now. This former city guard has broken our law. He has earned his punishment, and there are no redeeming factors. Therefore, I sentence him to death or exile. A hush went over the crowd at that. I continued. If you choose death, we will make it quick and painless. If you choose exile, you will be escorted to the second layer and released with 2 days' worth of food and drink. You will never be accepted in Fire Peak again or among any of my vassals. If you set foot in my domain again, you will be killed on sight. Which do you choose? The fighter started shouting, but I overrode him. Choose, or it is death. Exile, he growled. But this isn't the last. My friends will make sure you... Next! My voice rang out over the plaza, and the next one was brought before me. This one, the fighter Gert had subdued personally. She was even more belligerent, shouting abuse and threats all the while, but chose exile as well. No surprise there. The third one chose death, surprisingly. He exclaimed that all he had done was honorable and in accordance with the rules he lived by, and that he'd die by the same rules as well. Following that, a disturbance arose in the crowd. It was a tall Urton fighter who broke his way through the encroaching people and let his mental message flow over the crowd. You think we're blind? We see what is going on. Those are all his enemies, City Guard and the Gathering. This is not a question of law or... He spat the words. Justice! This is a shadow dragon slowly getting rid of his enemies because he is too weak to face us head on, exactly like his kind does. If we fall, there will be nothing to protect you. I could feel the change in the crowd. Nervousness and fear swept through them like a wave. That wasn't good. Appealing to their baser instincts was a low blow, but damn it if it didn't work. I could argue against it, but it would sound like a blatant lie. Better stick to the plan and get a move on. I will pass down sentence on anybody who disobeys the laws, regardless of which groups they belong to. In the corner of my eye, I could see Roth moving across the edge of the crowd toward the man. The next prisoner was brought forth. He was a mage who had kept a full menagerie of slaves in his house, catering to his every whim. The degree to which he had abused his slaves was abominable, but it drowned in the wake of the Urton's accusations as the crowd was starting to see a pattern. It did not help that this mage, proud and defiant, chose death over the injustice of being punished for something that he was in his rights to do. The mood in the people surrounding us was turning black. I could feel the violence brewing. Damn, this wasn't going to last. I did not like using this, but I had to. Bring forward the next prisoner. Leith was set before me, defiance open on his face. The angry scout didn't look too good. His bruises and wounds were colored, blood matting his fur. He must have looked like prey before the giant predator in front of him. He didn't flinch in the least, though. I tried to keep my mental voice even and probably failed. Leith, former scout leader in my forces, you have been found guilty of assaulting several citizens of Fire Peak without provocation. What is your defense? He looked me straight in the eyes and spoke up, haughtily and directly. I was provoked. They were bad-mouthing your reign and rules. I would not let it stand. Anybody who disagrees with those rules of yours are blathering scum. And that city guard," he ladled scorn on the title, "speaking in defense of his friends, doesn't care about them or about you being right to wrong. He just wants to keep on lording it over his fellows without consequences." I sighed inaudibly. It was everything I needed, yet not what I wanted at all. "Hear me now. This former scout leader has broken our law. He has earned his punishment, and there are no redeeming factors. Therefore, I sentence him to death or exile. Which do you choose?" Directly to him, I sent a message, tight enough that nobody else would be able to hear it. "Choose exile, Leith. I've sent a messenger." "I choose death." His sneer matched his words, which were hostile and direct. "If I were exiled, I'd march right back here and I'd do it again. Accepting the whispers and taunts of those low curs who try to enrage the rest of the city would be completely unbearable." He turned, facing the crowd. "And all you stupid idiots who listen to the old city guard and gathering. Are you fucking idiots? Do you want those power-hungry beasts to lord it over you for all eternity? Can't you see how good you will have it? No slavery. No Cullens. No—" "You idiot." My low message was filled with equal parts derision and surrender. "Leith has chosen death. He will be executed straight after the final verdicts." The rest of the ceremony was brisk and went by in a haze. There were still shouts, denials of guilt, curses, and threats, but they barely reached me. Finally, the 4 prisoners who had chosen death were gathered in front of me. I didn't drag it out or try to make something out of the event. A weakening fog brought them all low, and a single snick of the claws for each of them tore out their throats. Right before killing Leith, he sent me a final message. "I'll go to Daira knowing I did the right thing. Watch over my people, and enjoy ruling when you know I secured your rule for you." As we walked back to the fortress, I found myself with unshed tears in my eyes, yet almost laughing. Even in death, Leith had to be as infuriating as he'd been in life. Because he'd forced it, no discussion. Any deviation, and I'd be forever known for discrimination and for not sticking the course. We took the rest of the day off. No work, no projects. Just remembering Leith and his prickly nature. On the following day, when I walked the streets, I could feel it. Something had changed. He'd done it. Leith, the filthy, smelly, combative, and prejudiced bastard, had turned the tide for us. It was as clear as day as we strode the streets of Firepeak. The mood was surprised and, for the very first time, expectant. People were looking forward to what the future would bring. Chapter 23. Growth is never by mere chance. It is the result of forces working together. James Cash Penney. The next 2 days were surprisingly peaceful. We expanded our daily patrols in Firepeak and started planning to integrate the local population into our rotation. It would have to be very gradual, and we'd have to integrate some heavy training along the way, both stat boosting in the training or sorcery areas, and some actual experience farming, probably. Still, enough people were joining up who seemed genuinely interested in keeping the peace in the city that we'd be able to cut down on our own involvement at some point in the next couple of months. We did prepare for a heavy stint of weeding out the applicants who were simply looking to act like the old city guard, enjoying their positions of power to lord over the rest. We also kept up working on the farming areas outside the city. Slowly, the grid of canals expanded, cutting the relatively even surface of the crater into neat squares. The shamans finished the first rough parts of the grid and started testing out the functionality of the gate system. A recent squall had filled the bottom part of the reservoir, enabling us to start slowly. And it worked. It was very rudimentary, and the gates they used to block the water flow would have to be replaced, since they didn't cut off the flow entirely. Even so, it worked. There was still a bit of work to be added to ensure that the water flowed evenly, and we could probably expect more issues the more gates were added to the grid, but the most basic functionality of it friggin' worked. I did my part, adding growth boosts once a day to expand on the areas that were ready for the planting, depending on the irrigation system, and we were already talking with Kaveen and Leif to figure out when we could start planting. In the middle of one of those sessions outside the city, it finally hit. One notification that made me prance about a bit in an absolutely unglorified dance. Your bond with Creve has evolved from newly established to early. In addition to previous boons, you have received the following boon: lightning speed. Your running speed is increased by 20% in addition to modifiers from agility. Oh, hell yeah! Not only did that mean I wouldn't have to wait ages to get additional boons from my other vassals, it had only been, a month or two since I'd bonded Creve, right? It also meant that there would be a wealth of boons relating to the different elements and attunements just waiting to be bestowed upon me. I'd get something relating to cold from Azel, maybe a magical defense? Or a layer of magical armor? Minty fresh breath? What I was really looking forward to, though, was whatever physical boon I'd get from Teller. That still remained my weak spot, and I could so do with a freebie to help me there. We finally agreed to a tougher decision and added both Teller and Demodius to the council. Demodius because, hell, he was basically making or influencing a huge part of the decisions regarding the city already. We might as well make it official. Teller because the first weapons and armor were starting to arrive for our forces, and damn, they were good. Watching a handful of our crawls outfitted in rudimentary chest plates was impressive. Watching one of the clinchers done in a steel setup planned to cover the head and most of the more vulnerable areas of the beast's body, that was downright scary. Teller's post was an interim one, however. He made no secret about planning to return to his domain eventually, so he wouldn't have any say in the crafting here once he was gone. While he was, it would be folly to ignore his opinion on the subject, and perhaps he'd see that we were good guys, let the city's crafters in on some of the damned secrets. I could dream, right? Demodius was awarded for his hard work with more work, obviously. He took to it, though, leaping at the chance to be able to influence his city in a direction he wanted, and his chosen course rarely disagreed with that of the rest of us. Teller, though, acted like he'd done from the start, mocking anybody who had an opinion that didn't match his, which was everybody, and polishing his own ego. Even so, the items he and his fellow Dwergen delivered belied his Chad-esque behavior. Hence, we decided that it was time to unveil the secret. Besides, Kaveen told us the secret was getting out anyway, since the bloody Dwergen weren't even trying to be secretive inside their crafting area. In the evening, 2 days after the executions, I announced to the entire city that we had come to an arrangement with the Dwergen, and their main grouping would return to their domain soonest, while some would help the city crafting weapons and armor for their protectors in the future. It seemed like that was the final nudge needed. The mood in the city kept improving. Over the following days, our patrols still made arrests, but they were becoming fewer. People seemed to get it into their heads that we were dead serious about this, and those who did flaunt the rules didn't do it out in the open quite so often anymore. My minion count wasn't maxed out, but it was getting there. I hit 800 minions, and the number didn't show any signs of decreasing. I really needed to gain a handful of extra levels so I could gain more minions than 1,000 post-haste. There were definitely still tons of slave owners, sweatshop-like conditions for those who were trapped and unable to flee or even worse, but we would soon be laying plans to flush those out, free the slaves, and expose their owners. The Dwergen left their camp outside our walls, marching back toward their homes, but Teller assured us large caravans would be back with tools, ore, and crafting materials soon. People flooded back to our training and sorcery areas, especially the weaker ones. We had a few issues with stronger races forcing away those weaker than themselves, but a few stern warnings mostly took care of that. The former masters of the city would soon find them too strong to handle. I was still anxious, waiting for the next batch of bad news, but it seemed like the old guard were too afraid to pit themselves directly against us. As for the constructions, I was done. I created all the shadow towers and outposts I'd be allowed, all the training and sorcery areas the city needed, and all the habitats I'd need. I might have to expand once my minion count expanded, but we were covered for now. We saw the birth of 3 evolved Talpi and the first ever evolved Crawl. The Crawl was still as ugly as sin, and I finished a single of each available construction, including that damn illusion defense, even if it didn't really do anything. The next period of time, I'd dedicate myself to improving the defenses in the fortress with shadow doors and shadow traps, making it impregnable in the long run. Then we lost a patrol. A full patrol. 4 Talpi and a Crawl who were out patrolling in the outer western areas of the city disappeared off the face of the earth. No warnings, nothing. By the time the news hit me and I started poring through the minimap, they were simply gone. Going into my minion overview, I was able to confirm it. They were no longer part of my minion count. When we sent out an additional group, they located blood splatters, confirming their demise. But the trail started and ended right at the same spot. They were unable to track down any perpetrators. The easy thing to do would obviously be chalking everything up to a bad stroke of luck and somebody covering their tracks. Except that would be moronic. Whoever managed the misdeed were powerful enough to take out a full team in full daylight and hide what they'd done afterward. This reeked of the old guard. The first thing we did was have Demodius send out some people to ask those in the vicinity if they'd seen anything. We didn't have great hopes for the success of that, yet it couldn't hurt. The second was to put ourselves in the head of the attackers, because, logically, there had to be more than one. With the way things had changed in the city, the tables had turned for the old guard. If they could no longer rely on the populace of the city covering their asses and going against us, it would mean that they need to do something against us. Something desperate and direct. At least that was what it felt like. Before the following day's patrols, we scrambled to get a ton of plans and backup plans in place. We already knew where their headquarters were. The old city guard held a squat, massive building on the western side of the center, while the Gathering had their official building a bit further west again, in a large, sprawling construction that was almost palatial for the city. Now we charted out and pinpointed all of the known unofficial hangouts. If we could find them before they even left, we'd make it so much easier for ourselves. For a moment, I cursed that the minimap didn't have a rewind function until I realized how ridiculous that was. I should probably be happy with just being able to zoom in and out anywhere on the upper level of the mountain as well as in my vassals' domains, at a moment's notice. That wouldn't help us a bit, though, if we were unable to find where they started from. With Demodius' help, we ended up marking a dozen smaller buildings where mages or former city guards tended to congregate. Then we called for a representative of the scouts and got them on top of things. 2 scouts were stationed, hidden at every one of the stations. One to follow, the other one to run straight to us and alert us if anything were to happen. Finally, we prepared for a real fight. We told the Clencher Riders to get ready to move out on short notice the following day, asked Arthur and Crazil to be there to provide magical backup, and then... well, that was it. I agonized over anything we'd missed for quite a while, but eventually got a few hours' sleep to be ready for the next day. The day after, I left the fortress shrouded in illusion. The difference in mood was astonishing. The interior of the fortress was tense, last-minute preparations and a sensation of last-moment panic causing tempers to flare and the air to feel slightly oppressive. Outside was a completely normal day, overcast and looking like it was going to provide us with some rain at some point. People were moving along regularly, moving between each other, talking, trading, shouting, wrapped up in their own daily routines. I took to the skies. It felt more natural to me now, the flying. The panic I'd experienced the first many times I rose into the air, beating my heavy wings to fight against gravity, had been pressed deep down and replaced with one of enjoyment and silent awe. I could fly. It wasn't even especially difficult anymore. A stray thought urged me to put some points into strength the next time I leveled, to be able to fly faster and more easily, but I pushed it down. It was irrelevant. I could feel the illusion wrapped around me as I flew over the city. It was a simple one, easy to maintain now I was high enough. For anybody looking up, I'd be part of the cloud-filled sky, one dark spot among many. Yet if anything happened, I would be able to swoop down and be present in any place inside the city within a minute. As I flew, slowly beating my wings to keep aloft, I half ignored my surroundings and the city below me. I kept enough focus that I constantly circled, keeping far from the walls of the crater and the irregular drafts of wind, and then I immersed myself into the mini-map. It was a bit of a schizophrenic experience, seeing the world laid out before me, with the city interposed on top of the clear skies as I zoomed in and out, checking over every single one of the hangouts one by one continuously. You'd think that wouldn't be necessary, what with all the city's scouts posted to keep a lookout, except that was one of the things everybody agreed upon. We had no way of knowing whether some of the scouts were in on whatever was going on, and they hadn't exactly proved the best of allies so far. With that in mind, we decided to double down on our efforts and have a whole damn slew of contingencies. I kept on cycling through all the hideouts, buildings, and scout pairs on my mini-map. Meanwhile, as the patrols started spreading out throughout the city, single Talpa scouts cautiously followed the groups at a distance to keep an eye on them, while our large backup force, as well as all the other patrols in the city, stood prepared for orders to converge on any ambush point. It was the single most involved foray we'd prepared after taking over the city, and we were ready for anything. Chapter 24. I was not ready for what happened. Suddenly, as I kept managing the discomfort of cycling through the images of the mini-map while keeping aloft, a wave of mental pressure slammed through me. I had to close the map and concentrate on flying for a moment while it felt like something intangible grabbed hold of my insides and ripped. Moments later, I was back in control, mentally flailing and trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Fortunately, Dara was kind enough to spell it out for me. You have lost connection with the blessing of Dara. Construction deactivated. Fire towers. Construction unavailable. Communication field. Skill downgraded. Inspect. Skill downgraded. Domain map. Minion count reduced. Minion count 500 of 500. Mind reeling, I tried to contain my panic, took a deep breath, and sent a message to the groups currently spreading out throughout the city. All patrols and scout groups will meet in the fortress for an update. Please return immediately. No need to have the panic spread more than necessary. It was going to be bad enough as it was. It did what? You heard me, Timothy. Somebody took a page out of our own playbook and disabled my access to the blessing of Dara. Arthur cut through the shocked gasps and asked, What does that mean? Only the important details, Dragon. Will we have to flee, back down, attack the old guard? I growled under my breath, trying to keep my temper in check. Well, that is not goddamn easy to give a straight answer to, Arthur, because it affects so damn much. I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate before giving him my best shot at an explanation. Okay. The worst parts, short term, are that my minion count has halved, and that the fire towers are offline. It's been more than hard trying to find some hard facts about how the minion count works, but the best I've been able to deduce is that it means that people will be less apt to follow and trust us, more likely to act against us. And on top of that, about 500 people just lost what we are trying to use to convince them to join us, being able to grow in strength through the training areas. Finally, my domain map now only works inside Firepeak. Everything else is unavailable. Teller laughed. I think you're right on the first part. Almost none of the challengers I've had to kill through the years have been minions. Timothy looked sideways at the grinning Dwergen. Ignoring just how disturbing that was, I think we can take that as confirmation. And with the fire towers down, we won't have any aerial defense here in Firepeak. And more importantly, we will be unable to engage that fire shield of ours to buy ourselves some time to breathe, in case somebody tries to attack from the outside. Anything else? I grimaced. Yeah, lots of things. The most important thing, though, we won't be able to establish any contact with my vassals. That means we'll need to send minions for help if we need it. Teller growled. Right with my people, return back home. Somebody was waiting for this. Agree. To sum things up, this was deliberate. It was planned. It was also performed by somebody who knows what we did to Selys. Hell, for all I know, they broke the exact same place in the connection we did when we took her down. So, whoever did it had some sort of idea what it would do to us. Any bets on who it was? Arthur sneered. It's not like we haven't got enemies to choose from, Dragon. Could be the Gathering. Could be the City Guard. Selys' old scouts are also a possibility. Or the Aberrants. For all we know, it could be the Dwergen. Screw you too, you little rodent, Teller said, but with no heat. He turned to me. Of course, the stupid critter's right. For all you know, it might as well be me. Personally, I'd bet on the Aberrants. I got a messenger yesterday. He said that when they started moving back home through the tunnels, they met with quite a few Aberrants. Especially considering that they didn't want nothing to do with everything that was going on up here at the peak. Still, that's not the important bit, though, is it? No, it isn't. I shook my head thoughtfully as I took in the emotions from the council. They were concerned, concentrated, but collected. I was feeling kind of proud of them at the moment. They'd been through so much they were keeping it together in the face of anything these days. The question is, what the hell are we planning to do about it? How is that the question? Roth sneered as he flexed his arms. We do what we've done all this time. We keep doing what we've planned all this time. Keep growing and taking on all comers. He pointed at Grex. Fighter towers. Who needs them? We've got our own flying menaces. They'll defend the skies from whatever tries to hit us. Am I right? Grex beamed and rose a bit into the air. You best believe it, Furball. We will take on anybody. Arthur sighed. The question isn't whether we'd be ready to take on everybody. It's whether we think we'd be able to actually survive. No bravado. He looked me straight in the eyes. What do you say, Dragon? I growled, then hugged my head. No. Some of them exclaimed in surprise, and I elaborated. If it were any of the groupings by themselves, I'd have no doubt. We could take on the old guard, the scouts, anybody one-on-one and leave them broken and bloodied. Yes, Teller, even the bloody Dwergen. He chortled and winked at me. You keep telling yourself that. I smiled and then grew serious again. The real unknown here, however, is twofold. One is what and who we're facing. We don't know who's responsible, how many there are, and whether we'd be able to take them on in a straight fight. On top of that, we don't know how the people of Firepeak are going to react now. I obviously hope they'll react like normal people, wait and see what's happening, and hopefully stay on our side. We just don't know. Timothy nodded. That would be my verdict too. The real question then is what our choices are. Do we have an alternative to continuing like we have? I'm not too fond of the idea myself, to be honest. I think we'd be stupid to assume that the attack from yesterday and this one aren't related. I completely agree. Whoever did this is the same one who took out the patrol yesterday. At this point, I guess it's probably the old guard in the city together with Selys' old scouts, but honestly, it's anybody's guess. Continuing like nothing's changed feels like it would be playing right into their hands. That, in my view, leaves us with two real options. We can huddle down in the fortress, stop patrols for now, and wait for their move. That way we'd be in a strong position and be able to fight off much stronger forces. But if they're playing the long game or working to get the people of Firepeak back on their side, it'll screw us over. Roth twitched. Wait and see? I hate it. What's the alternative? We move out and fix the blessing, cover the access point in enough rock nobody'll ever be able to find and break it again. Arthur squinted, then sneered at me. You're doing it again, lizard. What? That thing where you only explain half of your plan because you want to appear clever. Tim snorted. The traitor. You're right, Arthur. It's beyond fucking annoying, dude. But if it'll make you get to the point faster, I'll play. His eyes grew to the size of saucers, comically large, as he said, But Onyx! Moving out of Fire Peak would allow our enemies to move right in and take over the place. They could hold it against us, and with the new improved city wall, we would never be able to fight our way in again. Way to ruin the fun for me, jerks. I shook my head in dismay. Of course, we wouldn't just move out and leave the fortress empty for anybody to waltz right in. That'd be silly. I'm suggesting we do it like we did the last time we left this place. We sneak out. I grinned at them all. Let's think this over. Whoever's behind this also knows what our choices are. As long as we seem to follow their expectations and hold up here inside the fortress, wants to stop a large group of us from sneaking out under an illusion, fixing the issue, and returning before they know what's happened. The throne room exploded in arguments. It took several hours, but we finally agreed to a battle plan. Turned out there wasn't as widespread opposition to my idea as I'd expected. In fact, nobody liked the idea of sitting tight and trying to weather whichever attack would be coming. As soon as they realized that we'd likely be able to repair the blessing and be back in less than 2 days, it was less a question of should we do this than who's coming. The real trick, of course, would be not letting anybody in on the secret that we'd left. Selys helped us here. Demodius told us that she'd often shut herself in the throne room with food, drink, and entertainment and not leave the room for days. We'd do the same, convince everybody that we were holding up inside the fortress and protect ourselves and, with Demodius' help, sneak a small group of our strongest people out under an illusion spell to fix things. While we were gone, they'd be able to handle things from inside the throne room, make it look like I was still there. Initially, I wanted to keep the group to 20 persons. It was less a question of people not wanting to join than it was the difficulty of maintaining the illusion that we were still there. Yet nobody was going to go along with that. They wanted to ensure that whoever was going was powerful enough to take care of any stray monsters, as well as any ambushes that might be waiting for us near the blessing. In order to not give away our plans, we wouldn't be able to take too many people from the council along with us, and we also wouldn't be able to dilute our forces too much. Or the new additions to our forces would get wind of what was going on. Eventually, we settled on just above 40 people. From the council, Arthur would go because he had less to do with the other races than Krasil. Same for Gert and Grex, who typically didn't spend a lot of time with the new people in the fortress. We'd take a good number of Kralls and Talpi along with us, armored to the teeth from the combined might of Selys' horde and Tuller's new arms and armors. Oh, and we learned something about the horde along the way. This time, we had mostly picked items from the middle horde. These were the highest of the attribute-increasing items, sporting increases from +5 to +7. There weren't enough for everybody to have all their attributes boosted, but everybody got one of their own choosing. This still left the horde with the most powerful items. These were weapons or equipment which either carried elemental powers of their own, like Grex's Rod of Air, or things that granted or amplified skills and aptitudes. In short, equipment which could alter the capabilities of a minion entirely, but which required a lot of practice and time to get accustomed to. Time we didn't have. A half-dozen imps came along too, for scouting and any aerial foes. Finally, Teller also included Kuran to add some magical firepower to our party. To my dismay, we'd have to keep all clinchers back because all the animal handling was done by the fortress staff. They'd know right away if some of them had left and didn't return. One person was hard to convince to stay, Mordial. When the others had already left to prepare for the journey, he was still arguing that he should stay by my side. I sighed. Listen, mate, I don't know why you want to go so badly, but this is going to be a fast journey, and we're going as fast as possible, and how should I say this? You're simply not as fast a runner as the rest. He gritted his teeth. A range of emotions passed over his face, then he buried them all. I can sit on your back. I would just feel better if I were there to make sure this isn't an ambush." I considered his words. There was something he wasn't saying. It was clear as day, but I couldn't spare the time right now. In the end, I went for a low blow and spoke directly to his compassion. "Listen, Mordial, I'm sorry we haven't had the chance to talk. Things have been crazy. When I get back, you and I are going to take some time and just chat, one human to another. But right now, this is a priority, and the morale of the city will be a lot better if they can see that Selys' former mage is on our side and in the fortress. Can you do that for me?" Afterward, we spent a while discussing exactly how to address the fact that the blessing was down, but eventually realized we might as well share it with the city. All the people manning the fire towers were up there in shifts anyway, and they'd already be aware that the connection was dead, if not exactly what that meant. The secret was out, so we'd better ensure that we controlled the narrative. Late in the day, the council split up and went off to get some rest before we'd leave. I tried and failed to sleep and took a walk of the fortress. Inevitably, my wandering feet took me past the blessing. As I entered the small room, I was rewarded with a nice surprise, as the undulating colors from the last time were still there. The bowl was filled to the brim. While there wouldn't be anything new coming from below, what was already here hadn't drained away yet, and I lapped it all up. "You have partaken of the blessing of Dara. The blessing expands your connection with Dara, allowing you to approach the utilization of the maximal capabilities of your species for learning. Your body is similarly boosted, increasing your natural attributes, regeneration rates, and learning capabilities. Your attributes are boosted by plus 50%. Mana regeneration rate doubled. Health regeneration rate doubled. Experience gain doubled. Time remaining, 71 hours, 58 minutes. I didn't get the normal notification about additional constructions being available, but everything else about the boost was still as before. That was a nice surprise. I looked around the room before leaving. The sight of the lifeless white walls was a sobering reminder. It spoke to me, telling me that I'd better make it because the bowl wasn't going to get refilled unless we succeeded in our task. I grimaced. I couldn't believe that the most important room in the bloody fortress was as drab as this with the colors from the blessing absent. The stark white tiles made it look more like a public toilet than a temple to Dara. In fact, I frowned and I approached one of the walls. The look was off. What I meant was the white color didn't suit the simple but elegant architecture of the room. And since I'd seen Corran architecture elsewhere in the tunnels, where they definitely used colors for their decoration and often had elaborate paintings, my builder sense was tingling. Testing, I took the tip of one claw to the wall and gingerly cut into the paint of one wall ever so slightly. The paint peeled off easily enough and I squinted down on color. The layer below definitely held different colors that had been hidden under the paint. Curiouser and curiouser. I'd have to ask Demodius to clear an area of paint. As I walked the halls of the fortress anxiously, feeling the power of the blessing course through me, I was amazed by the activity inside the place. Everywhere, people were walking, working, and talking purposefully. Whether I went to the upper reaches of the place, glancing into the soul sorcery chamber I'd established inside the fortress, or ambled around near the lower levels, there was a constant stream of activity and busyness. Beyond the sensation of concentration, there was an underlying feeling that was hard to ignore, though. Nervousness, sometimes edging toward fear. The people in the fortress knew that they were taking a chance, allying with my forces, and they recognized that the situation in the city was still uncertain. Even so, here, there was also an undercurrent of optimism, of hope. I promised myself that I wasn't going to let them down. They'd taken a chance on me, on a better life, and I'd damn well deliver. The following morning, when the sun was still out of sight in the sky above, but light was barely starting to spread, I looked at the huge group lined up inside the throne room and nodded once. Then I reached out to the city and talked to everybody. People of Fire Peak, do not be alarmed, but we have been attacked. As some of you may have noticed, the fire towers are currently not working. We don't know who is responsible for this, but we will take care of things. For the next week, we will be working on assembling a task force to deal with the issue." I paused, then tried to imbue my mental message with as much emotion as I could. "You're used to Selys handling everything, deciding everything, and protecting Firepeak. In that aspect, I will follow her footsteps. However, where she would constrict you to take part in her battles, I will only accept those who join up of their own free will to fight for us all. You may all rest assured that we will take the risk to protect you. For those who want to join up and fight on behalf of Firepeak or step up and guard the city while we are gone, we are ready to accept volunteers. We will never pressure you into joining, but we will reward those who do." There. That should do it. In the hubbub surrounding the announcement, I addressed everybody present. "All right. That'll keep them distracted for a while. Luck be with you all." Then we disappeared behind an illusion and went to salvage our control over the mountain. Our escape went off without a hitch. It was quite simple, really. No sorcerer's drilling through the stone of the walls this time. We just walked out. Admittedly, we walked with two separate groups. One, a handful of Clencher cavalry out in the open, leading the way along with a couple of the biggest Dwergen shoring up the sides of the formation. They were only there for show, though, and would remain inside the city. Meanwhile, all of us who were leaving were clustered up all nice and tight in the center, hidden under my illusion. The streets of the city were almost empty at this hour, and if anybody wondered at the way we were hurrying through the city, they definitely didn't stay in the middle of the street to gawk, but hurried out of the way. When we got to the entrance to the city, our visible people had a short discussion with the guards manning the gate before they opened it to allow us to sidle out. Meanwhile, the Dwergen crafters were crowding the guards, asking them a ton of questions about the gate itself. They were already going to craft a new and stronger gate, so it doubled as an excellent excuse. And just like that, we were past. A small army, alone, ready to face off against an unknown foe and return before anybody realized we were gone. Chapter 25. Adventure is worthwhile in itself. Amelia Earhart. As we marched across the crater away from Firepeak, hidden beneath an easily maintained illusion of dirt and earth, I was struck by a strange emotion. I'd expected some sort of nostalgia, perhaps some uneasiness at the prospect of throwing ourselves out into an unknown situation. In actual fact, what struck me was anything but. It was more like eagerness. Whatever else this world had done to me, it had apparently granted me an appreciation for adventure. Kate would appreciate the irony of that, seeing as how she'd always complained that I was a boring old homebody. I did not miss Firepeak, however. That place still felt nowhere near home to me, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever get to that point. Everything still reminded me of how Selys had lived and ruled there for too long for me to even matter. Perhaps at some point in the future it might come to feel like home. For now, however, that spot was reserved for, surprisingly, not my old wooden house back on Earth, but the Soul Carver's old place. Somehow, in the middle of everything, that small spot of rooms, tunnels, and oodles of traps had taken the place that the heart thought of as home. The mind does work in mysterious ways. As soon as we entered the tunnel leading down to the second layer, we moved into our regular scouting formations with a little discussion. Scouts up front, ranging out to keep track of what was coming. Crawls next to face the brunt of any attacks, followed by ranged attackers. Other squishies like Arthur and the imps. Then a few scouts in the back to avoid ambushes, keeping close in order to not fall too far back. It felt natural and well rehearsed at this point. I used my bestow camouflage on the scouts who ranged ahead, while keeping an illusion active at all times on the rest of us. At least for the time being, I was actually more concerned with our forces not being spotted than with stumbling into monsters and the like in the tunnels. We already knew we were powerful enough to smash our way through most anything we'd be likely to meet down here. The only likely exception here would be any trap waiting for us, and I doubted we'd stumble upon anything like that until we were getting closer to the blessing itself. Of course, that didn't mean we'd slack off. The scouts with us were all above level 15 and knew what they were doing. With my camouflage spell on top, spotting them would be insanely difficult. So we pressed on hard. The quicker we got down there, the better the chance we'd make it back to Fire Peak without our absence being spotted. In the meanwhile, I tried to get used to walking around in the tunnels without Timothy. It was weird how fast I got used to having his see-through ass around me, so much so that it felt strange leaving without him. To distract myself, I talked to Arthur about what we were likely to expect. The tall, intense shaman was hard to look at. Not that he was any uglier than usual, he was quite literally hard to look at. At the moment, he had a total of 8 stone tiles spinning around him at a dizzying, eye-wrenching speed. Tiles, not friggin' stones. These were serious, standard tile-sized pieces of stone, around 12 by 12 inches. At this point, it was almost a friggin' full-sized armor he was wearing. Above the spinning tiles, his face was as dour as usual. "I expect to find ourselves attacked and on the run within minutes of spotting the blessing." He snorted and shook his head. "This is stupid, dragon, but you know my opinion already." I snorted. "Yeah, you don't hold back at all. Be honest, though. Do you think the long-term prospects are looking good if it's just us, without any of my vassals, against the entirety of Fire Peak?" "What kind of logic is that? I'm not like Grex to be distracted by a piece of string. I believe that this is a trap, and we are bound to be ambushed. That doesn't mean we should start an all-out war against everybody. Besides, I believe—" He interrupted himself. "Bah, it doesn't matter. They voted against me, and I will accept that. That doesn't mean I have to like it." He looked strange there for a moment. I got curious. "No, please. What were you about to say? You know I don't always agree with you, but I will always listen to you. If you let me." He sneered, then relented. "It's not important, but I believe we might not have needed to resort to all-out war in Fire Peak." I gaped at him. Was he saying, "Are you saying what I think you are?" He snorted. "You always did need getting things explained multiple times, lizard. I'm saying that there was plenty of violence and bloodshed to be had up there, but in the end, we might have been able to manage without fighting against the entire city." Slowly, I picked up my jaw. "Arthur, that might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me." He squinted at me, but I continued, smiling. "If you actually believe that what we're trying to do works, that's huge." "That's not what I said. A lot of them are still going to need to learn the old ways of the mountain. This isn't going to be easy. Blood will—" "You stop smiling!" My grin grew even wider. "Arthur, you just called your own methods the true and tested might makes right way, the old way. You can dress that up however you like, but I'm taking that as the best win I've had in the last month. And when we fix the blessing, I'm telling everybody at the peak that you said you'd been wrong." "That's not— You stay right here!" He was growling now, pointing a clawed finger at me as his stones lay forgotten and unmoving on the tunnel floor. I sped up, walking away even faster to reach the front of the corridor. He stayed back there, frowning and sending offensive thoughts in my direction. Me, I could hardly wipe the grin off my face. That was almost enough to change my mind and tell everybody we were going back. Except, I really did agree with Arthur. With things the way they were, we might be able to win over the people of the mountain. Eventually. With a lot of bloodshed. If instead, we had the blessing back and operating and my vassals, especially the Dwergen, on standby to help if things went sideways, yeah, it would make our situation a whole lot easier. Even disregarding the whole minion count thing. "I do not quite understand you." The message was slow, deliberately delivered, and came from my left. I glanced down and saw Gert marching next to me. She glanced up at me, then frowned and looked back down. "You don't understand me?" "Yes." Her way of speaking in my mind was different from most others. It felt like speaking to some of the Latin American workers back on my crew, the ones who'd been decades in the States but still grew up elsewhere. like she knew the words but still had to search a bit longer for them.
You often seem to find delight in frustrating your own people. Why is that?
The question was intense and incredibly heartfelt. I almost came with a glib reply, but then realized something. I was used to dealing with slow crawls. People whose thought processes were slowed down so much they had trouble handling anything that was above the most basic tribal processes. Kill, eat, guard, find, and handle whichever processes you've had ingrained into your muscle memory and subconscious over the course of your youth. That was about it. Gert was different. I couldn't picture what she was going through. Crawls tended to take to one single specialty and go all in on that before their minds ground to a halt. The current group of young Crawls were facing a future that, if left unchecked, might change their entire race. In the future, we might be able to stall or entirely avoid the deterioration of their mental faculties. They'd have to figure out an entirely new way for their kind to operate. And Gert would be at the center of it. I thought about my words, then answered carefully. It's a matter of emotions. It's also kind of complicated to explain. I tried for answers and found them hard to pin. You have someone you are fond of, right? People who are dear to you?
Like you?
The earnestness in her small, scrunched-up face was almost unnerving.
We all love you for teaching us, and Timothy, and Arthur, though he does not feel the same. He always becomes agitated when we tell him how much we appreciate him.
I snorted. Thank you. That's exactly it. Most species I've found don't talk openly about their emotions but tend to hide it beneath a lot of posturing. That's why if I were to tell Arthur directly what a wonderful shaman he is and how much he means, he would become uncomfortable. However, if I tease him and throw in the compliment along with a good deal of mocking, he would be able to appreciate it without feeling ill at ease. I'll bet you everything I've got if you were to go back to him right now and watch him, he'd be smiling. Gert's expressive brows scrunched up in confusion.
That seems like a lot of unnecessary work. If I compliment him directly, he will not enjoy it?
I smiled. Oh, from you Crawls he probably will. Even though he'll huff and act angry, I'm pretty sure he loves it. He's gotten used to you. He doesn't even try to kick out the Crawls who want to train with the shamans anymore. Honestly, most species as a whole are often horrible at expressing emotions. You stay the way you are. It was true. Arthur had stopped complaining about the uselessness of the Crawls. Besides, now I knew it, it was going to be ever so much fun watching him squirm and moan at the heartfelt thankfulness of the Crawls. I thought about it, then asked, We haven't talked much, Gert. That's mostly my fault. I had issues talking with Urk, your former leader.
You were often angry. I saw it.
I nodded, grimacing. True. Talking to Urk left me frustrated. I felt like I couldn't get through to him. I grinned. It's much easier chatting with you, though. So if there's anything your people want to learn or know, anything, you tell me, Gert. She went silent for a full minute. I just waited. The only emotion stemming from her was one of intense concentration. This felt like it was her natural process. Then she responded.
For now, nothing. If we manage to secure peace in Fire Peak, I think there will be. We will need help, to learn, to evolve. We saw that the Aberrants have evolved Crawls. That is what we want, and need. Become wiser, and stronger.
I didn't hesitate. You'll have it. We'll figure out exactly what you need. There was already one evolved crawl pup born, days ago. It looks like leveling and gaining in strength is all that's needed for that. I smiled. You're already doing great there. I only have one comment to you as a person.
Yes?
She felt expectant, slightly nervous. You think deeply about things. This is a great quality. Don't hold back, though. When the other council members feel they need something to grow, to reach, they ask. Sometimes they don't even ask, but yell or demand. If you have an opinion or believe something can aid your crawls, don't let your natural thoughtfulness hold you back, but ask. A few seconds of silence, then she nodded.
I will. Thank you, Onyx.
No problem. I mulled it over, then decided to test her. Do you have any thoughts on our current task? Anything we should change?
One thing, yes.
The answer was quick this time. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. So fast. This must be something she'd been considering earlier. She met my gaze, then lowered her head.
You said that I should speak up if I had an opinion.
I did, and imbued my message with all the fondness I could conjure. And I meant it.
I think Arthur is right. This is a trap, but that is okay.
That took me aback. What?
We can handle it. We are strong. We have great scouts. Powers they do not know. We can handle the ambush. Turn it.
The penny dropped. Ah, gotcha. I also agree, by the way. Sort of. I'd give it even odds there's a trap for us somewhere, but yeah, I'd bet that we'll be able to scope it out and handle it. So, what is it that you don't agree with?
You plan this as our approach? Scout them out, figure out their intentions, then attack? Normally, I would approve of this plan, but not this time. Whatever they planned for you. That means they would not do it if they did not think they were ready for you.
Oh, that was actually a solid insight. Knowing that our force would be able to handle almost any force in the mountain was one thing. However, if this was a trap, the enemy would come armed for dragon. That meant they'd either have overwhelming forces or some sort of solution that might even out the odds. You're entirely right. We shouldn't assume that we'd be able to take them on due to our strength. I had a few thoughts on how to turn the tables, but was curious. What would you do then? Again, the response was almost instant. She had clearly spent a while considering this.
Continue as planned. Scout them out. Then, once we know what we are facing, we commit only part of our forces. Kralls, that Dwergen spellcaster, and some ranged attackers. The rest of our forces hold back and see if they have any surprises waiting for us.
But then the first group would bear the brunt of... Oh, that's the point.
Exactly. Onyx, we can afford losing all Kralls here. We cannot afford losing you.
Arthur had gone on about this at some point as well. Don't put yourself in danger. Let others go first. We are expendable. I craned my head to look the tiny Krall in the eyes as we walked. Okay, not so tiny anymore. She was definitely not skipping her training sessions. I'll promise you that I won't put myself in unnecessary trouble. I can't promise you that I'll stay back, though. That isn't me. If I were the type who hung back while my people were in danger, we wouldn't have made it to where we are by now. But I do appreciate the concern, and it was an oversight on my part. If possible, we'll try to spring any traps first. Gurg gave me a brilliant, wide smile, and we continued on our march. Bloody minions and their bloody concern. Chapter 26. The rest of our trek carried on uneventfully. It was too uneventful, to be honest. Not a single attack. Our scouts spotted a few monsters along the way, but they were low-leveled and all fled from our approach. It was damn eerie. The others seemed to share my opinion because the mood among our people slowly became more and more tense. I spent the time talking to people and even got Corinne to talk to me. Well, sort of. She didn't go any further than one-word responses. Even so, I got her take on things and her confirmation that she'd be ready to back us up. Also, her thoughts lined up with those of the rest of us. The prevalent opinion was that even the monster search couldn't explain the lack of resistance and that there'd be something out there. Arthur's mood seemed to become increasingly foul as we proceeded. Mine wasn't much better, and I kept checking on the capital through the mini-map until I got tired of Arthur mocking my stumbling gait. Understandably, when after almost a full day's march, with one solid break midway, our scouts finally reached the blessing, we were quite anxious in approaching. We got into full battle readiness before I refreshed the bestow camouflage on our scouts and let them range ahead to see what was going on. And then we hurried up to... Wait. and wait. The minutes stretched out uncomfortably like we were trapped in a place where regular time didn't apply. Weapons aimed at all sides and tempers flared, but silently as our soldiers stared into the distance ready for anything. Then the scouts started returning.
Nothing. There's nothing. We found the break in the blessing, but that's it. No monsters, no enemies, no ambushes.
The stories were all the same, wrapped up in different words. It was right there, out in front, waiting for us to come fix it. Except that didn't make any fucking sense. If somebody broke the damn thing on purpose, why on earth wouldn't they defend the place or trap it? Unless they were trying to lure us out of the city, of course. I groaned, glaring at the trio of scouts before me. All this second-guessing wasn't helping anybody, but neither would rushing out into a trap. I growled under my breath, then ordered them. Explain the layout to me. I activated my mini-map and pulled it up onto the dirt floor of the tunnel in front of us. It showed the current tunnel we were occupying, with the tunnel fading out into nothing on the map a few hundred feet ahead of us. Man, it was hard not to see the irony. We'd lost the almost complete maps of the uppermost layers the Selys had explored and built over time. They had been available through the blessing, yet now that we could really use them to fix the blessing, we wouldn't get them back until we fixed the blessing. The scouts looked at each other, then the lowest of the bunch, a no-nonsense female talpus with a scarred upper lip, stepped forward and started talking as she knelt down and gestured on the map, trying to paint the picture as she scratched the tunnel system onto the floor before us with a claw.
The tunnel turns right about 500 feet ahead, and then it opens up to where the blessing lies. It's a huge open chamber, mostly natural.
The cave she painted with her hands was semicircular and probably 500 feet from end to end.
There are 2 exits at the far end. One leads further north in twists and turns, the other goes down to the next level.
She made a spiraling motion near the right-hand shaft, as if circling down the drain. Thank you. And the blessing? She jabbed a claw at the mostly straight side of the semicircle.
This is not a natural wall. Parts of it were already there, but the break near the center is what the shamans constructed last time. It's been smashed open again.
Arthur came up from behind, a deep frown on his face. That was also no accident, or somebody who was simply curious. The wall I put up was thick. It would take a concerted effort to break in there. Somebody knew what they were doing? He nodded. I grunted. All right. We're continuing with extreme caution. It'll cost us a bit of time, but I want you scouts to range forward for at least half an hour, then circle back. I want to be sure that we don't have forces waiting for us to get to work before jumping us. Once you get back to us, we'll move forward, cautiously, and establish a zone way ahead of us and around us in case somebody tries something. A stray thought hit me, and I turned toward the scouts. What about the blessing itself? Could enemies be hiding in there? The scout shook her head.
No, Onyx, not a chance. You can't stay in there. You will see why.
I thanked her, and the scouts moved out while we went back to the interminable wait. Either I was being smart, or somebody was in the middle of outsmarting us back in Firepeak, and I just delayed our return by at least an hour. Either way, the choice had been made. My worry didn't grow less as the minutes dragged on, nor when the scouts started returning one by one, reporting nothing. Completely quiet tunnels, empty of monsters, challengers, or anything. That in itself felt suspicious. But finally, we could move out. I refreshed the camouflage on the scouts and they sprinted ahead, while we slowly started moving in, first the crawls and a few ranged fighters, then Arthur, and finally the rest of us moved out in numbers. When I entered the semicircular chamber next to the blessing, all my impatience, insecurity, and bitching faded away. It wasn't the large cave in itself. It was rather unimpressive, low-ceilinged and boring, the only detail setting it apart from every other cave being some foul-smelling black growth on the ceiling. And the blessing. The fighters around me kept it together impressively, ignoring the blessing and moving on with their tasks. I did not. On the left-hand side of the cave, a section of wall of around 60 feet in length made for an abrupt departure from the rugged natural feeling of the cavern. The wall itself was impressive enough that I wanted to spend some time studying it. The construction looked like it had been warped into the spot, blending seamlessly with where it took over from the natural stone and dirt of the cave. It was also completely smooth, with no natural transitions, no holes, no sign of wear and tear. If I wasn't mistaken, it was the same damn material the original creators of this place had used for the fire towers, and by damn, I wanted to learn how to replicate it. My interest completely evaporated as my eyes finally reached the opening that led to the blessing itself. The hole wasn't huge, a handful of feet across, large enough that any regular creature who wasn't me would be able to fit inside. And from the opening, a wave of warm light pushed outward, wrapping the surroundings in a cozy, lovely feeling. It felt soothing, loving, and... hell, I'd go with the easy choice here. It felt like somebody bestowing a blessing upon me, telling me things would all be all right. I walked closer, entranced, until I could look straight into the opening from a few feet away. I had to put a claw up in front of my eyes to be able to see anything. From here, the pressure of the light was physical, actually pushing at me, like the hand of a deity resting on my breastbone and keeping me at a safe distance. Now I knew why the scouts weren't afraid somebody was hiding in there. Even if they didn't care about being possibly blinded for eternity, I doubted any of my minions would physically be able to make it all the way to the wall. Arthur addressed me from behind. "I hate this place." I couldn't help it. I turned to gape at him. "Seriously? This has got to be the most wonderful feeling I've experienced in the mountain so far, and you hate it?" "Yes, it's distracting. You've been staring at that light for 2 minutes now. Anybody could have attacked you." "But even so," he snorted. "It does feel good, I'll admit it. But if you had to try breaking your way through that wall by mental force, you'd know what I was talking about. Even if that damn wall weren't insanely resistant, you try keeping concentrated next to those waves just telling you to lie down and take a nap." A laughter burst from me. "Okay, I get that. Now that you're saying it, I do kind of sense that it's telling me I've earned a nap." I glanced at the opening again and had to look away, blinking to get the spots away. "So you simply drilled a hole in to let the light out? No complications?" He grunted. "Yes, no complications except for the wall being about as hard as iron to begin with. Beyond the opening is this kind of material reaching all the way to the light itself, except for the first handful of feet on either side of the wall for some reason. That's just regular dirt." "Dirt?" I blinked, then had a thought. A stray thought that wouldn't leave my mind. "Can you do me a giant favor and pull some of that dirt out here? As much as you can reach from out here?" "Did you listen? I was just telling you how unpleasant it is to work here." "I know. This is important. It might not have anything to do with what's happened here, or it might, but please indulge me. You don't even have to pull it out. You can use the dirt to fill up the hole leading to the blessing if you want to." Arthur bared his teeth at me, but then grunted and turned toward the hole as he closed his eyes. Within seconds, soil was streaming around in there. I could only see it as whirling shadows playing on the far wall behind us. Arthur kept one furry arm raised in front of his eyes and the other out ahead of him, beckoning for the earth to listen. And listen it did. This was unmistakably not the same material as the wall itself, just regular, boring old dirt mixed with rocks. And with the strength Arthur had gained, it flowed like a water elemental in the hands of a summoner, eager to do his bidding. After a minute, Arthur grunted and lowered his arms. "Do you need more? I will need to fight to get closer and dig more out. Or I'll have to fill the hole to the blessing completely. You decide." The cranky talpist hadn't actually complained. He was growing soft. "Thank you, Arthur. Let's see." I leaned into the wave, using my bulk to push forward. It was easier now, with the bottom third of the hole leading to the blessing filled with a mixed layer of dirt and rock. The pressure from the blessing was definitely reduced. I forced my way onward, 1 step, then 2, 3. Then I stuck my neck into the opening from the original wall, craned it to the left, and... hell yes. It was a staircase. A bloody staircase leading further down into the mountain. And since Arthur said the other side of the tunnel also had an opening, I extracted my head again and beamed a grin at the frowning shaman. "Okay, I think this staircase actually goes all the way to the capital, but... wait, what is Karan doing?" My eyesight, already half blinded from the searing light of the blessing, was returning confused signals as I looked behind us and into the rearmost part of the cave. There, the tall, silent Dwergen was standing, holding her walking stick aloft. She had added a piece of cloth to the steel, and now it reminded me of something. Whirling, dark colors were gathering around her. My mind was still befuddled with the sensation from the blessing. Where the hell had I seen that before? I barked a question at her. "Karan, what are you doing?" She looked me straight in the eyes, and for a brief moment, her serious mien slipped, replaced by something dark and triumphant. Then she lowered her slitted helmet onto her head. Fuck! I realized where I'd seen that type of banner before. "Attack Karan! We're being betrayed!" I barely got the message out as her spell completed. She slammed the banner down onto the ground, and a whirling wave of energy spun out from her, rising to the ceiling of the cave, and blocking the part of the cave where we'd come from off from the rest of us. "Attack her!" My order bellowed out as I shot a weakening fog at the Dwergen mage and sprinted at her. The tall woman was moving defensively on the other side of the barrier now as my people started attacking her. She deflected a strike from a crawl with the grace of a dancer, dipping her shoulder just enough for a hurled throwing spear to glance off her heavy armor. Then I reached her barrier and flung myself forward, claw first, and was thrown to the floor with my head spinning. The barrier hadn't even budged. Karan stayed entirely on the defensive, only moving as much as necessary to avoid my people, who were now closing in on her. And then I heard it. The loud smack of heavy boots hitting the dirt floor. In the tunnel we had come from. My panicked gaze slid over the cave. Damn it. Almost a third of my people were trapped back there with Karan. "You need to finish her now!" My insistent order rang out to the dozen ranged fighters who were stuck with two crawls. "Everybody else, get to it, damn it! We need this barrier down right this instant!" I pulled back and flung myself at the magical shield again. Next to me, muted impacts rang from where Arthur was flinging his shields as stone missiles against the barrier, one after the other in an unceasing stream. All across the cavern, our people flung themselves against the barrier, striking at it with weapons or throwing magic at it. It held strong, however, unwavering in the face of our desperate attempts to break it down. Meanwhile, Karan was dancing. There was no other word for it. She made the dark, heavy armor she wore seem like a ball gown as she glided around on the dirt floor, evading my forces with measured strides and focused, even counterattacks. She struck a crawl across the knee, forcing him to stumble into his neighbor, took one step, two, and placed the crawl between her and a group of spear throwers. They spread out to regain a direct line on her. Then the Dwergen arrived. They streamed into the cavern, rows upon rows of dark armors clanging, mighty roars streaming from the tunnel opening as the heavy soldiers charged and slaughtered my people. The front-runners held shields and heavy weapons, while the next few to arrive held crossbows. They'd made crossbows, the bastards. I could only watch in horror as one Dwergen carefully took aim and shot one of my Talpi in the side from 50 feet away. I looked at the barrier in front of me, at the Dwergen soldiers who kept coming in numbers that dwarfed ours. Then at Karan, who was still absorbed in the fight. She was unhurt, the only sign of her exertion a few smudges and scratches on her armor. Then I sent the words at everybody. "Retreat! We're pulling back!" They reacted instantly. Even Arthur didn't question my orders, just started running toward the far end of the cave. I sent a message, tight enough that Dwergen would be unable to hear it. "Turn right. We're moving down to the next level." Then I poured my entire willpower into erecting an illusion to cover our retreat. My people fled. Some cried as they ran, others had half-controlled looks of rage on their face, while others simply focused on survival. Me, I kept my focus on one thing only, showing the Dwergen an illusion of our people veering left into the tunnel ranging north. Behind the illusion, we ran for our lives, while our friends were slaughtered where they stood. Right before I ducked into the downward-leading tunnel myself, I sent a last look into the cavern. The image seared itself into my retinas. A few stubborn crawls still fought against the overwhelming numbers of Dwergen, while Talpi ran and dodged, trying to find escape. And Karan pulled off her helmet again, looked in my direction, and smiled. Chapter 27. You tried your best and failed miserably. The lesson is, never try. Homer Simpson. We were out of sight, hidden. We had run for what felt like hours, following the leads of our scouts until we passed by the opening to a small cave which Arthur said he'd be able to turn into a temporary hideaway. Now the entrance was closed off, hopefully looking like there had never been a cave here to begin with. Arthur had stated that we would not run out of air in here, so I didn't ask. My people surrounded me, resting, grieving. I'd been wrong. Like they had warned me, this was a clear and obvious trap, and I jumped right into it. Damn me, and God damn the Dwergen. I couldn't believe we'd been taken in that badly by Teller. No sugarcoating this. I had been taken in by him. I had 100% been deceived by his boisterous, affable act. I had seen in him one of my numerous testosterone-filled workers wanting to prove their strength and manliness against all comers. And I'd wanted to do what I did so many times before. Restore him, help him, guide him onto a path that was less confrontational and less damaging to those around him. Like I had once found my own path toward a better life on the rough path of a construction worker. The notification hung in the air before me, taunting me. Your former vassal, Teller, has broken his bond. Connection with Dayra worsened. Mana regeneration reduced by 100%. Weakness removed. Physical damage reduced by 20%. Your former vassal is suffering from a debuff for breaking his bond. Debuff? I hoped he was in fucking pain. Well, whatever else you could say about me, I'd never been one to shy away from reality, except maybe when it came to my ex-wife. I stood up and looked around. My people were broken. There was no other word for it. Most lay on the ground where they dropped, staring open-eyed at nothing, shell-shocked. A few slept, completely unaware of their surroundings. The remainder mostly spoke in low, shrill voices or glared at me. I couldn't blame them. We'd started off 42. Now, at a careful count, I found us down to 31. 6 crawls, 15 Talpi, 6 imps, Gert, Grex, Arthur, and myself. We only had 3 scouts left, too. After reaching the blessing, we'd sent a couple of them back to secure our backs, and they'd never reappeared. No way they had made it with the numbers of Dwergen that had arrived. I grunted. Yet another time where I'd erred. Arthur was sitting next to the opening to the cave as I approached him. His eyelids fluttered open as I closed in, and he held up a hand, forestalling any comments. He closed his eyes as his brow furrowed. Then he nodded and opened his eyes again. That was the second group of Dwergen to pass by while we rested. I could feel the sensation in the tunnel outside. Only 2 of them this time around. It would seem they are spreading out to hunt us down. I grunted, then reached out to Grex and Gert as well. We need to talk. The 3 were in a loose semicircle before me. Gert stood, arms crossed before her with an earnest expression. Arthur sat on his haunches, his dark eyes boring into mine, while Grex flittered about in the air above us, thin fingers opening and closing as if eager to strangle somebody. I spoke first. This was a mistake. I thought I knew people well enough that the Dwergen weren't a threat, and your people suffered. I shut my eyes, shoving back all the emotions that I wanted to let loose at that thought. We can talk about recriminations later. For now, we need to plan and then act, in that order. Where does that leave us, and what do we do? Grex was the first to respond. His eyes gleamed.
Easy. That leaves us with a mountain of Dwergen to take down.
He waved his hands frantically as Arthur turned upon him with a furious look on his face.
I am not being stupid. There were many armored beasts in there. Too many. Spread out, searching for us. They are prey. Onyx weakens them from afar while we shoot. That is easy. Clumped up in a cavern? No good.
Arthur sneered. Even if we ignore how many of them are out there, you're being stupid, Grex. They aren't just trying to take us down. Did you happen to see Teller out there? Do you think he'd miss a battle like that? Arthur shook his head. No. They will be in Fire Peak right now, slaughtering our people. He's right. I met Arthur's gaze and held it. At least partially. They will attempt to take over. Our people are still in charge up there, and if the Dwergen showed up with a huge group of soldiers, nobody would let them into the fortress. Arthur huffed. The fortress, sure, but they have open access to the city. The Dwergen were in charge of the gate when we left. You're entirely right, and we need to get back up there so we can tell everybody what's going on and make sure they fail in their attempt. But we need to keep our heads cool, or we'll walk straight into another trap, and next time, we may not be able to walk away from it. So we will need to plot our course, aim for where we think is least protected, and smash through. And we need to consider well what is possible with the people we have. I waited for a moment, then added, And no, Arthur, I do not believe we'll be able to climb the stairwell next to the blessing. Even if it's actually open the rest of the way up, they will probably still be guarding the place. To my surprise, Gert was the one to speak up next.
We will need help.
I didn't disagree with her, but I marveled at her reaching the same conclusion. Could you explain your thoughts? The squat crawl frowned, which I was slowly coming to realize was how she looked when she concentrated.
The Dwergen are many, and they are a bad enemy for us. With Clincher cavalry, we could tear open their ranks, allow us to use our ranged weapons to good effect. Without those new ranged weapons they have, you could weaken them enough that our crawls would be a match for them. As it stands, they would be able to match us at a distance and up close. We either need to be able to ambush them or find help.
I agree. I took a deep breath and launched into my explanation. Teller might be a backstabbing bastard, but he isn't stupid, and neither are his people, it would appear. Once they realize they won't find us right away, they'll pull back to defend the tunnels to the higher layers.
How can you be sure about that?
Arthur challenged. I can't, but the Dwergen are built for defense. That's the one thing Teller said that I believe isn't a lie. Everything about them is made to weather punishment until they can close with their enemies. Hunting people in the tunnels is not their strong suit. There are numerous tunnels reaching from this layer to the next, but the layer leading from the one above the Dwergen's own domain and up only has 2 ascents that we know of. That would let them gather in tight groups and block us from getting back. He snorted.
If you're right, and they are about to pull back and entrench themselves, should we not get moving right now instead? Beat them to it before they're in place?
That was my first thought too. Initially, I was thinking we would probably be able to push through and outrun them in a race for Fire Peak. You might be slower than them, but if we could get them to chase after us, I could weaken the pursuit enough that they wouldn't be able to keep up with us. Of course, it isn't so simple, is it? I pointed a claw toward the ceiling. If we're right in all our guesses, the rest of the Dwergen will be up there, either attacking the capital or waiting somewhere outside until they get the chance to force their way in. I glanced at Arthur. Do you want to guess at our odds of survival if we're trapped between the Dwergen down here and the rest of their soldiers? Arthur growled.
I'm not stupid. I just really want to kill something. You want to go somewhere to get help? Postpone going up there knowing full well what it might mean to our people? And we didn't even fix the damn blessing.
Do I want to? Hell no! but I'll argue in favor of doing it nonetheless, because I think our odds are even worse in the alternatives. And you're totally right about the blessing, but what can we do? I won't push the issue if you have a better idea, Arthur. He hung his head and didn't answer right away. Then his mental message came, and with it a sense of loss and resignation. Where would you go then? To Creve? Or Zell? I doubt either of those are going to help you without reservations. Creve has helped us before, of course, but it cost you. I flinched. Agreed. Besides, there's another aspect to consider. I called out to one of the scouts, who sidled over with blank, lifeless eyes. Could you help us estimate how long it would take us to get back to our old home and then back up to Fire Peak again? And also if we had one of our fastest scouts go alone? The scout blinked, then her eyes focused a moment.
All of us, it would take probably 6 days to go to our old domain and back to Fire Peak. Half a day more for the Blue Dragon's domain. We're close to the center still, but he is closer to the edge of the mountain. As for scouts making it by themselves, maybe 2 days less. But that's only if we don't meet any other monsters or ambushes by ourselves, which is unlikely.
I nodded in thanks. We should probably add a day or two because we would need Azel's forces to come along too. I growled and massaged my forehead with my claws. Then I looked down at the female scout again. How long would it take for us to reach the Aberrants?
The Aberrants, Onyx? We don't know exactly where they are. Of course, we scouted their general area back when we were supposed to face off with their forces, but...
I made a cutting gesture with my claws. Doesn't matter. How long to reach the outer edges of their area? She swallowed, then started counting on her fingers.
A bit under a day. Then a bit over half a day from them to the surface.
Thank you. There you have it. I know what you're about to say. I don't like it. Not at all. But regardless of who we go to for assistance, we'll have to rely on their willingness to help. And whatever you think about the Aberrants, they're not dumb. I hope they'd be able to see what their future would look like with the Dwergen in charge. So, in my opinion, those are the real choices. Just 2 of them. Move out toward Fire Peak straight away and punch our way through, or go to the Aberrants and make them see sense. I say we fight! Rex's mental voice was intense. Odds? Who cares about odds? We have been succeeding against all odds since you first captured us, Onyx. We will torch the Dwergen or perish in the attempt. Gert was silent, then bowed her head.
We should go to the Aberrants.
Arthur sneered. Faugh! You would say that. When have you ever not agreed with Onyx? The Kroll bowed her head, but then faced Arthur's gaze.
I disagree with Onyx from time to time, yet I have stayed silent. That is over with, however. I realize that he is far from flawless. Even so, I believe the Aberrants are our best chance. Do you believe Azel would respect Onyx unless he is speaking from a position of strength? Creve? No. The Aberrants are used to weakness. They help the weak. Maybe we can use that. But I don't think we can fight our way home by ourselves.
She paused for a moment, then looked up at me.
Besides, Onyx, you told me I needed to be more selfish. I think we Kralls would be too weak to survive any clash, and I do not desire to die. I believe my people still need me.
I met her gaze then, unflinching, even though it broke something inside me. Selfish? For wanting to live? I nodded, then faced Arthur. His eyes hardened. You would lay this decision on me? Not alone. But you have always been the one I rely on for advice for hard choices. And this one is harder than most. He bowed his head, then looked at the ground. His flattened stones lay in a pile in front of him, ignored for the moment. Damn you. Damn you for putting us all in this position. But I am not hypocritical enough to claim that you are the only one to blame. His eyes bored into mine, promising murder. Let's go convince the Aberrants then, and Dara help them if they say no. Chapter 28. It was a grim procession that stalked in the direction of the aberrant area. We didn't talk much, but the mood was dark and murderous. We moved fast. I'd spent 2 minutes telling everybody what was going on, and they all knew what was at stake. Our pace was set at the top speed of our slowest people, the crawls. Their agility was generally too low to keep up with the Talpi, but their toughness was high enough that they could keep up a lumbering pace without pause. The imps could have been a real issue, but we had brought my old leather harness, and soon I had imps periodically resting on my back, hanging on for dear life. After dismantling the earth door and moving back out into the tunnel system, we found the Dwergen. A mere 10 minutes after embarking on our run, we stumbled into a scout group of 4 of the fuckers clanking along the tunnel in front of us. We were almost upon them when they discovered us, and they turned, all 4 carrying heavy hand weapons ready for a fight. We tore them apart. I never even made it to the front to help deal with them. The crawls bore straight into them, preceded by a deadly volley of throwing spears and firebolts. The large humanoids held bravely until 4 massive stone tiles impacted their leg armor with deafening clangs and bone-crushing force. Once they were down, the crawls piled upon them, holding them down with sheer strength, finding the gaps in their armor or smashing their skulls in spite of their helmets. The whole encounter took all of 20 seconds. Once I thought to order my people away from the defeated Dwergen, only a single enemy was still breathing. The blood running freely from gaps in his armor told me that was just a matter of time. My insistent questions brought no answers, nothing but defiant grunts from him, though. Even placing my claws on his chest and putting my weight on it didn't start him talking. Even despite my rage, I could only respect the mental fortitude it took for him to hold on in the face of certain death. I did manage to get a tiny bit of information from him, though. I purposely phrased my questions in a way that I'd hopefully be able to glean something from his emotions, and that he didn't know how to shield from. Eventually, I put weight on my claws and pierced his armor, then turned back to my people. They are waiting for us somewhere. He was very gleeful at the thought of us trying to move back to Fire Peak. There are many like this group, though, trying to figure out where we're at. I snarled. When this lot don't return, they'll know exactly where we were. So let's get moving. And run! When we fall upon them, we are going to overwhelm them like a monster surge hitting a pack of newborn pups. They can't hold us down! My people responded in kind, growling, snarling, or holding up their weapons before launching into a run. Our progression was reckless for our standards. We did have camouflage scouts out front, but they were moving at a run and didn't break for anything. The rest of us did nothing at all to keep silent. We focused only on speed. Let anybody try to stop us. At first, the tunnels were empty, but slowly it seemed we were putting distance between us and the area where the Dwergen had been scaring the local monsters away. A few beasts and monsters started appearing here and there, but generally they had the self-preservation necessary to flee. A few were too stupid or reckless and tried us on for size, but we were relentless. A solitary clencher was out hunting, but it didn't even manage to close with the crawls in front and was blasted apart by fire and throwing spears. Halfway to our goal, one of our scouts sprinted back to us, alerting us to a possible issue.
Onyx, there's an infestation of Vigros in the next cavern. We can detour, but it will cost us several hours.
I slowed down, snarling. We're not doing that. What are they? How many? How tough are they? Arthur halted his jog next to me, leaning on the wall. His mental voice was crystal clear, though, and focused. Plant growths with some basic intelligence. They infect the bodies of stupid idiots who close with them. You breathe them in. Then they slowly grow to invade one's body until they take over. It's ugly business. Uh-huh. Can we evade them? The scout bared her teeth.
I doubt it. Not all of us. They're not slow.
And the invasion? How long does it take? Would the Urgle be able to remove it? Arthur hesitated, then nodded. It probably would. It's handled some filthy infections before. Or some other healer in the city might be able to. I don't know how long we would have, though. I've heard about a week. At a certain point, you're beyond saving, even if you can still think. I stared him straight in the eyes. I say we do it. He met my eyes, unflinching, searching. Then he nodded. All or nothing. If we don't get the aberrants on board, we're going to try for the surface anyway. A brief exchange later, we were on the move again. I had an illusion hiding us all, and we were moving in a tight formation, ready to push through at any cost. The cavern opened before us. A long, tight tunnel filled with puddles, stalactites, stalagmites, uneven terrain, and slippery growths. If it weren't for the veer growths, it would have been excellent for training chamber. The challenging terrain and uncertain footing created a challenge for any single soldier or force intending to move to the other side in a controlled advance, let alone mid-combat. With the hostile growths, however, they weren't much to look at. The low shuffling forms had at one point been large quadrupeds of some kind, low to the ground and long-tailed. Possibly they'd been the water version of the fiery salamanders we'd battled what seemed like years ago. Now they looked more like moss-covered gargoyles, except for the parts where they aimlessly moved around the cavern. Imps, you know what to do. I sent the message, and the 6 imps took to the air, led by Grex. They honed in on the placid things like a formation of fighter jets diving to unload their payload. They barely made it into the chamber when the veer growths woke up. I couldn't see it any other way. The imps were still covered by my illusion, but somehow the damn things knew they were coming. They probably weren't limited to regular senses like sight. Bloody things. And the chamber transformed. Within a few seconds, every growth in the cavern exploded into movement, and suddenly I realized that the number of growths I'd spotted was less than a third of the actual number. They were hiding behind boulders, inside the water, were piled several creatures on top of each other. As one, they started toward us. The one good detail was that they were slow, but wherever they moved, they became harder to see, as they covered themselves in a sort of fog. I growled as I realized what that had to be. The clouds around them must be spores. That is what infects people. Grex's cackling laughter exploded through the chamber. Now when we're done with them... Then the imps started attacking, and fire lit up the cavern. The place looked like a war zone. Wherever an imp hit a veer growth, the abominations would explode in a cloud of spores. The fireballs devoured any spores coming close, but the floating things launched far and wide. For the briefest of moments, I wondered whether we should have just cut directly through the cavern instead of attacking. But then I saw the chamber ahead of us. The fog lay heavy on the place where the enemies were advancing, but after a few moments the spores dropped to the ground, and all the veer growths were trying to move for the imps, who kept to the left side of the cavern. That left us with a tight tunnel available to us, where we might be able to advance relatively unimpeded. Gert set in motion and led people in the right direction, and we all followed. I fought to keep the illusion alive and covering everybody but the imps, for whatever it was worth. I suffered under no delusion that I'd be able to maintain any convincing illusion in the shifting, changing light show of the landscape of water, reflections, and firebolts. Still, I doubted it would hurt, and hopefully it might make the damn growths focus on the imps over the invisible soldiers. It seemed like it did. As we started making our way through the uneven terrain, a few of the slow beasts changed direction and started toward us, but mostly the leftmost side of the cavern looked like a green wave, like a bunch of mutated salmon moving upstream. Arthur acted as he moved, his stone tiles flattening even more to be broader, thinner, and larger. He didn't attack, though. He simply kept the tiles in constant movement, meeting any veer growth that started toward our side of the cave and gently blocking it off, nudging it the other way. And it seemed to work, too. Within seconds, they'd be distracted again, see the fireworks erupting from the imps at the far end of the cave, and forget all about us. We made it halfway before I messed up. The concentration needed to keep together an illusion stretching an oblong 60-foot area was demanding enough that I missed my footing. I put one foot down wrong, stumbled, and my right shoulder smashed into a stalactite, which exploded onto the cavern floor next to me. As one, every veer growth within 50 feet turned toward us. We legged it then, ignoring any attempt at stealth and simply opting for speed. A few of the growths made it near to our forces, but none managed to physically touch any of us. And within a minute, we were back in the empty tunnels, reducing our speed to a sustainable pace as we left the plant things behind. The imps joined us a while later, one and all landing on my back, exhausted from having to catch up to us. Grex laughed and howled with exhilaration.
Onyx, that was so fun! We even got a good deal of them. If we weren't in such a hurry, this would be the best target practice.
I grunted. Yeah, that's not happening. Tone it down. We will need to be focused again soon. Did you all manage to make it past the clouds untouched?
Maybe. He snorted. But I doubt it. That stuff was everywhere. Was an entertaining challenge, though.
My eyes opened wide. You all got hit? Damn. You know what that means, right? He huffed.
We're dead if we don't get to the Urgle. Ha! Like that will stop us. We're not Talpi fleeing and hiding from everything. We're imps. We will go out in a blaze of fire and it will be amazing.
Not for the first time, I was amazed by the lack of sanity in my imps. But then I put it to the back of my mind. There was no going back. It was just another detail prodding us to make it. We went back to the long jog, moving back into formation and putting it all into keeping up the tempo needed to get to the aberrants as quickly as possible. After half a day of running, some of my minions were starting to flag. 2 of my crawls had focused more on the mental attributes and didn't have the toughness of the others. And some of the Talpi were really starting to feel it too, even if they were moving at far from top speed. We arranged for them to take turns hanging onto my harness too, distributing the weight evenly and letting me move sort of naturally. My own progress was getting harder too. 10 more points in strength might have made this effortless to me, but as it stood, the crawls were heavy enough that their weight made a difference. Less so for the Talpi, but there were more of them. At least my toughness was pretty high, allowing me to restore my energy quickly when I wasn't loaded down, and I could only consider how the situation would have looked if I hadn't been under the boost of the blessing. The hours went by in a blur. Twice we were forced into brief encounters with beasts that were won as fast as they started. Slowly, my people were starting to flag more and more, moving into their own worlds of struggling and perseverance. Yet the one emotion I felt more than all from those around me was simple: perseverance. For myself, I felt nothing but pride. These people had come so far and were willing to throw everything into the pot to come to the rescue of their own people, even their own lives. Nothing was going to stop us. I'd make damn sure of it. My attention didn't flag for a second. I wouldn't let it. To spur me on, I had my minion count, which showed the situation, grim as it was. And we were losing minions up in Fire Peak. Not many, but every now and again the number would drop by 1 or 2. They were clearly fighting for their lives. About 18 hours after we started, we made it to the outer edges of the Aberrants area, according to the scouts. We were more than half dead, some of the imps hanging on my back reduced to panting messes. Arthur sat hunched over, gulping in breaths of air, lungs rattling as he did. His mental voice was clear and free of fatigue, however.
I think those damn growths got to me. Either that or I need to put more points in toughness. It's hard to breathe.
He looked up at me, his fur matted with sweat and dirt.
We're there. How do we find them? Send in the scouts to make them aware we are here and want to talk?
There is a time and a place for subtle. I bared my teeth at him. Fuck subtle. I gathered my entire willpower and put it into a mental message. The shout exploded outward, and I could see my minions wincing, holding their heads. Slither! We need to talk! Chapter 29. Words are easy, like the wind. Faithful friends are hard to find. William Shakespeare. We kept moving, but slower, giving the scouts a chance to look where we were going. Every other minute, I blasted a message out, telling Slither we needed to talk. As the minutes passed and nothing happened, I could feel myself becoming more frustrated. I did not let the anger overcome me, though. I needed to keep my head with me if we were going to convince the Aberrant that we had to work together. He'd already turned us down once. Half an hour passed by without any response. Our scouts had started responding with shrugs and frustration when we hit crisscrossing tunnels and crossroads, as they had no real idea which way the aberrant dominion lay apart from the general area. With a resigned look, the female Talpa scout shrugged and led the way into a westward-reaching tunnel. The mental voice was clear, succinct, and threatening.
I wouldn't go that way if I were you.
I looked around, finding nothing at all. I beckoned for the scout to stop, then sent back, Why not?
Because that Talpus of yours is about to get half of your people poisoned.
Slither appeared from the far end of the tunnel. One moment there were only shadows. The next he was striding through the center of the rough passageway, lithe steps moving as if in an intricate dance, now stepping carefully, now leaping. Coatum appeared too, but stayed at the far end, hefting his massive two-handed staff in an open declaration of threat. My people pulled back. Moments later, Grex, Gert, Arthur, and I stood alone in front of the stickkin who stopped a few dozen feet before us. Now that we were on his home turf, his personality was slightly different. He was larger. He loomed, even with his slight physique, his shadow standing out around him as if it was about to enfold him and carry him away. Hell, for all I knew, it could. Bloody fairy tale worlds. He asked simply,
Why are you here? I gave you my response. Nothing has changed for us. Why are you here except for wanting to renege on your part?
I shook my head in disgust. Because the Dwergen stabbed us in the back. Briefly, I outlined what had happened, with no embellishments. The feverishly thin person listened attentively, but gave no signs of his thoughts. His mind was closed off too. I ended my tale, indicating my minions. These are the ones who survived. A good number of us have likely been infested by veer growths and will die if we don't make it to the surface and find our healer. So I ask you to help us. Gather your aberrants and help us fight our way back to Fire Peak. You will be rewarded. He frowned.
You are trying to convince me by what? Telling me all about your weaknesses? Showing me how exposed your situation is? How would that work?
He shrugged.
I am sorry for your plight, but it's yours. You didn't have the strength to enforce your desires when you were in control of the Blessing and Fire Peak, and that has not changed one bit now that you are weaker. So I ask again, why do you believe that you will be able to make us do your bidding now?
Because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to talk sense into you. You think this is something I want? Consider it. Really think about it. What happens if the Dwergen beat us? They take over Fire Peak and browbeat everybody into submission. What happens then? His eyes fluttered for a moment, but he reined it in quickly.
Then we take it from there. The aberrants have not gotten to where we are by challenging those on top. We won't start now.
I shook my head, incredulous. You really mean that? Think about it, Slither. You wanted proof that we weren't going to be the next Selys and treat everybody under us like crap, right? What better proof do you need? We were even ready to give assholes like the Dwergen a real chance. He tilted his head to the side and frowned.
You also promised us you'd leave us be, let us make our own decisions without interference. Yet here you are. And getting taken in by creatures as simple as the Dwergen is not, in my eyes, a good sign.
I'll acknowledge that point. But I do also believe that says something good about us. We'll give anybody a chance. I think that part should resonate with you, Slither. You are willing to give everyone a chance, even people who have been exiled from their own, regardless of their past. He bared his teeth now.
Don't talk like you know us.
Arthur spoke up then.
But we do. Talpi share memories, and many Talpi have, over the years, joined up with the aberrants. Some have had pups return to the tribes. Whatever else you might be, you protect your own and you take care of the weak.
The stickkin grunted.
So we do. But we don't accept just anybody, and we don't take undue risks.
I nodded. Sure, but you do take risks, like going out to eliminate the Dragonlings when they'd overreached against us. I grimaced. I get it. This isn't a small thing I'm asking you. But here's the deal. You saw us coming. You've seen how few we are. We're inside your domain. You could probably ambush us right now and take us out. Earn your people a lot of easy levels at reduced cost. But you haven't. A wicked smile spread itself on his face. You're assuming I'm not setting up an ambush this very moment. I grinned, a ferocious smile in response. Oh, you probably are. I never said you were stupid. But you're still listening. And you're not attacking right now. The way I'm reading that is you don't want to attack. You want a reason to join us and fight for that future you can almost glimpse in front of you. So do it, damn it. Join us. Let's smash through the Dwergen, take back Fire Peak, and make sure they never threaten the mountain again. Slither obviously let his eyes slide over me, then over the dust-covered tired people behind me. He squinted, as if doing the calculations in his head. Then, with a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of his head, he said, No. We have seen your strength, and it does not impress. You are not powerful enough. If you were a little stronger, perhaps. Out of respect for what you are trying to do, we will not end you, though. Then he turned and started walking. In seconds, he hit a shadow and melded with it, disappearing. I almost panicked. But then it hit me. I wasn't strong enough? That didn't make a lick of sense. He hadn't complained about my strength. Mind racing, I turned the conversation over in my head, replaying it under a different light. Then I sent a final message out. Slither, thank you for making my point for me. Selys was strong, and you know what she offered. The Dwergen are strong too. You're an advocate for the weak, the dispossessed, those who don't have anywhere else to be. You have no interest in backing anybody simply due to their strength. Not unless you're forced into it. He remained hidden, yet responded more earnestly this time. We have no intention of backing a loser either. I snorted. You have seen an example of what we had, even without your backing. Yes, we're weak right now and in a horrible position. Also, we don't aim for strength for its own sake. In time, our forces may become truly strong, but it will be a different strength. One of many peoples and groupings joining together to ensure that the strong do not take advantage of the weak. One of helping each other and making use of the strengths of the different species to create a stronger whole. But you've heard this before, with different words. And it doesn't feel like you're really debating whether you should help the Dwergen rule over Fire Peak either. No. You are bargaining for the right deal, aren't you? He reappeared then out of the opposite side of the tunnel. Grex almost released a firebolt at him, but stopped himself, panting heavily. Slither squinted at me. What gave it away? The strength comment. We both know you don't really care about strength. Besides, I've haggled over anything from workers to copper nails. The walking away because I'm done debating trick is the oldest one in the book. So no need to play around. Lay it on me. What do you want? That's what this is about, right? He stalked toward me. Mostly. Then he started circling around me, looking over every inch of me. It felt like he was memorizing my weak spots for later. Sort of. He stopped right before me, tilting his head again in that weird bird-like movement, watching me intently. Maybe. He went quiet, then asked, musing, What if I said I wanted the mountain? I considered the question. He had me over the barrel here, and he knew it. However, I told him as much anyway, hadn't held back in telling him exactly how crappy our current situation was. So, then you'd get the mountain, as long as you'd vow to certain conditions. He smirked now.
Vow? And here I thought I was the one in a position to make demands.
Oh, you are. But I don't want to rule the mountain simply for the sake of ruling. That means there's no deal unless you can assure me that you'll be treating my people well, won't be reinstituting slavery, and a handful of other details, probably. I need a moment to think it over first. If we can't agree to that, I'd rather take my chances against the Dwergen and see if we survive on our own. However, I tapped a claw thoughtfully on the ground. For some reason, I don't think you really want that. He glared at me for 10 seconds. 20. The silence grew, and then finally, his mouth stretched open in an unnaturally wide, disturbing smile. He laughed in a disturbing, high-pitched tone and bowed.
You're entirely right. We operate from the shadows. We survive by our enemies not knowing what we can do, how we move and fight. Put us in a city surrounded by enemies, in the sunlight? It would be suicide. No, thank you. We prefer staying right here, growing stronger and more numerous in relative safety.
He rubbed his thin hands together and shot me a predatory grin.
So, Teller believes he can keep you from your rightful place, huh? Sit down. You will tell us what you've learned about their forces, and then we'll decide exactly how we're going to ruin everything they're planning.
I blinked, then asked, You'll do it? You'll help us?
No. We will do more than that. We will join you, and I will become your vassal.
I must have looked a bit shell-shocked at the sudden development because he laughed wildly.
What? You think I'm joking? This was exactly what we desired, for you to prove your intentions to us. Risking your life on behalf of your own people when you could just as easily visit your other vassals and return with 3 times as many soldiers? That's proof enough for me.
He held a long digit up.
Don't be too happy, though. You will have the soldiers, but it'll cost you.
He was right. His help didn't come cheap. But they didn't try to take advantage of us. Rather, it was a question of him wanting to ensure that the aberrants would be able to continue their lives in the way they'd always done, if they joined with me. Also, he made me promise that they would be allowed to take in any criminals exiled from Fire Peak. Like he said, they had always been the final chance in the mountain, and everybody knew it. Oh, and of course, we were going to send him a whole truckload of magical items. The stickkin would take care of his own. Finally, however, he nodded confidently and intoned,
I, Slither of the Aberrants, charge Dara to mark my words as she marks my struggles. I swear fealty to Onyx with all that this entails. I swear that I will place him before me, will not seek his downfall, and will move to inform him of any development within the Scoured Mountain that threatens him and his.
I had to hide a grimace at the last time I'd heard those words. I lay down on all fours to put my head right in front of his and answered in turn. In return, I, Onyx of the Shadows, charge Dara to mark my words as she marks my struggles. I swear that in return for his oath of fealty, I will look out for Slither, and will keep him apprised of any development within the Scoured Mountains that threatens him and his. Upon his words, I will fight to protect him as if his domain were mine. The notification was instant. New vassal available. Another creature who draws from a connection with Dara has sworn his servitude to you. If you accept the bond for as long as you both survive and maintain your vows, there will be a bond between you. Through meshing your connection with your vassal Slither, you earn a boon from Dara, but open yourself to additional risks, both associated with your vassal. Any shadow damage you take is increased by 20%. Accept vassal? Yes or no? Of course, I accepted instantly. Connection with Dara strengthened. Mana regeneration improved by plus 100%. You have accepted a stickkin as your vassal. Current bond. Newly established. Please select the type of boon you would prefer. Ongoing or one time. That choice was even easier. I chose the ongoing boon instead of the one-time one. With the battles ahead of us, the experience boosts from the boon would be lovely. I could already tell Slither was going to be an excellent addition to our forces. And the fact that his personality seemed to be slightly off just made him fit in. I nodded seriously at Slither and then stood up, spreading my wings. So, who wants to plan a battle? Chapter 30. We were marching through the mountain again. My people were still tired, but the short rest had done them well. With the aberrants on board, we were moving at a slower pace. Arthur grumbled as we walked. You would think for a group who were known mostly for ambushing and being unexpected, they'd be able to move faster than this. Slither appeared from a shadow right next to the shaman, who almost flung his stone tiles at him, but stopped himself with a hissed curse. You would think so, wouldn't you? You should listen to Onyx more. Ours is the strength where we celebrate that different species each have their own strengths. It was something like this, you said, right? Close enough, but yeah, that's the gist of it. We celebrate the same. And if what you said about the Dwergen holds true, some of our slower friends will allow us to manipulate the terrain to our advantage. He looked at my people, walking out front, shaking his head. You said you had already been marching for almost a full day? I nodded, feeling proud of their endurance. 18 hours at a near run for the crawls, and another 8 hours of regular marching before that since their last break. He huffed. Then I think you might be forgetting a simple thing. Your soldiers have reached levels that are getting to be quite high, even here in the upper layers of the mountain. He indicated behind him with his head, where his own troops were marching. Even the faster ones would have trouble keeping up with you there. The mountain is a dangerous place, and not many make it past level 15. I looked back at the aberrants. I had seen them before, obviously, when they were camped out in front of Fire Peak, but at that time they'd done all they could to hide their numbers, strength, and tactics. Now they were marching openly with us, and, with a handful of exceptions, they didn't look that very impressive. They were a ragtag crew, around 200 fighters of different species, in varying outfits and armaments. A lot of the outfits carried sparkly adornments, denoting rank, perhaps. There were 3 species I didn't even recognize, and a good handful of them didn't even carry weapons. I pointed this out to Slither. Oh, yes. He laughed. They are some of my favorites, and indeed are going to be key in our attack. You will be able to see them in action soon enough. It was hard not to be infected with his good mood, even knowing what might be transpiring up in Fire Peak right now. I'm looking forward to making those damn Dwergen pay. Arthur joined in. Well, this is all very interesting. Should we perhaps talk about strategy? Half a day from now, we'll be fighting, and we might not have much time to prepare. Slither grimaced, then nodded and started indicating the chaotic ranks of the soldiers behind him. From what you're saying, we share a bit of the same tactics. We all rely on ambush tactics and misdirection so we don't have to face off directly with those who are stronger than us. On top of that, we also use about the same tactic where we make the enemies focus on our loudest, biggest fighter and make them ignore the fact that Coatem is not the one slaughtering them. He sent a fond smile at the huge evolved crawl who was plodding onward further back in the formation. I nodded. That tends to work quite well for us, too. I use shadow magic, illusion, and weakening magic to cut enemies down to size. How about you? From the sound of things, that is where our paths diverge. We tend to stay within our haunts a lot, where we have prepared the grounds properly for any attackers. We have a lot of traps and secret tunnels, and mostly leave to hunt, and for specific purposes, like scouting and finding gems. Yeah, I'd wondered that. So they're gems? What are they for?
He smiled. One of our most lucky finds. A cauldron light mage with an eye for beauty. She fled Fire Peak because Selys required her to work on turning her magic onto mundane details, like lighting up the halls of her fortress. Slither smirked. Such a short-sighted idea. She has helped us so much.
Intriguing. A light mage? What does she do?
Art, mostly. She turns the inner workings of my domain into the most beautiful of places.
He glanced up at me.
I may allow you to see it at some point, if you promise to behave. That wasn't your question, though. She also helps us with a few practical creations now and again.
His lip curled downward.
She refuses to create something damaging, though. That's so annoying. She has said that the potential for destruction is too vast, and she would rather die.
I blinked. I could see it. Gems? And light magic? The mind instantly went to lightsabers or lasers?
Slither continued, chuckling. Oh well, I'll talk her into it yet. As of now, she has quite a few handy tricks for our home, which I'm not going to tell you about unless it becomes relevant. Her simplest creations are right there, though. You'll be able to see them when we attack. They're light bombs. Gems infused with light magic that can be released with a touch of mana.
Ooh, flash grenades. Sorry, that's what we called them where I'm from. I could imagine that they're extra efficient down here where everybody's accustomed to the dark.
Exactly. I'm surprised you know about them, though. Light mages aren't common.
I smiled. We make them a bit differently where I'm from. Same effect, though, I believe. Blinding, right?
He nodded and continued. We also have another kind. Look at Coatem's chest.
He pointed to the big brute. True enough, next to the same tiny ornament the others held, a larger gem dangled on a chain.
That right there is what really messes our foes up. You activate that, toss it into their ranks, and it'll send out bursts and shapes of light and illusion that really confuse the world and overwhelm the senses. Unless you're used to it.
He grinned savagely. I spent a moment imagining how that would work. Mind-bending illusions with something like a strobe light projector on top of it, just for shits and giggles. Yeah, that would ruin the day for any invader for sure. We'll have to forewarn our people. What else? I can keep my scouts hidden and create illusions to cheat the mind, so we are bound to be able to get relatively close to the enemies before they see us. But we still need to figure out a plan beforehand. Our real problem here? We don't have any heavy hitters. We left our clencher riders in Fire Peak and, ironically, we could really do with some frontline fighters like the Dwergen.
He nodded sagely. We can't help with that, but we may have something even better. You say the real problem is matching the bastards in close combat, and that they have that magical barrier they can throw up if they're overwhelmed?
Exactly. We would be able to weaken them and tear them apart from afar, but now it seems they may have crossbows too. Though I think your light gems will be enough to keep them blinded and unable to fight properly. He looked curious, and I explained to him about the crossbows.
Ah, ranged weapons. I look forward to seeing them in person. As for the Dwergen, I believe we have just the friends to tie them up.
He barked a short command that sounded like a tiny shriek. Then he crossed his thin arms over his chest and kept on walking with a self-satisfied smirk. A minute later, a one-armed Talpus came strolling up through the ranks with 5 creatures shuffling after him. Creatures being a guess, because I wasn't sure what I was looking at. They looked like Halloween costumes, pretty much. Like somebody had pulled an old moldy dirt-covered carpet over their head and was going for the I'm a ghost except I've also been buried for a while vibe. Only their bodies were weird, undulating. They reeked of dirt, of a work site after a downpour. I glanced at the talpus, then at Slither. I have no clue what I'm looking at here. He snorted.
Oh, I figured you might have a feat or something since your kind knew how to tame the clenchers.
He grinned at the talpus.
You might simply be equally insane then.
Would you tell me already, or is this a guessing game? Arthur came to the rescue. With a snort, he pointed at them.
They're earthen ones. Like the salamanders you met, these are creatures that are... How do I say this? They're close to one element and have taken on a lot of their properties. They probably started off as regular people or creatures, but are now mindless things that exist only to grow and play in energy-rich soil. Pfah! They're also weak. Things that any real shaman could wipe out in seconds.
I noticed that the creatures did indeed keep a safe distance to Arthur, hiding behind that one-armed talpus. The talpus glared daggers at Arthur. I looked him over and once again was amazed by how much my minions had evolved. The talpus wasn't really scrawny looking for a talpus. He just didn't have any muscle to speak of. His lank fur hung off him, and I could see his breathing was quickened from the marching. Roth would have torn him a new one and then set him on a soul-quenching toughness training program. As I reached out for him mentally, I quickly understood the reasons for his lack of physical attributes. He responded to Arthur's jabs, and his mental message was clear, but his emotions were muted, protected. He was a shaman too.
This is why I left my clan. We were doing okay for Talpi, but they were so damn close-minded, short-sighted. Yes, the earthen ones are weak to shamans, but to physical creatures, enemies that have no access to our powers, they are dangerous, strong, useful.
Arthur scoffed. Exactly. They're dangerous, and you know it. Yet you've done it, haven't you? You've connected with them and are using them for your own purposes?
The shaman nodded proudly. I have, and they have helped me and the aberrants survive on several occasions.
Pfah! And you would ignore the dangers they pose to your own? I could feel Arthur was starting in on one of his rants and interrupted. Yeah, taking dangerous beasts and taming them for your own purposes? That sounds incredibly irresponsible. Arthur nodded and pointed at the one-armed talpus. I cut him off. Who would ever do something so irresponsible? Oh, wait. I did. And didn't I hear you praising the control of the clencher riders the other day, Arthur? My shaman looked at me, betrayal and fury mixing in his expression. I shrugged. You know I agree with him, Arthur. In order to evolve and not stagnate, you need to try new approaches. And he has clearly managed, or the other aberrants would have been a lot more scared of those tamed beasts of his. I nodded at the aberrant shaman, who gave me a surprised half-bow. I asked, would you explain what they can do? He responded animatedly.
They are not dangerous. Anymore. I was alone at first, until I made my way to the aberrants in safety. Those first weeks were dangerous, I admit. I couldn't control them while I slept. Now they have learned the rules, and can be controlled even in combat.
He pointed at Arthur and continued.
I will admit that he's partially right, too. When they are created, they are weak, until you help them grow.
His grin looked emotional, almost maniacal.
Now they have the ability to manipulate their bodies, to slither, to harden, to hold. But their bodies are still soil.
He grinned at me, then at my clear lack of understanding, he continued.
If you hack into the dirt of the mountain, does it hurt the mountain? No. The soil is merely displaced, moved around. The mountain remains.
You're telling me they're impervious to regular weapons? That seemed astounding. Impossible, even.
Almost. If a weapon strikes through them, it removes the dirt. Gathering it again takes energy. If all their energy is removed, they die. And their offensive powers are weak. They can only kill by suffocating an enemy. They do not harden enough to make a strike hurt. At least not yet. That is why we always travel with backup. My pets trap the enemies, while our people cause the damage.
I blinked. Then I turned towards Slither. That'll do it. If we have these 5 amazing creatures to bind and hold the Dwergen, we'll be able to hurt and weaken them at will. Then there's only one major problem. Karan. If she gets the chance to activate that magical barrier of hers, we'll be hard-pressed to push through it, while she will get a chance to rearrange their defenses and prepare for us. Slither looked at me, then his smile grew wider and wider. I almost expected his face to split at the seams. Oh, that is no problem. I will handle her. I couldn't help myself. I glanced at his thin figure, thinking back to Karan's muscular, armored body. His smile didn't waver. What? You think that I am keeping my position with the Aberrants because of how charming I am? You just make sure that we make it close to their forces before they spot us. Then I will take care of the barrier. Chapter 31. To win any battle, you must fight as if you are already dead. Miyamoto Musashi. We continued our march, our scouts and those of the Aberrants joining in the rhythm of ranging out and exploring before returning to me to get a fresh camouflage applied. I'd give them that. They had excellent scouts. They were hardy and agile, and they even had quite a few flyers. I was a bit envious of those. My imps could use some hardier company. The hours flew by as we marched. As we got closer and closer to the tunnel leading to the second lair, the anxiety increased, as did our guardedness. We knew we were heading for a confrontation, and soon. It was just a matter of time. When the first scout returned at a sprint, the overwhelming emotion I felt around me was that of relief. Relief that the wait was over, and we guessed right. With one tiny exception. One tiny, annoying complication. The scout was on her knees, gulping for air. Her fur was dank with sweat, and she reeked of wet dog. Her message was clear, though.
They're there, exactly where we expected. Only the gathering has joined them.
I cursed under my breath. Are you sure?
As much as I can be. They had 3 non-Dwergen among their number, lined up in the center next to Karan. 2 of them had rune-crafted staffs.
Damn it. That means they probably timed everything with our enemies in Fire Peak, too. What about the terrain?
Horrible. It's a long and wide cave, about 100 feet wide. Tall ceilings, nothing in the cave we can hide behind, and it slopes up toward the next level. Also...
She glanced up at me, looking apologetic.
They've crafted a defensive wall. Well, it's more of an earthwork. A tall barrier of dirt piled along the entire width of the cave.
It was to be expected, I guess. They were quick to create defensive positions up in the crater, too. Anything else?
I don't think so. No traps or ditches I could see. There's about 100 of them there, waiting and enjoying themselves around a fire. The place reeks of fried meat.
She looked like she was salivating at the thought. I couldn't blame her. The dried rations we'd brought were a poor substitute for actual food, especially with the kinds of meals Pavel was cooking up these days. I forced my brain to remain on point. All right, we're taking a short break to rearrange and prepare before we attack. Won't do us any good if people collapse mid-charge. Bring all leaders here. This needs to be carefully planned. We advanced at a steady pace. The cave around us felt tight and awkward, even though it was already wide and growing steadily wider. One thing was knowing the Aberrants were on our side. Another was knowing that they'd be charging alongside us, that our lives might revolve around their steadfastness and combat prowess. In front of us, the most important soldiers of the coming battle marched. The still unnamed one-armed shaman with his 5 earthen ones formed a lonely spear tip, with Arthur following stealthily alongside a heavily armored Crawl carrying a large shield to defend the shaman. Slither was... somewhere. He disappeared in a shadow, and I expected him to be stalking along somewhere unseen. Behind the shaman, Skoatem trudged, heavy steps carrying him closer as he rolled his shoulders, grinning widely. I walked right behind him. In the conflict to come, we would share the same purpose. Be large, noisy, and draw their attention. Then followed the massed group of our combined ranged attackers. Talpi and a single crawl with Atlatl marched shoulder to shoulder with aberrant ranged fighters of varied species carrying crude bows, throwing spears, and even a couple of staff slings. Above them, imps beat their wings to stay afloat alongside dragonlings and cauldron. Finally, a chaotic mass of close combat fighters constituted our rear guard, ready to do their part. It was a strange formation, even for us, and everything hinged upon our being able to strike the first blow. With that in mind, I didn't divide my attention, didn't even glance sideways once we moved closer to the enemies. I kept my full focus on maintaining the illusion before our forces, pushing the belief that the cave was completely empty. We were doing well. We'd already traversed half the cavern. Everybody had gotten strict orders that they were to keep as quiet as possible, and even Koatem's footsteps were muted. For a force the size of ours, we were keeping impressively silent. It was clear to tell that everybody was used to stealth and secrecy being tantamount to survival, as it was today as well, especially considering that I'd checked out Karan back near Fire Peak. Her mental power was only slightly lower than mine. The risk of her or one of the mages seeing through the illusion was real. Hence, the closer we got, the harder I pushed on the illusion. I could see her now. The proud-looking Dwergen was glaring arrogantly at the composition of her forces, even as she addressed the trio of mages at her side. Her banner was next to her, embedded in the ground. The rows upon rows of black-armored Dwergen were looking bloody impressive, and orderly to boot. Why couldn't they have been like every other friggin' unorganized band of bloodthirsty beasts in the mountain? Karan looked away, and I took the chance and inspected one of the mages, quickly minimizing the information again. Personal info. Name. Barkal. Race. Cauldron. Level 22. Experience toward next level? 8,970 of 22,000. Size. Large. Stats and attributes. Health. 230 of 230. Mana. 460 of 460. Strength. 21. Toughness. 23. Agility. 36. Mental power. 46. Mental control. 50. Weakness. Lightning damage. Yep. That was, without a doubt, a spellcaster. The odds of them not being from the gathering were dismal. So, there would, at this very moment, probably be mage bastards mixing with the Dwergen up in Fire Peak. I gripped my teeth as we walked, dismissing my worries. I couldn't allow myself to get caught up in speculation. There was one thing to focus on right now. We were getting closer, maybe a couple 100 feet to go. On a second look, the ranks of the Dwergen were every bit as straight and disciplined as I'd feared. They'd probably been here for a while, but still they kept their formations? Bloody annoying. At least we had everything we needed to throw them into disarray. I glared straight at Karan and the mages. We were going to make them pay. That's when the one-armed aberrant shaman held up his hand and stopped our entire force dead. In the center of the cave, out in the open, right in front of a force that was tougher, stronger, and vastly better armed and armored than us. You could say a lot about our people, about what we'd been through, how much we'd learned and grown from the get-go. Even so, this was not something we were prepared for. You could practically see the wave of uncertainty going through our ranks. Were we being set up? Would the next thing be a salvo of crossbow bolts coming our way? Arthur stalked up next to the one-armed shaman, who gesticulated wildly in front of him. Then the two put their heads together and spoke briefly. Finally, to my relief, Arthur nodded and walked ahead. And I saw it. In a wave ahead of him, the earth moved almost imperceptibly, and things rose to the surface. Traps. One after another, metal traps made their way to rest on the tunnel floor, like dangerous plants growing out of the soil. I almost sighed out loud in relief. Good. No backstabbing then. As our soldiers relaxed ever so slightly, the battleground ahead of Arthur adjusted as traps became evident, dozens and dozens of them having been hidden right underneath the soil. And once Arthur carried them to the surface, the earthen ones moved, engulfing the traps in their bodies and carrying them off to the sides of the cave. Suddenly, I felt my illusion under pressure, as the area I had to cover expanded to the entire approach in front of the Dwergen forces. Doubling down, I mentally isolated my attention to the illusion again. The cavern was empty. Nobody was approaching. Nothing to see here. Move along, you absolute bitch! Slowly, way too slowly, the shamans worked together, clearing the area in front of us. Our forces waited impatiently, closely behind them, waiting for something to go wrong. I kept my attention fully focused on the illusion, trying to ignore the frayed ends of my nerves and the waves of stressed emotions pressing in from all sides. And we proceeded, little by little, as we carried the multitude of traps off to the side. It was almost a relief when it did happen. We were less than 30 feet from the lower reaches of the bulwark when one of the earthen ones must have missed the approach, handled a trap too incautiously, or something. The snap of the metal jaws striking each other was followed by a clean ringing sound that echoed throughout the cavern. Confusion ringed the Dwergen as they sprang to attention, heads swiveled, and aggressive shouts rang through the air. The mages seemed nonplussed, looking more at each other than at the cave. Kuran, however, kept her composure. Her gaze shot out, searching, reaching, and met mine. My illusion wavered and broke like a bubble. I don't know who reacted first. My mental shout exploded alongside Kuran's loud yell. In the next few seconds, the cavern exploded into motion. Arthur flung his hand in a brisk motion across the soil in front of him. Between his position and the earthen battlement, the earth moved in a wave, and loud noises erupted as he triggered every single trap in front of him. The earthen ones were already slithering forward across the ground, followed by the loud stomps of Coatem. In front of them, the battlements were starting to shake, and the soil moved like muddy water as Arthur devoted his attention to tearing their defensive barricade down. Within seconds, the air of the cave went from quiet and dry to being filled with noise and death. The first bombardment followed a weakening fog as every single ranked attacker let a missile go. And then, against every instinct in my bones, I closed my eyes. With the time I've spent inside the Scoured Mountain, I have seen and heard a lot of things I would have rather been without. The dying screams of soldiers. The pain-filled keening of somebody having had a foot carved clean off. The waves of agony, fear, and surprise inflicted upon defenders who had a barrage of ranged missiles unleashed upon them. I had never heard anything like this, however. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel the bright light of several impacts of the light gems as they hit among the Dwergen, bathing the higher ranges in an eye-searing brightness. A good deal of our own people failed to prepare in time, and their agonized yelps were loud. For the Dwergen, though, their cries of pain were soul-searing. Half a dozen of the light gems had landed among their number, and now they were stumbling around, most of them completely blinded, moaning or screaming. When I opened my eyes again, bright flecks dancing everywhere in my vision, I didn't spare a moment for their torment, though. My gaze went straight to the one linchpin, the one person who could mess up everything about our attack. Kuran. There. She was on her knees, clearly blinded, reaching, searching for her banner. Her arms stretched out toward it, fumbling. As our forces swept forward like a wave, she crawled, reached for the one item that could save them, and it was right there. From the shadows behind her, he sprang. Slither, his outline hazy and undefined to my half-blinded vision, shot forward. His claw-like hand seemed tiny and unassuming before the heavy, dark form of the Dwergen, even reeling as she was. As she reached, he struck. His first strike wasn't against her, though. No, his lightning-quick attack reached past her and sent the banner flying down among my people. And then he turned on the blinded mage. First once, then twice. 3 times in succession, his claws crackled with energy where they struck, and Kuran was flung back, hurting. Where his claws impacted, they carved straight through the armor, leaving blackened furrows. I forced myself to focus elsewhere. Missiles rained among the Dwergen. Throwing spears, arrows, rocks, firebolts, everywhere they impacted the blinded soldiers. Arthur had flattened the earthen bulwark in a 30-foot wide swath of area, and the earthen one swarmed in, followed by Coatem. A few lucky Dwergen had managed to avoid the flashbangs or only gotten partially hit. A half dozen of them swarmed towards the opening in their defenses, while 2, carrying crossbows, were aware enough to search for the one responsible for ruining their defenses. They found him quickly, and soon Arthur was taking fire from crossbow bolts. Now, however, the lanky Talpa shaman's increased strength and control was really starting to show. Even as he was flattening the earthen rampart, widening the hole for our forces to pour through, he kept his stone tiles afloat in front of him. The flattened stones formed together to create an interlocking shield, hovering in the air before him, leaving a tiny gap for him to peer through. And while the crossbow bolts did slam the tiles back with their impact, they moved right back to hold the moment after. The earthen ones hit, not with a crash of impact or any tangible damage, but to the sound of shouts. The charging Dwergen cried out in triumph as their heavy strikes impacted the 5 beasts. The pitch changed to confusion and then fear as their weapons were stuck in the approaching forms, and the earthen ones continued moving, spreading out to engulf and hold back the struggling soldiers. The real impact came from above as our fighters and imps kept missiles raining down on the Dwergen, and from the front as Coatem finally hit their line. He struck the captured Dwergen with a vengeance, his 2-handed staff ringing down with a crash of thunder. Even though his attributes were impressive, the evolved Crawl was still small compared to the brutish Dwergen, barely reaching up to their chest. His strikes, however, landed with impunity, and where they hit, armor folded up, bones broke, and helmets deformed. None of them were able to strike back at him, constricted as they were. Barely 10 seconds passed before the Crawl continued up the incline, letting the earthen one slide ahead in front of him. It was time. Coatem was reaching far enough ahead that our missiles would soon risk hitting him. I flung the command to every inch of the cave. Charge! Then I sprinted forward as the forerunner of the second wave. Behind me, every melee fighter would follow, ready to take on the larger, stronger, and better equipped Dwergen as they were reeling. Then the ranged attackers would move in closer and start taking pot shots where they saw the opportunity. I led the way with another weakening fog, focusing the spray on the rightmost side of where Coatem was charging. I narrowly avoided hitting the evolved Crawl. As my long legs carried me forward faster than the soldiers following me, I saw one of the mages pointing at me with a pained expression on his face. I didn't back down, fixing a shadow whirl straight onto his position where it enfolded both him and the other 2 mages. He disappeared inside the circle of confusing darkness, but managed to finish his spell first. I roared in pain as a spike of frost impacted low on my chest and stayed there, deeply embedded in my body. 40% of my health disappeared in one lucky strike. I didn't stop, though. One step after the other took me closer and closer to the front ranks of the Dwergen. Above me, imps rose and fire responded to the frost mage's spell. The tiny creatures didn't care to hang back and remain relatively safe along with the rest of the ranged attackers. A howling laughter echoed across the ceiling of the cave as Grex used his wand to propel himself at unsafe speeds toward the enemies. Fire spewed from him rapidly, hitting everywhere. Slither was hard to see in the center of their mass, surrounded by enemies. Even when he stayed in one place, his form looked only half tangible, like it was fading in and out of existence. He was tearing into Karan, whose armor looked like the victim of a slasher fic at this point. Burned and slashed in so many places, it was a wonder that it still held together. One arm hung limp on her, but still she was fighting, defiant. Her arm slashed out and a wave of force crashed out toward the stickkin. He dodged desperately, but the wave still clipped him, sending him flying. Instead of rolling over the ground, however, he disappeared in a flash, reappearing behind Karan again. She turned, too slowly, and earned a deep slash on her neck. Still, the Dwergen were waking up, getting over the effects of the light gems, and Slither was moving slower. One of the mages had escaped the reach of my shadow world too, and was looking around feverishly to see what was going on. I cried out, "Now, Coatem! Hit him!" The stocky Crawl was holding back 2 Dwergen with a massive 2-handed swipe of his staff. Around him, the earthen ones were spreading their bodies wide, capturing and impeding attackers at every point, but there were too many rushing in now. At the apex of his swing, Coatem let go of the staff with one hand, grasped the large gem on his chest, tore, and flung it to the ground behind himself in one fluid motion. Then he swerved, letting the staff swipe back again, crunching against the kneecap of one of the Dwergen. He jumped back and waited. Then it hit. The new gem lit up the cave like it was one of those new raves my daughter insisted on telling me wasn't really new. Everything went sideways, moving in and out of existence in my sight like it was half real, half nightmare. Suddenly, the enemies were stumbling again, reeling, unsure what was going on, as were a lot of my people. I saw one of my imps impact the ground at speed with a cry and muffled a curse. But the aberrants were ready, and they were used to it. I was among the enemies too now. I sprang through their ranks, slashing with my claws as I ran, biting down on an unlucky Dwergen who'd lost his helmet somewhere and feeling the skull compact between my jaws. I did not stand still, however, constantly moving forward in leaps and bounds, keeping them guessing and reacting, even as I caused mayhem amid the nightmarish, unreal battlefield. Behind me, the aberrants and my own, slightly more impacted, close combat fighters followed. My progress took me to where Coatem was finishing off a pair of trapped Dwergen with solid two-handed thwacks, releasing the earthen ones to stream onward again. I braked and released a weakening fog ahead of me, watching the confused and reeling Dwergen stumble and halt in their movements. Two fell to the ground, twitching like they were suffering seizures. I didn't wait to see what the Dwergen would do, though. Just swerved past Coatem and took the battle to the enemies. That was my role in the fight. I needed to keep their attention, keep them reacting to me and using my high agility to avoid the hell out of their attacks, breaking up their formation and keeping them guessing, while the aberrants and ranged attackers did the damage. I leapt up the earthen incline, sometimes striking out, sometimes barreling straight at unorganized Dwergen. Spotting two Dwergen readying shields and maces, I leapt again, beating my wings to clear their height. I smacked my tail downward mid-leap, hearing a pained cry as I felt the impact. Then I was past, and didn't waste time looking back, flinging myself claws first at two armored beasts who were fumbling around, trying to reload their crossbows. They were still screaming as I dodged back and flung myself onward again. Onward and upward. My progression did the trick. A large number of the Dwergen were focusing all their attention on me as I climbed up through their ranks. Unfortunately, my agility wasn't entirely up to the task, as it became harder and harder for me to evade all attacks in the press. Once again, I thanked my stars for choosing the hardened scales feat. A lot of the Dwergen strikes, weakened by my breath attacks, simply bounced off. Unfortunately, quite a few of them did not, and my health plummeted. There was still a fourth of the Dwergen above and ahead of me. I didn't have time to check what was happening behind me. I just knew that my health was nearing a third, and the press was only growing thicker. I leapt again, beating my wings twice to take me further up, while I let my breath attack sweep over everybody on the upper reaches, and dove into their midst. A crossbow bolt hit my flank, barely pierced, and fell away again. And then I hit. I buried two Dwergen underneath my bulk and watched armored fighters closing in from all sides. Glaring at the nearest fighters in defiance, I raised my head and unleashed my deafening roar. The effect was instantaneous. More than 2/3 of the Dwergen closest to me simply dropped limbless straight to the ground. Those who remained standing looked shaken, and I fell upon them like a pup on a squeaky toy. This pup, however, did some damage. With the sudden barrage of damage to their vision, weakening effects, and the stunning effects as a finisher, even the toughest of the Dwergen were shaky on their feet, slow to react and confused. And I moved among them like lightning, never standing still, taking any opening that was offered. Within half a minute, only a single Dwergen was still standing on the upper parts of the incline, and he was holding back, visibly trembling as he looked at me. And suddenly, he turned and fled. I didn't waste any time on him and sent a glance down the descending cave instead to see what was going on. Then I let loose a roar of triumph as I saw Slither and Coatem running berserk among the Dwergen, with our melee fighters following behind. The earthen ones had split up and were moving one by one to assist our fighters where needed, while the imps rained fire from the air and ranged fighters took potshots at any enemy who left themselves open. I could have lost myself to bloodthirst then and there, reveling in the chance for revenge that I suddenly had in front of me. I would have to. The lure was strong, and regardless of what they say about revenge, it would feel great while it was happening. That was not the point, though. Not this time. No, the point right now wasn't about revenge. This was about saving lives and staying focused. And I was damn sure not going to cost our people any further losses because I was busy hunting for satisfaction. I sent another weakening fog at the Dwergen that were still down from my deafening roar, hoping they would stay down, and then I sprang down the descent again. I flung illusions left and right as I did so. Fleeting things, vague forms of attackers and monsters. They evaporated in moments as Dwergen took them in. I couldn't keep up many coherent distractions at the same time, but that was okay, because that was all they were, distractions. The flashing lights from Coatem's light gem were slowly wearing off and the cave was losing its nightmarish cast. The hill was riddled with Dwergen corpses, and the armored figures were falling back everywhere. They were weakened, damaged, and leaderless, but they were still stronger than us one-on-one. Regrouping and reforming, holding the high ground, they might have rallied and thrown us back. Except, that was where I came in. How does one forget a dragon? It would seem like the most basic of survival instincts, right? However, the Dwergen were so busy defending from the climbing aberrants, swooping imps, constant barrage of missiles, and the twin unholy terrors of Coatem and Slither that they didn't spare a glance at what was inbound at their backs. I helped them remember, though. A veritable Darwin Award in the flesh and scales as I bounded down the solid earth of the tunnel, lashing out at every back that was facing me. I made them regret that. God damn did I make them regret it. I didn't bother spending the time to make sure that anybody I attacked was down. I sprinted, attacked, and moved on. Took one leap to close with a trio of Dwergen rushing downward to join their brethren, lashed out with both claws. One fell to his knees bleeding badly from the stomach, while two went tumbling down the decline. I was already past them, lashing out at the next target of opportunity. I didn't attack every single enemy. Some of them were alert and ready, turning to face my charge. There was no need. With my lightning strikes from behind, I damaged, distracted, and broke their rhythms. Within half a minute, their flanks were collapsing wherever I went. And when I hit the bottom of the decline, knackered, panting from exertion with my health down to 20%, their strength was broken. I managed to get my ass airborne to hit some of the first to flee with a weakening fog, but then I had to tap out. A massive wave of exhaustion hit me, and I found myself back on the ground, panting, as I watched the rest of the Dwergen break and run for their lives. Chapter 32.
Karen? Oh, the Dwergen mage? Yeah, she's over there. Somewhere. I can't recall exactly where. Things got a little hectic for a while. But near the wall. Why?
Slither looked up at me earnestly. Sometimes I like to see the downed enemies for myself. I couldn't bring myself to explain the real reason. That I'd watched way too many movies where the villain came back for a final jump scare if our heroes didn't make sure to check and see that they were dead. Karen was dead, though. Very dead. Her armor was filled with seared impacts where Slither's lightning-covered claws had torn into her body. From the number of burn marks, I marveled at how she'd managed to keep fighting for so long. If nothing else, I could only admire her for being stalwart and not quitting. I wondered, if Teller hadn't set the Dwergen on a collision course with us, might we have avoided all of this mess? We probably wouldn't have been friends. I liked people who actually, talked. Still, we might have had enough in common to not... I shook my head. Maudlin was not a mood for me. We needed to move. I let my gaze roam over the rest of the battlefield, not shying from what I was seeing. This had been a catastrophe for the Dwergen, but it had not been bloodless for the aberrants or my people. I looked into my overview and winced. We had lost 2 crawls in the battle, as well as 1 to help us, and 1 of the imps, and however many aberrants had died. But that wasn't the full picture. I could see from my minion count that we'd lost a clincher in the last hour too. Whatever was happening back in Fire Peak was still going on. I marched back to Slither, nodding to myself as I spotted the trio of enemy mages lying bonelessly in a broken heap. I was glad they had been dispatched. Slither was patting Coatem on the flank as he poured a leather skin of water over a deep wound on the ankle of the large fighter. The squat crawl winced and rumbled as the tiny stickkin attended him with obvious affection. I intruded cautiously. "You did well. All of you. The Aberrants have earned their place as part of our forces." The stickkin's eyes bored into mine, unblinking. But... perceptive. He was that. "But we need to move. Right now. How are your people? How many are ready to continue?"
"Almost 2/3, I believe. I cannot guarantee their speed, though. A fight takes it out of them."
I huffed. "I get that. For me too. But my people are dying on the surface." He just nodded. Then he got up and started whipping his forces into action. I did the same. 5 minutes later, we were off. Grex had taken a nasty wound in the battle and was bleeding profusely from the scalp. He looked like a vision from a cheap horror movie. He was in a cheery mood, though, and volunteered to stay behind and make sure the rest of our people were arranged and sent for the surface in smaller groups as they, too, became ready to move on. Then, as he colorfully framed it, he could rejoin the fun. We'd gotten off lightly in the battle. One Talpus had lost a hand, and she was glaring at the limb with a pained grimace. Apart from that, there were no massive wounds, though a lot of our people would carry impressive battle scars. It had not been without its gains, obviously. Over 100 of the strongest creatures in the mountain well leveled. That was an amazing experience. As a result, the force that moved for the surface was a lot smaller than the original one. The melee fighters were the ones who'd taken the brunt of the damage. For the Aberrants, they only had about 20 of their close combat fighters ready to go, while the remaining 100 or so were ranged fighters, scouts or auxiliary people, trappers and the like. The Aberrants had a single healer they left back with our wounded to help them get back into the fight faster. All told, we were suddenly less than 150 total, and the thought of the thousands in Fire Peak left my stomach roiling with fear. As we marched, I talked to Slither, explaining to him about our system with knots and the sharing of skills and knowledge that allowed us to help plot our leveling to the maximum effect.
"That is an excellent idea. We encourage people to share what they know between them, but putting it all in a system for all to see? That's ambitious. It would take quite a bit to ensure that people tell the truth."
"So far, we haven't had any issues with that. And because we make a single knot for each person, we can always keep tabs on who said what. I say we, but it's all Timothy and Lore. That sarcastic little runt. I die from having to keep track of everything. So... I let my message trail off.
"We want in." His response was instant. "I'll tell my people to delay leveling up from the fight if they're not sure what to pick. Being able to pick the attributes that give you the best feats? That's a lifesaver."
"It is. I think most of my people have already chosen the path that they're going to take. I'll do the rounds while you spread the news. Hear how everybody's doing." They were doing all right. Plenty of superficial wounds and bruises, but people in the mountain healed fast. The experience. As we had been able to judge for ourselves, the Dwergen were tough, strong, and high-leveled. As such, the experience from the battle was amazing. On average, my people had gained a full 2 levels, and even the higher-leveled persons like Gert and Arthur gained 1 or 2. Almost 50,000 experience for me. I had to love the double experience bonus from the blessing. Of course, at this point, that still only meant a single level for me, getting me to level 37. Regardless, I would take any increases that would help. Inspired from the fight just past, I put every single point into agility and moved on. Blood dripped on the ground beneath me as my wounds slowly knit themselves together. Gert was looking at the ground as we walked. The thoughts from the squat crawl were conflicted. "What are you thinking, Gert?"
"I am coming to a decision, and I am unsure if I will regret it."
"Do tell. I'll help if I can."
"There is a feat available for me to choose. I know what I desire, but it would mean a change, and turning down another good option.
I nodded slowly. All right, with you so far. What is the other option?
Enhanced dodge. My agility has finally risen high enough that it's available.
I had to agree. That would be great for the future battles. And the choice you want?
Improved trainer. It allows me to increase attributes 50% faster when training. For me and anybody I help train.
She grimaced.
I should take enhanced dodge. I really should. It will help me survive what we are going into. But I want more. I want to help my people grow larger and better. Help their pups become evolved crawls. I just don't know if I can make it that far.
I gave her a fond smile. And that's why you're a perfect fit for our small family. Take the trainer feat. We'll get there, Gert. Somehow. Even if that meant I had to protect her. She would be even more important to her people now. I joined up with Arthur a bit later. He was looking grim but determined.
This battle showed me that I was on the right path. My control and strength is what gives me the edge. As such, my path is obvious to me. I simply need to have the strength to walk it.
What are you talking about, man? I blinked. You are without a doubt the single most decisive kick-ass person I've met since coming to this world. Your bumper sticker would be, I break for nobody.
I have no idea what you mean, lizard. Pah! Knowing you, it will be a weird backhanded compliment. I do not waste time questioning my past. It is true. And when I say that I intend to do something, I will do my utmost. Yet the path we are about to tread fills me with trepidation, even fear.
Explain.
We are walking for the peak, knowing full well that our people are in battle, likely under siege and outnumbered. There are thousands upon thousands living in the city, creatures stronger than us, meaner than us, and carrying magical items and weapons that outrank whatever we have.
He indicated the Talpi walking next to him with his arms.
We have grown. We have given it our all and sacrificed a lot to become as strong as we are now. Even so, we are still only Talpi, crawls, imps, the dregs of the mountain. What can we do against that? And even if we somehow manage to survive, how can we keep it up?
I nodded. I got his point. I really did. If you looked at it like that, we were really about to throw ourselves into something that was just unlikely to end well for us. You're right. It is insane. And the fact that you worry like this speaks well of you. I wondered how best to put it, then continued. Let me tell you a secret. The vast majority of our people don't think that far. That's not a snipe at their mental capacities or anything. Simply a fact. When given the choice, most people think about today and the next week, not about the far future. It's been the same with all the workers I've had under my care over the decades. Most of them show up, grouse about the work they need to do, complete it, and then go back to their everyday life. The exception that takes a step back, though, tries to see the larger picture and worry about tomorrow, they're the ones I pick out for leader positions. Because they have what's needed to make the longer-term decisions. As do you. I'm extremely happy that the angry, dirty Talpus, who's doing his best to tick me off when he first met me, turned out to be an excellent leader. He considered this, then grumbled.
That's not a solution, Onyx. Those are just compliments. I don't need compliments.
I couldn't help it. I laughed. You would see it like that. All right then. What you need to do when the act of taking a step back and looking at the situation and feeling despair gets to you is take a further step back. Ignoring the skeptical scowl on his face, I expanded on my point. You are right. Right now, things do look dire, and you remain unfairly challenged compared to some of the stronger races of the mountain. But look at it like this. A few months ago, you, the highest leveled person in your tribe, weren't even level 15. And you had what, a third of the total attributes compared to what you have now? After eating dragon flesh and devoting your every spare moment to training. Back then, your tribe was hunted for meat and viewed as hardly appropriate minions for stronger species, let alone fit companionship for a dragon. Now, you form a vital part of the ones who would rule the damned mountain. You have allies, you have knowledge, and most of all, you have a goddamn plan. You're not just living day to day. You've grasped Daira's hand and are doing her bidding, creating your own fate and growing at a pace where nobody else has yet been able to keep up. I glanced at him every now and then as I talked. His obvious skepticism was right there for everybody to see, but as I kept talking, it was slowly growing less. I smiled. I completely agree. We are looking at a situation that may well prove the end of us, and tomorrow may lead to even worse challenges. But I dare you, Arthur. Look at what we've already managed, and you tell me that we are not up to the challenge. I goddamn dare you. He glared at me as if I'd said something offensive. Then, reluctantly nodded.
If you say it like that, I suppose we have come quite far. None of the stories of my forefathers claim to have reached the same levels or strength we have. That much is true. I still harbor my doubts as to whether we can make it. But, compared to defeating Selys and the Soul Carver, and the journey we have already made, another battle doesn't sound that difficult.
That's the spirit. And of course, if we end up getting killed, you'll get the pleasure of being able to tell me you were right. He gawked at me.
Even if my mental power reaches 300, I doubt I will ever be able to get your so-called humor.
The hours flew by as we marched. Once again, I cursed the fact that everybody in this mountain seemed to be born with such tiny fucking legs. More than once I considered ranging ahead, possibly even flying directly to Fire Peak, but talked myself down every time. I knew at least a dozen Dwergen had escaped the battle, and there could be more out there. Even so, my patience was being tested and stretched to its limits. One redeeming factor was that everybody knew how important this was. There were no shirkers. In fact, everybody pressed their bodies to the utmost, struggling to make haste. I was back to acting the pack camel for anybody unable to keep up and expanded my services to the aberrants. It was pushing my stamina more than I'd ever done before, but we were making good time. I knew it. Now I just needed to convince my damn head that the world wasn't going to go under right this moment as we were finally getting closer to the crater. This would have been a whole lot easier if every half hour or less didn't see yet another minion removed from my overview. Whatever was going on up there, one thing was for certain. My people were getting killed. Slither did a lot to keep my mood from becoming too dark. When he wasn't acting like a psycho killer, he was actually a thoughtful, considerate person with thoughts that went above and beyond his looks.
You do realize that a number of the plans you set in motion are not going to grant you any boons before years have gone by?
Yeah, I'm a patient bastard. I snorted. That's not really true. But it is one of the things I've learned from working with my hands for years upon years. I thought back to my home. The bright, spacious living room. The fights I had with the ex, who just wanted to slap stucco on everything and be done with it. The loving details in the staircase rail. My first attempts at a larger wood-carving undertaking. It's not really trying to be profound or anything, but as long as you work on the things that you know represent the way you want to do things, time doesn't matter. It's trite, I know. But when you work, you can look at what you have already managed, and picturing everything ahead of you becomes less of a chore and more of a path that you need to tread. So, yeah, it's going to take years, sure. But things are already paying dividends and will continue to do so, as long as we keep to it. I smiled. Before I left, I had a level 1 Talpus tell me he gained a point in strength from training in our training areas. 1 point. I growled at the thought. He'd been a slave for his entire life. Apparently, his former master got in a fight with one of our people, and they found him and 3 others. None of them had ever been given the chance to grow. His arms were completely devoid of fur and shriveled up. The rest was patchy and so discolored and ugly from him toiling near a forge all day, you wouldn't believe it. A single point in strength. You could see the pride in his eyes. It beamed, man, even if he'd been treated like garbage for his entire life. I took a deep breath. I wanted to find his old slave master and kill him all over again. But that's it. If we get a lot of plans moving and adjust accordingly, they will benefit us. Some of them will pay off along the way, some of them only after years. I shrugged. And a few probably never will. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try, does it? What do you think? He didn't respond. When I glanced at him, I found him looking at me intently as he walked. Finally, he responded. I think that joining forces with you was the right decision to make for the Aberrants. If we survive what is coming, we will grow. And together, we may change the Scoured Mountain into a place worthy of not just survival, but something more. His grin grew into his rictus-like look again as he added, And if we get to slaughter a few hundred of those who would hold us down in the process, that will be an added perk. Okay, maybe Slither wasn't going to get put in charge of marketing. Chapter 33. Ablaze the fire. Make it Bundum. Damian Marley and Skrillex. Make it Bundum. The city was on fire. Yup. At the moment, Fire Peak was living up to its name. The evening sky was being lit up by flames, painting the image in a hellish light. The very moment I made it back to the circumference of my domain, I jumped into the mini-map and started exploring. Beside me, my people and the Aberrants were marching along doggedly, refusing to give in to exhaustion even as they groaned at the sight of the long incline leading up to the crater surface before them. I released the map and turned towards Slither and Arthur, who were waiting to hear the verdict. I gave it to them without added sweetener. It's a mess. Arthur scoffed. You were expecting anything less, dragon. Details. Okay, so the good news is that whatever else happened here, our people managed to withdraw to the fortress and seal it behind them. The bad news is that they are currently being besieged, and the attackers are already fighting on the inside, meaning they've managed to smash or circumvent the defenses. Regardless, my minion count is still dropping every now and then. People are dying. And the situation in the city itself? I grimaced at the thought. Chaotic. Seems like half the city has decided that this is the time to take advantage of the situation to settle every grudge they've been holding on to. And the other half might be some of the old guard who started with an early celebration of their taking control over the city. Arthur rubbed his head. Fighting in the streets. That's the least of it. Old city guards, mages, and Dwergen, with citizens everywhere. Slither glanced back and forth between us. What you're saying is that we're moving into a war zone, with no chance of telling who's on our side and who isn't? Yep, except if we make it to the fortress. At least there, the fighting is quite straightforward. Huh. He shrugged. Well, at least life on your side doesn't look like it's going to be boring, however short it may become. We're running out of light gems, but we have plenty of arrows and missiles left. Are we just going to wade in there, or does anybody have a plan? It wasn't much of a plan. It was, however, the best we could come up with on short notice. At least the best idea we had that might avoid having to fight our way through the entire populace. It was also taking a lot on faith. We were taking on faith that the entire city wasn't hostile to us, that they didn't all want to go out and fight for experience and settling grudges, and, above all, that they wouldn't all join forces with the Dwergen. My mental voice expanded from right outside the gate, the old fancy gate which had still not been exchanged with a new, more solid version. Damn Dwergen. Citizens of Fire Peak, this is Onyx. The Dwergen tried to ambush and kill me, with help from the Gathering and the old city guard. They want to return to the old days, with slavery and tyranny. But I am back, with the Aberrants to help. And now, we will end their threat to the city once and for all. We will go straight from the city gate to the fortress entrance. Stay back, and we will protect our city. Tomorrow, this will all be over. Arthur glared at me. He didn't like the idea at all. There was no doubt we'd just painted a big fat target on our backs. But at least this way we should be able to safely assume that anybody coming our way with weapons in hand were enemies. From what I could see, enemies were the one thing we were not going to run out of anytime soon. We moved out. Koatem was out in front, strolling merrily along with his staff like it was a glorified walking stick. Behind him, Gert and the majority of our melee fighters followed, shooting anxious glances at every alley, rooftop, and shadow. Then I came, along with Arthur, and behind us a roiling mass of ranged fighters stalked, weapons at the ready. A thin line of close combat fighters constituted the rear guard. Slither was elsewhere. I expected he was already off stalking the shadows of the city. As we walked, I spent half of my attention on the mini-map and the rest spreading information to our forces. I didn't even try erecting any illusions. Not here. There'd be enough high-leveled creatures around who could break the illusion. I might as well not try, especially with my attention divided as it was. I had to walk, too. Back in the real world, I sometimes messed up walking and drinking at the same time. This was a bit more complex. People were closing in on us from all sides. Most looked like they were regular citizens, though, drawn to the commotion out of curiosity or a desire to... what? Check for themselves that it was really me? Join in the battle? Most stayed where they were, though, content with merely looking at us. A low growl built to my throat. We did not need a ton of people rubbernecking, turning into innocent bystanders when the shit hit the fan. Because it... shit. Yes. I sent another hurried message to the entire city. Again, do not approach the main thoroughfare. This is about to become a battleground. I hissed and addressed our own forces. Incoming. 2 groups. No, 3. One from straight ahead on the thoroughfare. That's the largest group. Former city guards mostly, mixed with Dwergen. Then there's a group coming from that alley here behind us to the right. Mostly Dwergen. Finally, we have a smaller group lurking on a rooftop. 6th building on our right side. I think they are a mix of former city guards with bows and mages. I closed my eyes for a moment, then exhaled and focused. Koatem, I need you to head off those attackers from the alley. Take whatever ranged attackers you want with you and slither if you can find them. We'll go in defensive mode right here with the rest of the ranged fighters and the earthen ones. Arthur nodded. And the mages? I nodded. You guessed it. You're it. He frowned. I have grown, but I'm not the match for a full group of mages with ranged fighters for company. I grinned, a touch manically, perhaps. Don't sell yourself short. I'll bet you a week's worth of training imps to become spellcasters that you can take all of them out by yourself. Have you lost it, Lizard? Why would I even take that bet? We should send the imps to attack, too. Get our ranged attackers to keep them pinned. Then maybe I can... I said you can do it. I believe in you. A chuckle escaped me. Then I told him. The main group was marching toward us, and now I could see them from outside the minimap, too. They were Dwergen. No surprise there. A few others were lurking among their ranks, however. Urton and Cauldron. A few dragonlings, too. Perhaps 40 of them in total. Less than us, but massive and intimidating. All hefted blood-spattered weapons, and a few carried torches. These soldiers had already seen battle. There was no debate here, no discussion. This would be a fight bereft of mercy on either side. The moment they spotted us, they leapt into action and charged at us, roaring as they sprinted across the flame-lit cobbles of the paved road. We answered in kind. As soon as they started running, I unleashed a weakening fog to meet them and placed a circle of shadows right on top of the entire group of assailants. Centered on the leader, a blood-covered Dwergen carrying twin maces. The magical shadows confused them but didn't halt them. Of course they didn't. They were born to darkness. Their eyes or senses had ways around that. The swarm of missiles from the assembled throng of our ranged fighters hit them with enough impact to slow them and drop a good number amid screams and curses. It didn't stop them either, though. They were simply too tough, too well armored for us to halt like that. The single light gem landing at their feet, however, ruined them. This time, amid the confusion, a good deal of my own people forgot to avert their eyes. Hence, the cries of agony at the sudden loss of eyesight weren't solely limited to the enemy's ranks. But damn it if it wasn't effective. It was evening time and not entirely dark. On top of that, the city was swathed in flame. However, with the magical shadows covering them to begin with, the sudden searing glare from the single tiny light gem had enemy soldiers drop and fall, screaming in agony and confusion. And enough of our people had kept their composure that within seconds, the downed and halted enemies were beleaguered by a constant stream of missiles, even as our crawls and the aberrant melee fighters sprinted to close with them. At this point, the trap closed. Or at least, it would have been a trap had I not been able to access my mini-map. From behind, a roar came up as the smaller group of Dwergen rushed through the alley, only to be met by another light gem, followed by the fury of a charging Coatem. At his back, a dozen ranged fighters followed more cautiously, taking potshots at any exposed area on the Dwergen. Coatem did not seem to notice. Again, the otherwise mellow, amiable Krull turned to a figure of unbridled fury, and where he and his staff went, armors were deformed and punctured, and down Dwergen stayed down. At the far end, Slither suddenly appeared and started tearing into the backs of the surprised fighters. They had everything well under control, it seemed. The backup to the trap was still waiting above us, hidden on the rooftop. Except now, all our remaining imps swarmed up and unleashed fire upon them from all sides. The mages and handful of bow-wielding fighters rushed into motion as elements sprang to life on the rooftop and the mages prepared to unleash hell upon the scrawny flying beasts. Only the imps were just a diversion. I unleashed a second weakening fog at the rearmost part of the force down on the road, avoiding to hit my own charging allies. Then I waited, keeping my eyes open for any further development as the foremost crawls fell upon our enemies alongside the earthen ones. From out of the blue, a huge rumbling sound drowned out the clamor of battle amidst cries of rage and agony. On our right side, the building holding the group of mages simply vanished in a billowing cloud of smoke. I glanced at Arthur. He was aiming both arms at the building, a frown of concentration upon his face. My command rang out. "The mages are down! Time to finish the rest!" Then I started to run, leading the swarm of ranged fighters behind me closer to the struggling Dwergen. The battle was over in minutes. The combination of the light gem, the suppressing qualities of the earthen ones, and my own weakening capabilities proved completely overwhelming to the attackers. We tore through them, our numbers proving more than a match for any fighter. Everywhere one of them tried to rally, fight back, or try to gather any resistance, they'd either be dragged down by an earthen one, face off with one or more melee fighters while spears and arrows constantly whizzed at them, or have to deal with me reaching in to claw or bite at them from above. Their numbers were snuffed out one by one until only a dozen remained. I whirled around, letting my people finish them as I let my attention sweep over the building where the mages had stood. From the outside, the building was a mess of slowly fading dust clouds and broken bricks spilling out onto the street from where one wall had half collapsed. Watching through the mini-map, it was exactly the same thing, only I could see a few broken bodies mixed among the bricks and dust. "Did you get them all, Arthur?" I asked. I tried not to let the awe show too much in my question, but I was impressed. He'd made the floors of a 3-story building collapse completely, yet kept the outside walls of the house almost intact, and he'd done it in minutes. He frowned. "I don't know, but I think so. I weakened the lower stories first, managed to make the rest collapse in one go." He looked at me, uncharacteristically solemn. "You are usually very careful about us guarding other people in the city. How come you weren't this time?" I smiled. "Because I recognized the building. It was one of the dozen that the old guard were using as their hideouts. Anybody inside the building was sure to be on their side." "Huh. That does make sense." He hesitated, then continued. "Just to be clear, I did not agree to any bet. I'm not training any imps." My smile turned into a smirk. "If you say so, mate." "I am serious. I'm not doing it." Nobody's saying you should. Nobody at all. It would be your own choice, of course.
Stop it!
We barely paused after the battle before continuing through the city, only spending enough time to ensure our enemies were down and properly looted, and to make sure the few wounded among our people were properly cared for. Then we marched on. For a brief while, we went unchallenged. The exception were the onlookers. Citizens, I imagined, who flocked closer and closer to us, keeping near but not drawing entirely close, just far enough out to make me anxious and expect the worst. The Dwergen were still out there. Fights were still taking place in numerous places throughout the city. Something was happening, though. I spotted fewer clashes happening on the minimap, and there were few ambushes. Twice we had smaller groups try to attack, possibly as distractions, but we smacked them down hard both times. Again, I found myself impressed at the combined power of Coatem and Slither. The powerhouse of a fully armored crawl combined with the surprising ambushes of the Stickkin tore entire groups apart in seconds. Then I saw the first group. "We have incoming!" My message went out to everybody, and they stopped immediately, waiting for orders. I watched, then continued. "Straight ahead again. 30 strong. Dwergen, all of them. We should... Fuck!" An imp I didn't know tittered and sent back,
We should? Right now?
I ignored the stupid pest and zoomed a bit out on the minimap, moving around as quickly as I could. We'd made it to Glamour Square, where I'd sentenced all those people taken in for their crimes what seemed like ages ago. There were plenty of alleyways and smaller streets leading to the plaza, but little in the ways of places where we could defend or flee to. Damn! There are attackers coming from all sides! Where the hell are they coming from? My heart sank as I realized what was going on. They were streaming out of the houses, all around us. They'd been waiting for us. Since we'd been so kind to tell them the way we were approaching, they'd found some places to wait patiently for us to enter their trap. And we had. The enemies crowded into the plaza now, tight formation surrounding us on all sides. I cursed. There were many. 150 total, maybe 200. Looks like they decided to get this over with in an all-out attack. Arthur looked around.
Fa! Well, waiting here won't help us. We need to move somewhere defensible.
I growled. Yes, easier said than done, though. The enemy slowly moved closer. They had been thorough in their approach, as soldiers were moving in from all sides. This was going to cost us. Okay, we'll punch through them and make it to that alleyway over there. Once we're there, we can turn around and defend better, wear them down. I didn't mention the obvious. With the enemy surrounding us and their toughness, we wouldn't be able to overrun the enemy quickly and would leave our flanks and backs open to attack as we fought our way through to a better position. I cursed my stupidity. Of course, the old guard would know the city well enough to prepare a trap. I saved my self-recriminations for later. Everybody, we need to break through that group right now, and it needs to be fast. Whatever light gems you may have left, use them now. We can't afford to fight a long battle. Slither, Coatem, would you lead the charge? We'll weaken and slow down the pursuit. All ranged fighters will pour it into the pursuit as well. Slow them down and keep them from closing for as long as possible. Slither laughed, his shrill voice setting my teeth on edge.
I did say this was going to be a short life, but I didn't expect it to be this short. Ah, well, Onyx, it was a pleasure. I liked your thoughts.
Coatem spoke for the first time. His mental voice was exactly like he seemed, deep, rumbling, and kind. I liked your food. For final statement, I kinda liked it. I lifted my head to the sky and roared. Charge! Our headlong charge was anything but controlled. There were no straight lines, no marching, no resemblance to organized military maneuvers you'd see in movies. This was 100-some people hell-bent on causing enough damage to smash our way through the enemy, and possibly try to keep the enemy from our backs for long enough to manage it. Behind me, people kept stopping and throwing spears or shooting their bows before resuming their running. It made for a horribly inefficient approach, but it did slow down the approaching Dwergen some. The shield-bearing ones kept themselves protected as they continued at a jog. I was no better than our ranged attackers, doing anything I could to sow confusion as I ran. I unleashed my weakening fog at one group, my shadow whirl at the head of another group, and then tried to create an illusion of our people veering to sprint at another alley. Even with my attributes increased from the remains of the blessing still working in my system, I felt the illusion burst the moment it sprang to life. There were simply too many high-level enemies for me to fool their senses all at once. Ahead of me, the evening sky went blindingly white as the final few light gems flashed at the Dwergen, and with a collective roar, my people charged. A quick glance showed me the overwhelming power being unleashed ahead. Coatem was completely lost in bloodlust, and Slither was running amok at his side, blitzing through the enemy's flanks and letting his claws cause mayhem wherever he went. The Earthen ones tried to keep up, neutralizing enemies 1, 2, sometimes even 3 at a time, readying them for our other melee fighters to take down. It was still too slow. Even Slither couldn't finish the enemies with a single stab. They were simply too well armored, too tough. Coatem was momentarily bogged down by 3 Dwergen with massive shields, who flanked the large crawl, boxing him in despite an Earthen one desperately trying to assist him. Our other melee fighters, despite their growth, were not in a league where they could match the sheer strength of the damned brutes. Behind us, the enemy forces were closing in. They were everywhere. Wherever I looked, I saw them closing ranks and closing in on us. The path ahead was clearing, but it was still not free. Those bastards were still holding us back, stubbornly defending against our onslaught. The roar of the Dwergen was brutal, animalistic, as they raised their weapons and charged toward us. All around the bloody plaza, Selys was staring down at us from paintings and murals. I could swear she looked gleeful, happy to observe my death from the afterlife. I set my feet and prepared to stand my ground, hold them back for a while, hold the line while the majority of our people fought their way to a defensive position. I saw ranged fighters around me turn around and, with determined, desperate gazes, do the same. Then the pitch changed. At first it was merely a lessening of sound, a hesitation in the roars of the attackers. Then the screams started, and entirely different cries arose. Singular cries, other pitches, other species? I raised my neck and saw over the heads of the incoming fighters and saw people. Regular people of all species. The ones who'd we'd passed by as we entered the city were now streaming in toward the battle instead of watching it from afar. And they were attacking the Dwergen. In small groups and even single persons, they were wielding weapons and throwing themselves into the fray. Their numbers were growing by the second. I roared in triumph. "The people of Firepeak! They're fighting with us! For us!" I quickly glanced around. Even if the citizens were many, there was no way they were going to stop all those soldiers, especially the ones already charging at us. We would need to stop them, if only for a moment. "Everybody! We need to turn around and fight. We're never getting a chance like this again. Stay back. I'll go first. Then charge at my order." I rushed the commands and then sprang forward. 2 mighty bounds of my legs and I was outside the circle of ranged fighters in our rear guard. Then I sprinted for all of my agility's worth straight into the maw of the oncoming enemies. They reacted quickly, professionally. It was exactly what I'd hoped for. At least half of the attackers changed their trajectory to match mine, sprinting to meet my charge halfway and stop me. A bolt took me in the wing, carving 5% off my health while another one whizzed by. I continued my pace, sprinting straight at them. At the last moment, I skidded to a halt and, right in the face of contorted grimaces on the charging attackers, released my deafening roar. The effect was immediate and devastating. The front rank of the attackers, wholly committed to their charge, stumbled and fell, tumbling across the ground like they were struck by lightning. "Now!" I commanded. I faced the few Dwergen who remained standing and were still running toward me, however unsteadily. Shadow dragons were known for their subterfuge, their illusions, lies, and traps. They are very much not known for open fights. But on this day, that was what I did. I didn't back down or cede any ground. I chose my spot and I stood my ground against all comers. Scales, claws, and teeth against maces, swords, and crossbows. It wasn't like Selys, who would be able to take any punch and remain standing. I kept in constant motion, turning strikes into glancing blows, evading others, while laying into anybody close enough to fall victim to my claw attacks. It wasn't pretty. I didn't have enough experience in these kinds of hard-knock fights, and I dared not allow the bestial side of me to take over with allies both close behind and ahead of me. Before I knew it, I was bleeding from a half-dozen places, half of which I hadn't even noticed. One particularly quick dwergen managed to strike me with a spiked mace straight in my open mouth as I was trying to bite his head off. Another hit me with a crossbow from 10 feet away. The rest? Couldn't say. I found myself reeling with 40% health left, unleashing a weakening fog from close range onto the dwergen who were picking themselves up from my roar. I took a hesitating step back and was overtaken in a rush of fighters. A light force impacted my leg and I turned to strike out, only to blink at the sight of Slither launching himself off my leg, claws first, at a wide-eyed dwergen. Everywhere around me there was motion, and I struggled to keep up and ensure that I wouldn't step on one of my own people by accident. Then I cursed myself. The mental toll of battle really wasn't to be underestimated. I leapt and, with a few heavy beats of my wings, I rose into the air and took in the situation in the plaza. Everything had changed. The dwergen were failing now. Their heavy arms and armor were quickly becoming an impediment to them now where they had to react to attackers both from behind and in front. They had been outnumbered for the entire battle, and it was only growing worse for them now as people kept rushing in to join us for the battle. But they didn't relent. Whatever else you could say about the dwergen, they were fighters, and they didn't back down due to mere numbers. I watched a dwergen fling back 2 fighters with a shield slam, and crack a crawl across the chest with his wicked half-moon hand axe. Folding my wings close to the body, I let myself drop and landed right on top of him along with 2 other dwergen. I struck his back with my full weight, hearing something crack from within. It was too late, though. The empty eyes of the crawl stared at me, half buried beneath the body of the dwergen. For the next few minutes I repeated my actions, flying and jumping across the battlefield to assist where the lines were buckling and ambush solitary enemies who had gotten themselves exposed. Not a single enemy surrendered or fled. Later, when I had the chance to take in what had happened, that part stood out to me as completely insane. I wasn't sure whether it was due to bloodlust that they still believed they'd be able to win the battle, or simply because they had an idea what might happen to them if they surrendered. But they fought to the last, even as the final mass of dwergen went down under a wave of fur and steel. Chapter 34. We needed a break. We needed to rest, to eat, to heal. Only we didn't have the bloody time. While we were picking ourselves up after the battle, trying to figure out our strength and who had been hurt or killed in the battle, I kept half an eye trained on the mini-map again. Soon I found myself dismissing the map with a heartfelt curse. There were no further ambushes waiting around the plaza. We were safe for now. Also, the path to the fortress was clear. At least it looked clear. I didn't take the time to look over every single floor of every single building. Especially not when my map finally took me to our goal, Selys' old intimidating fortress. It was a battlefield, or it had been. Now it was abandoned. Dead bodies lay undisturbed in the streets leading up to the fortress, and the roads were filled with rubble. Every single shadow tower I had left for defense had been torn down, though the piles of bodies surrounding each tower told a tale of the costs involved with that. All was quiet in the streets now, though, and the broken fortress door told us which way the struggle had led the attackers. I addressed our forces again, a final time. They barely looked like they were paying attention. Most were caught up in their own worlds of pain, exhaustion, or, in some cases, leveling up from all the experience. You have all earned a rest, and all the rewards Fire Peak can heap upon you. Unfortunately, we do not have the chance for that yet. Our people are under attack, right this moment. This was a huge victory, and I want to tell you it's over. But it's not. At this very moment, Teller and the remaining Dwergen are smashing their way through the fortress, closing in on our friends and families. So I need to ask you one more time. There's no shame in bowing out and having suffered enough. But will you stand with me once more and free Fire Peak for the future of us all? Silence. There was nothing but silence. No reactions, no mental responses. Then Coatum, of all people, stumbled to his feet. If we win, there is food? I grinned a wide smile at him. All the food you can eat. I promise you that. He seemed to consider that, then hefted his staff in one hand and pointed it threateningly at everybody around him. Coatum wants food. You lot, get up. That earned him a chuckle. When he started prodding the people nearest to him with a staff, it changed to widespread laughter. Soon, people everywhere were groaning and cautiously assessing their wounds, but they were getting up. I glanced at Slither, then asked earnestly, Does he mean it? He tittered. No, this is him joking around. Coatum is quite funny, really. A funny crawl. Now I'd seen it all. We did leave a good deal of people behind. Some were too wounded to continue, others were simply drained, mentally or physically. More disturbing, some were starting to have trouble breathing from the veer growths multiplying inside them. We would need to find the Urgal, and soon. Those who were still able to act in a limited capacity, I roped into helping me, and before I left, I spent a moment addressing those who had saved us here. People of Fire Peak, you saved us. Remember this. If you hadn't attacked and helped us, we would have been in trouble. Some of us might have survived the fight, but it is no certainty. And we definitely would not have been able to do what we are going to do now. Move on to the fortress and end Teller and the Dwergen's bid for taking over Fire Peak once and for all. I looked at everybody here. There were so many wounded and dead. These had not been high-level fighters. These had been normal people. Former slaves, your everyday citizens who'd seen the chance to finally rise up against those who tried to keep them down. They had risked everything, with no promise of reward or recognition. A number of my people are unable to continue. I have asked them to help you here, to see to your wounds where needed. On top of that, we would ask you to wait with them for a few hours and then follow them to the fortress when we have everything under control. You have risked your lives for us, and that will not go unrewarded. We moved slower than I'd have liked. Not only were our conditions far from optimal, we also had learned a lesson from the ambush we'd just suffered. We couldn't trust in the mini-map alone, at least not without zooming in on every single house. So we had some of the people with the highest agility race back and forth to check the houses we passed to ensure that we weren't about to walk into yet another ambush. We wasted a lot of time, but apparently the large ambush had been the last attempt of the Dwergen and their allies to take us down within the city. Eventually, we made it unscathed to where the fortress towered up above us, its dull, angular gray features standing out against the red-brown of the surroundings. But from within, there was a distant roar of battle sounds amid a rhythmic clanging. I took a look at the soldiers following me. Some were stumbling along, barely keeping themselves on their feet. Others sported large wounds, hastily bandaged. Regardless of their state, their eyes blazed with unquenchable fire, resilience, and refusal to back down that was strong enough to make me choose my words with caution. My people, this is the last fight. The all-deciding fight. The people of the city have already showed us their decision. They are on our side. There is only one thing left we need to do. We must save our friends and families. I let a growl burst asunder the somber mood. And kick in the teeth of all those damned Dwergen. I pointed at the gates to the fortress. They were wrecked beyond repair, one of them torn clear off the hinges, and the hallways beyond were covered in debris, rubble from the half-collapsed corridor covering bodies lying out in the open. They are fighting in there, right now, but they are holding up somehow, And the setting in there is the worst possible for our people. Trapped in close quarters, with enemies as strong as the Dwergen, and a powerhouse like Teller among them? It's a recipe for failure, so we need to be clever about this. Here's what we do. I laid out my plan to them. Arthur and Gert came up with minor adjustments, and within moments we were off. The hallways of the fortress were absolutely ruined. The dead were everywhere. It was worse right there in the first corridor after the entrance. Whatever had happened, our people had not been prepared. The dead were overwhelmingly of our kind, servants and defenders lying side by side in eternal rest. Some had weapons, but many had been cut down where they stood. Trails of gore led from both exits from that first corridor. Accursed. They'd been clever about it. Fuckers had plenty of time to scout us out beforehand, so it shouldn't have come as a surprise. Still, it was bloody annoying. Instead of trying to fight their way through the fortress while under the effect of the Gallery of Illusions, they'd simply gone and smashed it first before going for the throne room. Damn it. The scene grew increasingly macabre as we proceeded. The walls were splashed in blood. There were only a few Dwergen fallen, attesting to the slaughter it must have been. Then, in the next corridor, right after the doorway, the setting changed. It appeared that our people had made a stand here, or at least counterattacked. Not only were there clear signs of fighting everywhere, with Dwergen corpses spread liberally among the other species, it was also incredibly obvious that our side had used huge amounts of magic in their defense. Walls were half collapsed, bricks lay everywhere, and soot marks and half-burned furniture attested to the presence of both the shamans and Mordial. As I proceeded cautiously, the formerly regally decorated gaudy hallways of the fortress told the tale of the Dwergen's progression and what my people had done to counteract their progress. The next doorway was the goriest of them all. Both outside and inside, the opening was strewn with corpses, tiny and lightly armored as well as the heavily armored Dwergen. On the inside, there was even the corpse of a massive clincher, its head smashed in repeatedly by some blunt object. A dozen of our people peeled off here and started carrying corpses about as the rest of us continued. Slither, I need to know about your limitations. Where will you be? Can you keep up your teleportation?
My shadow walking. Unfortunately not, Onyx. They are very costly in mana. I will have enough for 3, I believe, for this battle. I will be able to maintain my cloak, keeping me hard to see fully, but it is far from perfect.
I nodded. Understood. In that case, I believe you would be better off waiting to join the attack until a while in, when they have been somewhat weakened. Let me use my camouflage skill on you. It may help somewhat.
Okay. I will try to estimate the right time.
We continued our march into the depths of the fortress. As we proceeded, fighters kept peeling off to drag bodies and rubble into adjacent rooms and hallways. 2 times we had to stop entirely and devote precious minutes to clearing out the rubble from where the shamans had clearly pulled down the ceiling to block the approach of the big bastards. We needed a clear escape route for this to work, and the Dwergen had only cleared just enough for them to fight their way through. When we were about halfway toward the Dwergen, we left half of our people behind. All the remaining close combat fighters and a good deal of the utility fighters stayed right here, including Koatem and Gert, who immediately got to hauling rock away. We also left every ranged fighter under level 20, and then we were off again. We cleared the hallways as we went, only removing the worst obstacles. The closer we got, the larger the risk that an observant Dwergen heard our labor and went exploring. We needed surprise on our side for this. Man, what I wouldn't give for another of those light gems right now. The sounds of battle were getting close now. Cries of pain and exertion were distinguishable between what I knew were grunts of hard work. At a curt order, the remaining ranged fighters divided into 2 equally sized groups. I paused and knelt while a tiny figure crawled up onto my back. Are you comfortable up there? Arthur adjusted on my back, trying to tie the leather strips around his midriff.
Far from it. You are a bony, scaly mass of muscle, and I know I'll end up bruised everywhere. But that doesn't matter, as long as we make it. And I might hurl before we even get there.
We crossed the remaining distance in silence. I started checking on my minimap again to ensure that they weren't sending people back. So far, I didn't see any, though they did have a pair of scouts keeping watch. We were closing in now. For a while, the state of the hallways had gotten both worse and better. There were fewer corpses and less obvious signs of battle on the whole, with large sections of the fortress mostly untouched, interrupted by brief areas completely reduced to rubble where the defenders had torn down half the corridor and made their stand, punctuated by soot and burn marks from mortial. That seemed to have become the go-to tactic of my people. The only issue was that they were running out of fortress. In less than half a mile, the attackers would reach the throne room and they would make their final stand. Well, not if I had anything to say about that. Half a minute out, we split off half of the ranged attackers and continued, under illusion. We were few now, and the mood was even more tense. Just the remaining 5 imps, about 24 of the higher-leveled ranged fighters, me, Slither, and Arthur. As we finally spotted the Dwergen, I halted involuntarily. So many. Even knowing that we were hidden by an illusion and the Dwergen tended to stray away from choosing mental attributes, I had to fight down the desire to step back and find a different approach. The hallway in front of us was teeming with soldiers, resting, eating, and moving about, seemingly unconcerned about the battle in progress. Because it was a battle. At the far end, 12 Dwergen were working in cramped quarters to clear the hallway of yet another collapse, even as a smaller squad was defending from attacks through the smaller opening they had already cleared. Even as I watched, a duo of shield-bearing Dwergen were holding the line as a stream of fire unfurled through the opening, reaching for their people. The Dwergen, to their credit, stood their ground, hunkering behind the shields as the fire reached for them and was diverted to the sides. Their cries of pain were drowned out by the roaring of the flame. No sooner had the fire dissipated than a long, ugly limb stretched through the opening, moving from side to side until it came up against the leftmost Dwergen's leg. Then it pulled back, and the Dwergen was pulled along with it. Yells and shouts ensued from the Dwergen, and soon a crossbow bolt and several thrown bricks followed the Dwergen's body. That had been a clincher's limb. I could still vaguely picture the limb moving, bones rearranging themselves to clench onto the Dwergen's leg. So, not only were they still fighting, they were also doing damage. Great to see. A grim smile lit on my face. They would be able to join in and help us then. I just needed one thing before we committed to the attack. My gaze flew over the soldiers in front of us. So many. There were definitely more than 100 here. Gah, probably 150, and in such close quarters. But there he was. Teller was marching among his soldiers. He was still larger than life, laughing out loud and clapping a soldier on the back as he gestured toward the opening. He looked unchanged, still tall, immensely strong, and a right bastard. Yet something was going on. Even as I watched, a shadow seemed to move under his skin, and the tall, squat soldier grimaced before grinning yet again. I shrugged it off. It wasn't important. What was important was that they were all gathered here. I glanced to the side, checking to see that they were all in position. They were. Weapons raised, my ranged fighters stood in 2 uneven ranks at my hind legs, ready to fire. Above them, the imps flittered back and forth like butterflies eager for destruction. Attack! My mental shout rang out at the same time as my weakening fog did. At this distance, I managed to hit almost the entire rearmost half of the Dwergen forces. On the back of my attack followed every ounce of pain we were able to unleash. The first round of ranged attacks was devastating. These were the crack troops of my group, and among the aberrants, the people with the highest attributes and the most experience at fighting. At this range, below 100 feet, their precision was incredible. While the Dwergen might be both armored and helmed, even a warrior wearing a metal helmet suffered a bad day when his helmet was wrung by the impact of an enchanted throwing spear flung from an atlatl. The first barrage took down almost 12 Dwergen. Half of these stayed down. My imps focused their firebolts entirely on the Dwergen who had decided to eschew helmets as they rested. The sound of their cries was inhuman. The second launch of missiles was less effective, but 2 Dwergen were cut down and died immediately, One shot by an arrow straight through the eye slit of his helmet. The third volley was hurried and imprecise, because we were already running. I was the last one to turn tail and start running. My minions and the aberrants were already hauling ass as best they could. It wasn't because I had any desire to fight the Dwergen from up close, which would indeed happen if we didn't get moving, because it was time to get gone. Teller yelled, and the Dwergen rushed toward us. The front rank of muscular warriors was already moving in formation, holding shields, while the second rank came sprinting up to join them, and unleashed their own ranged attacks. We were still very much in range. The Dwergen were used to battle and horribly strong. Their thrown attacks were precise and deadly. A hit would be able to carve right through most of my lightly armored forces, or do horrendous damage on me, even with my hardened scales. Yet none of them arrived. From his position on my back, tied in place with his face turning the other way, Arthur was concentrating fully. Before him, placed a third of the way between the Dwergen and me, floated his stone tiles. He had reformed them yet again, and we were looking at a dozen smaller, dinner plate-sized, thin, flattened rocks. As one, they moved to intercept the enemy's missiles and knock them out of the air. Arthur's control at this point was insane. He had started practicing with a single bloody floating rock, and now he was managing a dozen floating shields? It wasn't perfect. A throwing axe hit the shoulder of a running aberrant Urton, and he fell with a cry. I swerved, hearing a bit of curse from my back, and then I slowed down slightly while the Urton grabbed onto my leather harness for dear life. Then I ran on while the heavy soldier slowly dragged himself further up my body. Another volley came from the Dwergen, and every single one was deflected or missed entirely, because now we were pulling away from them. Well, except for the imps, who seemed only too happy to stay at the far edge of their range and unleash firebolts, laughing with glee as they evaded anything sent in their direction in return. That was the thing about Dwergen. They were strong, tough, organized, armed and armored in some of the best equipment the mountain could provide, and slow as balls. At this point, we didn't need to come to them. I glanced at the terrain before me, didn't see any obstructions to fear, and dove into the minimap for a second, taking the chance to look behind me. Oh, hell yeah! They'd taken the bait. Most of them were sprinting after us, leaving only a skeleton crew near the opening. That meant our people should be able to manage. It also meant we were outnumbered, up against an enemy that was stronger than we were and probably outleveled us to boot. Well, some of us at least. I didn't care. I grinned as I closed the minimap again and focused on my footing. This was my kind of battle, what a shadow dragon was made for, because now they were fighting on my terms. We were outpacing them right now. Another volley came flying, but Arthur only had to divert a third of the missiles as the rest fell short. Roaring with battle glee, I ducked my head through a doorway and watched my fleeing people disappear up ahead. Then I stopped, turned as fast as I could, and exhaled down the corridor. The weakening fog engulfed the front 30 feet of the charging Dwergen. A full 24 of them suddenly faltered in their steps and slowed down, while a single wounded one fell to the ground outright. He did not get up. The roar of fury was like music to my ears, but it was nothing compared to their cries when they saw the swarm of missiles flying toward them from the second half of my ranged attackers who'd been hiding around the doorway. Again, their attacks were cut short. They only managed to get off 2 volleys as the Dwergen were already running toward us. But the element of surprise was a nasty enemy, and that first volley saw an entire row of Dwergen tumble to the ground, with the next row feverishly trying to avoid the sudden obstacles. This time, 7 or 8 of them didn't get back up. Then we were running again. Teller wasn't stupid, unfortunately. He looked like it, but he was quick to grasp the situation. A shout rang out behind us, and the Dwergen slowed down and rearranged yet again, moving into a tight formation. His mental shout came out, taunting. "Take us down little by little, would you? I think I would rather go back and take over your throne room instead. Then you can stay back there and watch if you would like, little shadow." I shot back. "Do you really think you can outlast us, Teller? It didn't exactly look like you were winning to begin with." His booming laughter could be heard even from where I was standing.
Oh, we were. I can't even count the number of weaklings we've slain. There can't be that many left. And if we fail, so be it. We will fall in a real battle, not a ghost chase, trying to catch some elusive bloody shadow.
I stopped running the moment I noticed they weren't following. I looked around and cursed as I noticed we weren't quite where I wanted us to be. A glance at the minimap made me curse yet again. And then I almost laughed in relief.
All right then, Teller, traitor, backstabber. Now you want an honest battle? Then I will give it to you. I will face you straight on, right here. Me and my minions against yours. Strength versus strength. Just like I faced and took down Koran. I will end you. Unless, of course, you're afraid. Then by all means, try to force your way to the throne room while I weaken your forces from afar. It will be a game.
I moved as I spoke, walking backward little by little. This part of the corridor was uneven, littered with debris. Almost there. I sent a message to my ranged fighters, and they emerged from behind the next doorway, showing their weapons defiantly. I joined them there, right behind the doorway, standing tall as a coherent front. From where we stood, and with Arthur defending from missiles, they would be hard-pressed to damage us from a distance. While the room was covered in rubble and hard to traverse at speed, it was also relatively open. The hallway was long, with not a single offshoot or door. If Teller were clever, he would be able to see that we hadn't hidden any obvious traps here, and that anything we had laying in wait would be back with us, where they would have us in close range. And he took the bait. The macho bastard actually bit. There was no response, but suddenly his forces started moving, trotting forward and building speed. I unleashed a weakening fog at them in welcome, and a handful of them fell to the ground senseless. The rest came on, not halting for a second. As a cohesive, intimidating mass, the closed ranks of the Dwergen rushed onward, heedless of the firebolts raining down upon them, ready to repel anything. A roar built up among them as their pace increased to a frenzied charge. One we would never be able to hold, no more than we'd be able to hold back a train off its rails. We didn't even try. My mental shout rang out among all of them, and 4 things happened in short succession. The first was my shadow world coming to life right in the center of the foremost group, causing an instant crash as the charging bastards were unable to see the uneven floor under them and the people at their sides for distracting shadows and illusions. Immediately following that, the rubble on the floor and around the doorway started hovering and started screaming down the hallway at the Dwergen. The impact caused a mind-bendingly loud crash, followed by cries of pain. When the first salvo of rocks had struck and the next row of Dwergen started onward, the next sequence of rocks started flying. That was when Slither made his move. He appeared like a ghost from within Teller's shadow, lightning-covered claws crashing toward his neck at insane speed. Somehow Teller noticed him, twisting his body and turning faster than you would think possible with his bulk. The claws impacted on the side of his neck, carving black furrows down the top of his armor instead of decapitating him outright. Teller turned, heavy shield and mace raised and ready to beat down the challenger. Slither was long gone, though. He stepped through the shadow once, reappearing among a duo of crossbow wielders, and struck them both. Then, body half concealed from his skill, he carved a bloody path down through the ranks of the Dwergen, racing in our direction. He struck left and right, taking any chance to damage the Dwergen who were completely unaware of his presence. When they finally did react to the cries of pain and shock, the shadow stepped a final time and reappeared at our side. The Dwergen, hurt and reeling, saw us all gathered at the doorway. Within a matter of seconds, more than a third of them had been hurt, and at least a dozen weren't getting back up. And they had the responsible parties right in their sights. So they formed yet again. I noticed my breath weapon was off cooldown and met them with another weakening fog, and then the final part of the trap unleashed. On all sides of the long hallway, my illusion faded into nothing as doors slammed open and the rest of our fighters streamed out to flank the shocked Dwergen. It had been easier than I'd expected. They were far enough behind me when I reached the doorways that they couldn't see them, and with them constantly focused on our people, they hadn't kept their attention on the real danger, the open doors, hiding the rest of my people who lurked near their sides, waiting only for the command to attack. Now they emerged, crashing right into the flanks of the Dwergen who were trying hard to adjust to the constantly changing battlefield. 6 doorways, 6 small groups of fighters emerged and tore into the shocked people. At the far end from us, on one side, Coatem led the charge, while Gert sprinted at the head of the crawls on the other side. The crash of their attack drowned out the cries of pain and shock as the Dwergen fell back under the onslaught. From the other 4 doors closer to us came the rest of the melee fighting aberrants. Besieged from all sides, constantly guessing and unable to close to a real fight, the Dwergen reeled again and almost broke. Almost. Except Teller kept his nerve. Now, with his enemies finally close at hand, he pushed forward mercilessly, roaring and screaming to close with us. A single massive swing of his mace caved in the helmet of a Dwergen who started panicking and running. And slowly the Dwergen began reacting and fighting back. Only our fighters were already moving on. The melee fighters charged in, striking for the center of the hallway, but the moment the Dwergen started organizing a real resistance, they ran back toward us, unleashing quick attacks at any Dwergen still standing between them and safety. And all the while, the ranged fighters at my side and the imps were busy, keeping a constant rain of fire on the remaining enemies close to us. I thought I'd seen Teller angry before. Now he really lost it. Spittle flew from the open visor on his helmet, and his mace lashed out about him as he urged the remaining Dwergen to charge. "Face us, damn you!" The final melee fighters made their way past me. Theirs had been a devastating attack, but not bloodless on our side. One crawl was being half-dragged by Coatem. He deposited him to hang on to my leather harness. I gave the order, and the melee fighters kept running past us and back toward the entrance of the fortress. I watched Teller and the remaining Dwergen charge. There were less than half of their forces remaining now, and a good deal of those were wounded, weakened, or both. Behind me, the ranged fighters loped ahead, keeping the distance. I chuckled and followed them, keeping ahead of the running Dwergen with ease. "You know, Teller, I don't think I will. That doesn't seem like something a shadow dragon would do. Besides, weren't you going to take the throne room?" I taunted. There was no response from him. The Dwergen simply continued their loping run while we stopped and turned periodically to rain fire and breath attacks down on them. There was no way they would be able to make it all the way to the outside without succumbing to our damage first. Of course, I'd only just had that thought when he turned the tables on me. The frenzied Dwergen cried a string of angry words, pulled something from around his neck and broke it on his chest. Then a glow stretched across his massive shield and spread among those of his kin. The light traveled from person to person, moving up their arms to attach itself to their shields, and if they carried no shields, their forearms. Where it struck, the shields shone like they'd had LED lights affixed to them. Come on! Special skills, right when we were about to give them the beatdown of their lives? Not fair! The effect wasn't just cosmetic. Of course it wasn't. The next rain of missiles had a different effect than what we were used to. Throwing spears, arrows, whatever we used were repelled. Not by the light itself, but before the bright light, as if the light was merely an anchor, holding a personal shield extending outward. And just like that, they were moving again. Not toward us, though. Backing away toward the throne room. I cried out for my people to start pulling back and sent a weakening fog at them. The dark cloud advanced, only to be swallowed wherever it touched upon any of the bright shields. It wasn't all-encompassing, thank God for that. Even as the cloud dissipated, chased away by the glowing Dwergen shields, one Dwergen had his back turned to shout at one of the others, and the fog clearly struck him, making him waver on his feet. That gave me an idea. "Everybody, retreat! Keep out of their range. Keep attacking. The front of their bodies are invincible right now, but that means nothing. We will smash their shields or hit them in their unprotected backs. They can't be allowed to leave the fortress and hide in the city." I could have sent the message to my people alone, but expanded the message, ensuring that anybody inside the fortress would hear it, including Teller. He was quick to respond, of course. Miss a chance to gloat? Not bloody likely. His harsh laughter boomed out into the hallway. Smash these shields? Dream on! We can keep this up forever. And we are not going to leave the fortress. Hide? The Dwergen do not hide. We fight, and we take what's ours. Now we just need to move back and take over your horde. Then we will show you who is in charge of the city. He had just said those words when the rumbling began. The noise grew quickly until the loud sounds clearly transformed into heavy footfalls, and my people returned to the battle. The Clincher cavalry were the first to charge in, hitting the back of their lines with a resounding crash. Behind them, heavily armored Kralls and lighter Talpi flowed in, striking out at unprotected backs. This was it. Time to roll the dice, one final time. I ran, throwing myself ahead without a care for my health. In seconds, I was pressed right up against their shields, struggling to hit them over the magical force keeping me away. While the shields were keeping me away, things were different for the Dwergen. They were free to swing at me, and in moments I took several nasty impacts. I used a shadow crystal, feeling the numerous wounds in my body close as my health shot to 100%, and started ticking down again. They were not holding back. Neither did I, though, pressing onward and pushing their lines back with sheer bulk and tenacity. It worked. The Dwergen were being pushed back, even as it cost me, and I was working my way closer to Teller. If I had been alone, this would have been suicide. However, all around me, my people were pouring into the fray, throwing themselves at the enemy in this one last attempt to overwhelm and crush them. Not that they went with head-on charges. Not these people. Slither was already past the front line of the enemy, staying true to his name and slithering from one exposed back to another, his form blurry and hard to see. Where he went, hamstrings were cut and necks sprayed blood. Koatem on my left had a more direct but no less effective approach. He followed next to me, keeping the glowing bastards at bay with wide swings of his staff, and making sure that most swings ended up striking at the unprotected flanks of those who were trying to beat me into submission. That wasn't all, of course. Our melee fighters were all committed now, holding the line and keeping the attention of the enemies. Imps flooded overhead, unleashing fire on anybody who dared to turn their backs, while the ranged fighters took potshots at anybody who left an opening. And finally, I could see them across the milling movement of the Dwergen fighters. The blue glow was a dead giveaway. I roared in greeting to finally see Timothy again. He was moving through the formation at the other end of the Dwergen line, sending out his mental attacks at anybody trying to turn and face my minions who were attacking from behind. Meanwhile, his form grew intangible as he reached out, tendrils reaching out and touching the Dwergen around him, impeding their actions. He was far from alone. Led by Roth, my people were on the offensive, struggling, keeping the pressure on the Dwergen and hitting them when they were unprotected. Mordial was there too. In several spots, balls of fire formed into being, baking in their armor any Dwergen who were too slow to throw themselves aside. Still, the Dwergen held. Somehow they were managing to fight through the chaos, debuffs, and constant firebolts and missiles reaching down upon them. Uneven ranks were slowly forming on either end of their groups as Teller cursed, pushed, and struck his people until they did his bidding. Then the shamans struck. I have no clue whether it was Arthur or one of the other shamans, but they rose to the occasion and delivered one final performance. From the center of the battle, rubble, bricks, and stones started levitating, not just in one place, but everywhere. And the moment they reached head height, they started slamming back and forth. The attacks were indiscriminate and inaccurate. I watched Slither dive out of the way of one large piece of rubble, but damn it, they were powerful. Where they impacted, the Dwergen were flung away, armor folding up like wet paper under the force. The attack didn't last long, 10 seconds at most. However, it was the final drop that was needed. At both ends of their formation, Dwergen turned to face this final attack, and we made them pay for it. Within moments, they were falling or retreating, breaking under the pressure. I clawed down a Dwergen on one side even as I trampled another fighter facing down Coatem. Another armored warrior spun to face me but panicked as a precise firebolt struck him dead in the face. The sounds emerging from him, amplified by his helmet, were far from sentient. I knocked that one aside with a shoulder, and finally, he was there. Teller. His face looked pale and stretched, even as his command still rang out angry and imperious. His eyes met mine from across the chaotic mess of the hallway. I sent to him, "Surrender now, and I'll let your people live." He scoffed and hefted his weapon. He was still glowing, a massive shield expanding to cover his bulk. However, he wasn't looking well at all. Not injured. There was plenty of blood on him, true, but it looked like most of it wasn't his. However, across his face something rippled. Something that looked almost alive, tightened around his forehead. Where it did, Teller's face grew pale and sallow as a grunt of pain escaped from the massive warrior. I stared for a second in confusion as I saw that the moving tendrils of something shifted across his hands, too. Teller's muscles tightened, and he opened his mouth with a roar, ready to leap at me with his mace raised. Then Slither appeared behind him. The Stick King gathered his clawed hands in fists and slammed the claws home underneath Teller's armpits. It was almost anticlimactic. Teller's massive form made to take the next step forward and then crumpled to the ground like a plush toy that ran out of batteries. Around him, a collective groan rose from the Dwergen. I didn't hesitate. "Surrender now, or die!" Within seconds, the hallway rang with the clatter of Dwergen weapons and shields hitting the floor. Making my people stop attacking was harder. A few Dwergen were cut down before they all realized or accepted that they had surrendered. However, half a minute later, they were all lying face first on the ground as I strode over to face the downed form of Teller. If he'd been pale-faced before, now he looked like a corpse. He had turned onto his side. The glow from the shield had faded, leaving him panting and looking weak. His grin was still present, though. His mental message greeted me with a hint of his old boisterous joviality. "Onyx, fancy seeing you here." I didn't care for his jokes and dicking around. After all he'd done to me and mine, there was only one thing I wanted from him. "Why?" His laughter rang out into the hallway, joining the cries and moans of the wounded and dying. "Why? I'm glad that I'm dying and won't have to suffer working under you. You gave us an opening. That's why." He spat blood and continued. "I would have destroyed you, too, if it weren't for Dara, the bitch." Again, the tendrils moving under his skin tightened, making him flinch. I asked, "That's her punishment?" "Mean-spirited hag. I was going to make my people thrive." He paused, panting hard as a wave of pain ran over him. "You broke your vow as a vassal," I growled, "and you attacked me and my people. Fuck your people, weak-willed." His mental message trailed off and the Dwergen leader breathed his last. Chapter 35. In this game, everybody needs a break to refuel, recharge, and jump back in full throttle. Helen Edwards. The next 10 minutes we were flailing to make sure that nobody else died. My people rushed together over the battlefield, finding the badly wounded, staunching the flowing blood, and bringing those who were wounded the worst to the Urgle. I marveled to see the ugly beast. It had thrived in our absence and was now an impressive level 15. It had been level 12 when we left, after healing Azel's troops. Once the wounded were tended to and the few surviving Dwergen had been subdued and led to the prison, we finally got together in order to discuss what had happened. I expected a lot of things. Recriminations for insisting on leaving in the first place, definitely. Possibly complaints for having taken so long. Perhaps even a touch of gratitude. I did not expect Roth's reaction. Why did you stick your scald nose into our business? We had 'em right where we wanted. A day or so, and we'd have beaten them, without your interference, and with less wounded and dead, I'll bet. Too much. We'd fought across the damn mountain, had several life-threatening encounters on top of each other, and now that little critter was telling us we should have stayed gone? My tone was incredulous and tinged with anger as I responded. What? You were almost back at the throne room. I could see you didn't have anywhere else to run. Cruzeal came forward then. In the corridor behind him, the young shamans rested. They looked like they'd all been through an ordeal, sweat dripping from them and looking half dead one and all.
He's right, Onyx. It is good to see you, yet we had it under control. Have you managed to quell the disturbances in the city?
I was starting to get angry. Well, yes. Most of it, at least. We beat the old guard badly, but why are you making a big deal of this? I saw the numbers of my minions and the corpses in the hallways. You were getting killed. Cruzeal did not flinch, did not look away.
No, we did at first, but we did have it under control, as Roth says.
He pointed out to the city.
The old guard moved first, near the gate, that the Dwergen Inn. Then they made their way toward the fortress, ruining our shadow towers and other defenses as they went.
He smiled weakly.
They did not expect the citizens to turn on them. We saw it. People were attacking from afar and then running to hide. They must have split up then, because only the Dwergen continued to attack us.
He grimaced.
At first, we did get beaten badly. We were not prepared for their treachery or their numbers. But then we managed to find a system that worked and were able to stall them and kill them, while the Urgle kept us all alive.
But you were still getting pushed back.
Oh, yes, and we were preparing to collapse the floor under them and continue the battle on the level below. We could have kept them busy for as long as we wanted, though we weren't prepared for that skill of Teller's. I'm glad he saved that one for an emergency.
I was flabbergasted. They would have collapsed the tunnel and kept on leading the Dwergen onward and making them pay for every step? I tried to think of something appropriate to say, but failed several times over. Finally, I managed. You all amaze me. I mean, you're certifiably insane. Wanting to face the Dwergen alone? That's just ridiculous. But, damn, I'm proud of you. And managing to make it up here, despite that dirty backstabber Teller and the bastard in the old guard. You've done an amazing job. Now rest. We have a lot of cleanup to do, but you've earned the rest. Before withdrawing, most of my minions made a point out of coming to bid us all welcome back. They marveled at the presence of the Aberrants, and a surprising number of armed fighters ran over to greet them. Oh, the Aberrants who stayed in Firepeak had apparently gone with a more hands-on approach to the crisis than I'd expected. As my minions greeted me and then plodded, limped, or dragged themselves off to blessed, much-deserved rest, I had my eyes open to see who had made it and who hadn't. The first feeling inside was one of overwhelming relief. My entire old council had survived, and moving down the hallway toward me at the head of a horde of underlings, I spotted... Demodius, you're safe! The proper Ethium beamed up at me, bowing almost in half.
Onyx, we were afraid you would die. However, we could still feel the connection ever so slightly, so we never gave up hope. Your council, we owe them our lives. I cannot imagine that the attackers would have let us be if we had not been able to hide behind them.
I'm just glad you're alive. How did you manage?
I am afraid that we were not entirely prepared for what we were facing. We were taken by surprise to begin with. Badly. We had a good deal of guards in the city when the Dwergen and the old guard took over the gate. It was all chaos for a while. We managed to split up a good deal of our forces, but we failed to pull back quickly enough when they charged the fortress.
I thought back to the scene of the entrance corridor in the fortress and the numerous smaller shapes lying there. I am sorry about that. How did you split up? He gestured at the Dwergen.
Our newly trained guards, mages and fighters, We knew they would be no match in a struggle inside the fortress, so we led them out a secret exit. They went to fight in the streets, where they would know the terrain and be able to run and hide.
Oh, that explained all the fires and the fighting in the city. It also explained how come my minion count had kept on ticking down, even if the people inside the fortress were sort of in control of the situation. Damn. Remind me that we need to reward them. Properly. They may have saved the entire damn city. If all the attackers had pushed in here, we might not have been able to hold.
Yes, Onyx. Should I inform you about the rest of the developments, as I know of them?
Yes, please. But we will do it as we walk. The very first thing I need to do is get up to the roof. The people of Fire Peak need to see me. The fires of the city were going out. A light drizzle had started, and the capital smelled of smoke and death. It was full dark now, but there was still a lot going on. From around the fortress, shouts and cries still rang out. It was time to end this conflict entirely. I focused, sending my message to the entire city. People of Fire Peak, we are victorious! The Dwergen have been defeated! The sounds in the city seemed to pause. Then voices erupted from everywhere. Were those cheers? From all over, cheers erupted as they realized that the fight might almost be over. I continued. Rest assured that we will take care of any enemy within our home. We are sending out soldiers right now. Come to the fortress gate if you know of any hostiles still in Fire Peak. Dwergen, betrayers from the old city guard, the Gathering, or others. It was true. Demodius was arranging for volunteers to move into the city right now. I doubted that many were in a state where they'd be able to, but I also doubted we would need many. With the main groups likely defeated and us back in place in the fortress, there would be little resistance. Hell, I didn't even bloody care if the remaining fighters fled. Once they were out of the capital, the mountain would take care of the rest. The monsters in the mountain were always hungry. The rest of the day went by as if in a haze. There were constantly people coming by to talk, decisions to be made and fires to put out. Some metaphorical, some not. I wouldn't be able to recount much of what happened, though I strictly recall wearing the poor Urgle out by having it remove the veer growths from all of us and removing those ticking time bombs. Eventually, after the constant stress of fighting our way up, my mind had it, and I was running on autopilot. At some point, I admitted the same to myself and told Demodius I was going to retire for a bit, and then I crashed for 9 hours straight. It was absolutely amazing. When I finally woke up, my mind fighting its way out of mental cobwebs, the world had changed. Cruzeal was the one to deliver the message.
I volunteered since Demodius was busy elsewhere.
He beamed a large smile at me.
We have made it. The city is ours. Most of the surviving Old Guard and Dwergen surrendered, and we've defeated the rest. Some fled. There are a few remaining who insist that they didn't have anything to do with the conflict at all.
Amazing. Just amazing. Thank you, Cruzeal. A bunch of them are bound to be liars, but we'll get to the bottom of that. And find a proper punishment for the attackers. We'll get them over here so we can question them properly. Ask the question at the forefront of my mind. How are we doing? I mean, really. Both the city and our people. Are we okay? He nodded. Not a confident nod, but for him, it was a response bereft of doubt.
The next short while, we will be catching up. Nobody really knows the exact state of our troops, the city, food and water reserves, or anything. But the important thing is that we made it. And that, at this point, we are in charge. Not just in name. Now, everybody knows it. The citizens of Fire Peak are flocking to you. Whatever allegiance some people may have had to the Old Guard broke the moment they invited the Dwergen to pillage the city in order to retain a bit of power. And with the Dwergen gone and the Aberrants at our side?
I smiled. We did do it, didn't we? And yeah, there's still all the monsters inside the mountain, and the matter of the goddamn scouts who seemed to disappear into thin air, and Creve and Azel back on the bottom floor. But honestly, That should be small fries compared to what we've already managed. Cruzeal blinked.
Fries are food, you've said, yes?
Another mental voice joined the conversation.
The old man still hasn't quite mastered the art of knowing that Earth figures of speech don't translate to our new world. He means that it's no big deal in comparison.
I looked up to see Timothy enter the throne room and snorted. Oh, great. The castle is still haunted. Hey, Timmy, you mind if I make up a dozen ridiculous stories about how you died and became a ghost? He laughed. It sounded a bit hollow.
It wouldn't be any less ridiculous than the real story, I'd wager. As long as you let me take bets on the winning story.
I beamed at him. Timothy looked, well, for lack of a better word, defined, sharp, larger than life even. His expression didn't, though. He looked forlorn, lost. I asked him outright. Cruzeal tells me we're doing good. How about you? How are you holding up?
Is this the place where I'm all tough and posture about how well I'm doing?
He smirked.
I'm a nerd, man, not some old macho dude like you. I'm not made for battle, and I don't like what I've been wading through over the past day and a half. But I'll be all right. Honestly.
He faded slightly, then continued, less composed.
Lord didn't make it.
No! I recalled the bright young Krull and his clever wit. How?
Bad luck. He was near the entrance to the fortress when they attacked. I think it was fast. That's the only consolation I've got.
He shrugged.
He wasn't the only one, obviously, but we've spent a lot of time together.
I'm so sorry, man. I shook my head. I've got no words. I'd make up some trite platitudes about it being all worth it in the long run, but I try not to be that guy. Whatever you need, just tell me. He grunted, then nodded.
Work.
Work?
Yeah. I'll want to keep busy. Not have too much time left over for thinking, considering what could have been, shit like that.
Okay, you've got it. Cruzeal had moved a bit back in respect, and I gave him a tight smile in gratitude before turning back to Tim. Honestly, man, I know I'm a crotchety old fart, but I'll still be here whenever you need someone to talk to. Otherwise, I'll have to get up to come see you all the time, and you know how my knees are old and weak.
Ha! I'm pretty sure that isn't how reincarnation works, man. Senility, that's what you'll want to look out for.
The pained look was still there, but he was grasping onto the distraction right away. I snorted. Don't let me invent a vacuum cleaner and go all ghost dispersal on you. Anyway, you said work, and I've got just the thing. See, we told the Aberrants about our Kipu system, and they love the idea. And there's quite a few of them who are bound to have leveled in the past battles. With that in mind, they'll be chomping at the bit to actually get an idea of what the hell they should choose.
Huh. And you told them you'd want to know their skills too, obviously?
He didn't seem opposed to the idea. Slither's a bright one. He gets the point. So, shoo, off you go. And if you need any help, somebody to carry the Kipu stuff, tell Demodius.
Jeez, I never would have thought of that myself. I guess that's why you earn the big hordes around here.
I rolled my eyes and beat my wings. Shoo, get to it! As the pale cloud hovered toward the exit of the room, I watched with gritted teeth. He would be all right. At least, I hope so. Loss was a tough thing, and it hit people differently. When my dad died, I buried myself in work and barely came home for half a year. When Kate lost her sister in an accident, she practically lived with her mother. However, the fact that Timothy was collected enough to recognize the need to keep himself busy, I hoped it would work for him. I'd have a chat with Slither and Demodius about possibly finding somebody who could work as a permanent assistant for him. In time. As for me, I kept myself busy as well. I knew we'd lost some people during the course of the battles, but the ones who were really close to my heart had made it, and that made all the difference for me. That was not to say I hadn't learned something from the whole debacle. When I called for the different groups to gather near Fire Peak, my doubts had revolved around whether or not people here were people at heart, or if they were monsters drawn to bloodshed by nature. Turned out that was simply the wrong question. Because they were all people. As such, the question should have been whether or not they were good people. It was a horrible oversight, but I'd learned my lesson. Yes, the sentient monsters in the Scoured Mountain were people, one and all, with all the boons and flaws that entailed. People could be heroic and selfless, or they could screw you over for the price of a smoke, or simply for the hell of it. And in the future, I would definitely be more careful about trusting anybody fully, regardless of how charismatic they seemed. It was a simple thing, a simple matter of not trusting fully without proof, and, with my years of working with people who had criminal reps, one I should have learned ages ago. It was also, without a doubt, not a mistake I'd make again. To be entirely truthful, confirming that these were people like anybody else with hopes, goals, and aspirations, who only succumbed to their baser instincts when they had nothing else, or when they were absolute utter bastards, was a huge relief. I was optimistic about the future. Didn't hurt that I had 2 levels worth of updates waiting for me to make my choice. I'd hit level 39. The constant fights with tough and numerous enemies had given me enough experience that I was a mere 12,000 experience from level 40, and unlocking the next horde size too. That was just a single hunting trip in the mountain at my leisure. For now, however, I was going to spend my points in a way that would make repairing the city as quick and painless as possible, and that meant mental power. I always seemed to need the firepower. Also, in case we lucked out and actually hit a peaceful period, I'd be able to build more constructions in one go with more mana. One could hope. I checked over my attributes. Personal info. Name, Onyx. Race, Young Shadow Dragon. Level 39. Experience toward next level, 27,170 of 39,000. Size, very large. Stats and attributes. Health, 1,180 of 1,180. Mana, 1,800 of 1,800. Strength, 66. Toughness, 118. Agility, 159. Mental power, 180. Mental control, 223. Mana regeneration rate, 13,410 per day. Health regeneration rate, 158 per hour. Attributes increased by plus 50% and regeneration rates by plus 100% due to Blessing of Dara. That would do. That would do just fine. Chapter 36. The next day was dedicated to cleanup. Cleanup and taking stock. It was also dull as hell. There was a reason why I'd gravitated away from any further promotions after becoming a foreman. Okay, several reasons. I'd called the CFO a dick. That didn't help. Spending the entire day listening to reports and making decisions was it. Thankfully, most of the decisions revolved around deciding who'd have to deal with it, and on how to get things back on track. That part I quite enjoyed. Turned out that the roaming old guard hadn't destroyed much beyond the defenses, probably because they thought they'd enjoy having the training and sorcery areas to themselves. The fires had mostly been centered around where they'd been fighting, not for meaningless destruction. As such, I was relieved to find that we'd be able to pick up our old plans revolving construction and agriculture pretty much where we left off. There would be a lot of time dedicated over the next days to dealing with the repercussions of the battle. Cleanup was going to be lengthy, as was the aftermath of the fights. Currently, there were piles of corpses lying around the city. Luckily, the citizens were the pragmatic sort, and I knew that this would result in added meat in the cooking pots. The same went for the aftermath. Demodius insisted that people were ready to move on with their lives now that the battles were done, but I wanted it to be known that the citizens who had joined in on the fights on our side would be rewarded and possibly offered jobs. We also had a bunch of Dwergen prisoners who we needed to decide what to do about, and a bunch of mages from the Gathering who needed to be dispersed and reintegrated into our ranks where possible. They'd found the leader in the city, that Jillo bastard. He had been torching regular citizens along with a group of former city guards. No more. His corpse had not been treated kindly. The survivors from their grouping had suddenly changed their minds about opposing us. There were not many surviving battle mages, but a whole lot of utility mages ready to join us. Once he woke up from a 12-hour nap, we sent Grazil off with a decent group of guards. He had one single goal: re-establish the blessing and slay any dwergen they found messing about down there in the process. I was tired of not having access to my full set of skills, constructions, and the blessing itself. I wanted to get back to normal as soon as possible. I was in the antechamber of the fortress, overseeing the cleanup work beginning. I was only marginally paying attention to the people working, though, as I found myself in the middle of a discussion with Demodius about the state of the Horde. Not impressive with all the items we distributed among our people, and the need for us to do something to ensure that we'd be creating more items for the Horde, unless I wanted it to shrink in size. I had to agree with him about the issue. In all honesty, I hadn't even bothered considering the risk of dropping a Horde size and losing the benefits since this whole debacle started. We disagreed on how we should solve it, though. He was all for putting the captured dwergen to use as slaves. Look, I get the point. They attacked us. People are used to this, meaning that their lives are forfeit. But I've said it already. Slavery is not going to be a thing in the mountain, not for those of us in command either. I think instead we should send out some people and find Kaveen. Crafting is her task, and she will know how to get back on track better than just going back to slavery. Demodius was polite but insistent.
But if their alternative is death, do you not believe they would prefer working for you?
I held up a claw to ward off his words. Ugh, yes, you have a point, but we haven't decided on their punishment yet. We need to make it public, too. The citizens of the city need to see what we are going to do to those who caused this entire mess. Whether we should offer the dwergens something like a 5-year contract to work off their debt to society instead, I don't know. It still smacks of slavery to me. Want to set up a meeting tomorrow so we can discuss it with Timothy? I like his input when it comes to ethics.
Yes, Onyx. I am not sure what ethics are, but I will have it arranged. Now, as to...
His message trailed off as a commotion started near the wrecked fortress gates. Shouts rang, and then suddenly a tall, imperious figure strode through the opening. I immediately swerved, baring my teeth. You! It was Firth, the dragonling leader of Selys' former scouts. She saw me and walked straight for me. Her eyes darted about, taking in the room and the blood and rubble everywhere. The moment she made it over to me, she demanded,
"Have they attacked already? Why isn't the city getting ready?"
I nearly exploded with apoplexy. With a physical effort, I kept myself from lashing out at her. "There is no attack. We already killed them. You missed it. You also missed warning us, telling us that the dwergen were on the warpath and about to hit us from behind. And you damn well left us without eyes when we needed them the most. Where the fuck were you?" Her reaction was not what I expected. Her eyes swiveled and she turned, taking in the scene again. Then she hid her eyes behind her claws.
"For the love of Dara."
Her mental words sounded less like a curse, more forlorn. Then she picked herself back up and glared at me.
"Are you telling me that no scouts have reached you?"
"That's exactly what I'm saying. We were backstabbed in the tunnels by the dwergen, while they and the old guard tried to take over up here in Fire Peak." Her grimace built into a snarl.
"But my scouts confirmed they had reached you. Did they lie?"
What the hell was she going on about? You mean before everything turned to shit? The one who said they had no way of contacting you? And the other one who was fishing for resources and saying nothing? They didn't have anything useful to tell us.
Didn't have anything?
Now it looked like she was about to burst. As she responded to me again, her mental voice sounded like she was on the verge of screaming.
"I clearly told him to report that we were seeing human activity, active scouts and enemy movement in our area, and that we would have to move to anticipate them and figure out what was going on. And later on, that we needed more scouts, which you never delivered."
I tried to think back to what the scout had said. Honestly, I'd been more pissed at Firth's absence than focused on his report. Then, with a sinking feeling in my stomach, I realized that with everything that had been going on, Timothy and I had never followed through with our intentions to question the scouts properly. I tried to ignore the feeling and continued my question. Yeah, so what? We needed you!
So what? Scout activity in the north? That means armies!
She waited, then when I didn't react, she continued, perplexed.
We don't have organized groups of humans in the north. And if they're scouts, uniformed scouts, that means that there will be an army too. This is what we have been investigating. And no, I don't really care whether you are in charge or the Dwergen are. For all I know, they will be less moronic. What I care about is that there is an army out there, and it's about to reach us.
It took a while for the reality of that to hit, and I was left staring at her. Then I asked her, very cautiously, Are you telling me that right now an entire army is on the march in our direction, and they're about to hit the mountain?
Yes, and the fact that you haven't picked that up before now is a problem.
She glared at me. My mind raced as I considered the situation. We'd missed that. I didn't bother stopping to think about what might have been. Too late for that. But it was suddenly making sense. Drowning beneath the work that had been everywhere, I'd not thought deep enough about what the scout reports might mean. Anybody who might have helped me make sense of the scout reports had either been elsewhere or, like me, been too new to Fire Peak to know all about what was going on. Now we were in an already battle-ravaged city, about to be overwhelmed by yet another attack. My mind almost gave in at the thought. It was too much, too sudden. Then I dipped deep into my inner reservoir and found the energy to move on. Then I sent out my message to everyone. I need my council back in the throne room. Mordial too. And the young shamans. Now! This is urgent. Anything else can wait. Minutes later, everybody was listening to Firth, and I was taking in her full report for the first time as well. She shot a challenging glare at everybody in the room.
Before I start, you have to realize that I am pretty much what remains of the scouts in Firepeak now. There were about a dozen others who had survived when I left them, but I was the only winged scout left.
She directed her sneer at me.
If somebody hadn't allowed the entire mountain to kill off most dragonlings, or if we had received the reinforcements I asked for, this might have been avoided.
I didn't look down. We were at war with Selys, and we apparently still are at war. Don't waste our time. She scoffed, but at least started talking.
We started seeing humans in the mountains around the Scoured Mountain. This in itself is not an issue. Humanoids are tough and persistent. Sometimes they leave their settlements behind to try to build new homes elsewhere, even if the weather and monsters up here are dangerous enough for it to be lethal.
She shrugged.
We tend to leave them alone as long as there are not too many or too close. If the monsters don't take care of them, they soon figure out that there isn't much to be had here. Food is scarce, weather's temperamental, and there are few natural resources for the taking. The few that don't learn that by themselves, we handle.
Nobody commented on that. We all knew about Selys and could guess exactly what that meant. She continued.
These were the first uniformed humans we had spotted. We've never had too many scouts outside the mountain. It's dangerous and it's a waste. But suddenly, the mountains were crawling with scouts and we spotted enemy activity every other day. So we called everybody. Selys always said that it was a matter of time before the humanoids decided to expand outward. Seems she was right.
Around me, the others were pale-faced at the prospect of humanoids coming after us. I kept my mental voice calm. What are we facing?
Humans. That in itself isn't too bad. However, there is one real issue.
Her glare was back and directed at me.
They are mostly aerial units. There may be a larger army following. We don't know. But within a week, the air just to the south of the mountain was suddenly filled with aerial troops. There were scout flyers, light-range flyers, poison-spewing animals, and a good deal of magical summoned flyers. The largest forces were comprised of transport beasts, parvu riders.
I had to explain exactly what that meant. Most of the others didn't know about beasts from outside the mountain either. Apparently, they were dumb, ferocious winged beasts that could be tamed by those with the necessary magic, stubbornness, or general death defiance.
They have a thick, springy fur that repels most weak attacks and are a terror in battle. Their paws are not that dangerous, more reminiscent of the hind paws of the talpi, and thus useless for fighting. Their teeth are flat too. They are plant eaters. However, they are strong enough that their bite will still tear you in half. And they are hugely territorial.
And there are many of them?
Yes. However, we are unable to tell you exactly how many. Why? Because our winged scouts are dead. Do you know how hard it is to keep up with a winged force when you are on foot? I'll tell you. It's hard enough that I am probably the only one who went outside left alive. Anytime we were spotted, they slew us.
I am sorry, but we can't do anything to change that, Firth. If you want us to have a chance to defend Fire Peak, you need to work with us. How many are there? Where did they come from? Which direction were they traveling? Have you got any idea what they're planning?
Their numbers are enough to challenge us to an aerial battle here in Fire Peak, even with our fire towers. Even before the Dragonlings were decimated, we never had a large number of aerial units. I don't know what their purpose is. If they manage to smash the fire towers, they will probably be able to simply rain missiles and fire down on the city and slowly take us out. They were approaching from the south as best we could tell, and unless I'm entirely wrong, they were moving straight for the mountain.
Damn it. That means they must have found out something about us having a blessing in the mountain. That, or they are actually planning to take over the entire area. But Selys talked about how nobody had realized about the blessings yet, and I don't imagine her giving the game away. I exhaled loudly. I guess we'd probably better proceed with the idea that they know all about us and they're coming to end us. Another presence intruded from the back of our group. It was Mordial. The gaunt human was deathly pale, like all his blood had rushed away. His eyes bored into mine. You should, and they do know all about us. I can tell you exactly why they're here. They're from the human kingdom of Nephron, and they're here to kill us all. Because I told them. It took some time for the worst of the chaos to die down. My eyes didn't move from Mordial's. There was no wavering, no sign that he was joking about. You told them about us? He nodded. Onyx, you know what I have lived through. His eyes nervously glanced at the rest of the group. For those here who are not aware, I am from Nephron. I was living my life safely in my village when Selys arrived. She slew the entire village, leaving the 2 spellcasters who lived there alive. Then she gave us an ultimatum. Join her or burn. His mental voice was monotone, did not reflect the horror of reliving that moment. But his eyes were elsewhere. The other spellcaster burned. I was too much of a coward. Following that, I spent a decade doing anything Selys demanded of me, regardless of what it entailed. I grew powerful as a mage. Truly, I knew that I had made the wrong decision, though. I should have died.
Why didn't you then?
As cruel as the words seemed, Grex's question didn't feel evil, more curious. I was a coward. I could see where this was going now. But you found a way to plot against Selys? I did. Selys had me swear an oath. It was very specific. I could not plot against her or act directly against her. But I had a lot of time to learn about the limitations of the oath. It was equal parts luck and planning. But when I was out on a task for Selys, I found a lucky group of human adventurers who had managed to make it into the mountain unscathed. He smiled a wry smile. Turns out that her oath wasn't specific enough. I couldn't have told them about her plans if it meant my life. writing the plans down in my diary along with a map of the mountain and accidentally forgetting it when I moved on? That went by unnoticed. He sighed. This was about 1.5 years ago, before I'd ever met you, of course, Onyx, or had the slightest hint that you might actually end up in charge of Firepeak. And after a while, I honestly figured they'd died, or hadn't managed to convince anybody about what was going on. Clearly, I once again was wrong. Again, it took a while for the hubbub to die down. I asked Mordial earnestly, "What do you think is happening at this point, then? I mean, it looks pretty straightforward from where I'm standing, but I'd like to hear it from your point of view." He nodded. "Clearly, the adventurers managed to convince somebody in charge that either Selys is too big a menace and needs to be put down for the good of humankind, or that there is a blessing here, and it's too good an opportunity to pass up. You just had to include the part about the blessing, too?" I shook my head. "We might have convinced them that we are no monsters, but with the blessing in the picture, that's harder. At least according to Selys. She was convinced that if they learned there are other blessings out there ripe for the taking, it would start a war." I hung my head, then glanced at Mordial again. He still stood up, ramrod straight, like a soldier facing his execution. I inquired, "Not that it matters much at this point, but do you still want us to die?" He shook his head, sadly. "I never did, Onyx. You might not believe this. I just wanted to end the tyranny of Selys and end my own torment." His lost smile almost broke my heart. "Looks like I'm going to get exactly what I wanted." What a shit show. "Okay, then help us, Mordial. Tell us what you know. What are we up against? What are they going to do? What can we do to stop them?" He didn't know much. That would have been too much to ask. Before his capture at the claws of Selys, Mordial had been a simple village spellcaster, helpful at taking out weaker monsters in a relatively peaceful region, burning away weeds in the fields when there was little else to do. He did know that the winged company of the Nephrin army was huge, sometimes operated by itself and sometimes in conjunction with earthbound troops. They were apparently well known for handling their battles without ever touching down, since they were typically unwieldy on the ground. Mordial could only guess to their plans, but since he had focused on Firepeak being the central place of power for Selys, he expected that their first strike would be directly on the capital. He finished with a sorrowful gesture. "If I could take it back, I would. You slaying Selys and taking over the mountain has been the only positive thing to happen in my life since I first laid eyes on a dragon. You don't deserve this. If there is anything I can do to make it right, I will. I doubt I'll get the chance, though." "I believe you," I sighed. "Well, at least we've already sent Kraziel to repair the blessing. Let's hope he's fast and doesn't spend too much time sidetracking to hunt wayward Dwergen. Now, if there's one thing I've learned in my years of construction, it's this. Acting without a proper plan means you'll spend twice the time trying to fix the issues you've caused afterward. So we're going up to spy. Firth, you're coming. We need your eyes. Who else?" Chapter 37. Forewarned, forearmed. To be prepared is half the victory. Miguel de Cervantes. I was heavily laden when we took off. Nobody had wanted to be left behind, but I'd had to put my foot down at 4 people. I still didn't have the strength to carry too much weight when flying. On my back, Arthur, Mordial, Roth, and Slither were tied down solidly. Firth was flying next to me, as were Grex and Timothy. The rest were assembled back in the plaza waiting for instructions, except for Demodius. He was back at the fortress already hard at work orchestrating the activities of everybody. Or he would be once he'd located Kaveen and told her that she needed to get back to work and produce crossbows. Lots of them. In between heavy beats of my wings, I looked down on Firepeak. In the weak light of the early day, it really didn't look bad. Except for the fortress, which still had a certain villain headquarters look to it. It actually looked like a relatively nice place to live. Not architecturally impressive, but safe. placed in the center of the crater as a haven against the barren lifelessness of the mountain. Oh, the formerly barren lifelessness. Near one edge, the ground was actually starting to show hints of green already. The growth boosts and the improved soil were working wonders. I smiled despite myself. It could really become quite a decent home. If only we survived. Deja vu. I took in the shimmering outlines on the city walls. The shadow towers would still take a few hours to finish, but they would be done quickly. We definitely couldn't expect Krasil to repair the blessing for at least another half day, though. It seemed, as usual, all we really needed was time, and for the world to leave us in peace for a while. The light grew steadily brighter as we neared the edge of the crater. I flew slowly and carefully until I was able to touch down safely on the flat, wind-blown ledge, the very same place that Selys had chosen to show me the outside world what seemed like ages ago. My minions unstrapped from my back, and we moved closer to the outside slope of the mountain and took in the sight. Arthur cursed, long and heartfelt. There, on the barren plains in front of the mountain, the winged units of the Nephrin army were gathered, and they were a sight to behold. It was exactly like Firth had said. On the edges of the encampment, the lightly armed and armored scout animals flew at impressive speeds. They were smaller beasts, perhaps 36 in number, reminiscent of giant hawks. Further in, areas in the camp contained more colorful beasts. Some laid placidly. Others paced to and fro, chained down, and a rare few looked like they were trapped inside magical circles that looked like the one that had kept Timothy trapped for years. There were perhaps 30 of the animals. While their numbers weren't overwhelming, most of them looked deadly as hell. The core of the army, like Firth reported, were the large pack animals. Hundreds of them. They did look rather goofy and harmless, even if their size was massive enough that one of them would probably be able to smash a Telpus if they sat on him. They were... What are they doing? Firth shadowed her eyes with a hand and cursed as well.
They're loading rocks onto their backs.
Fuck. So that was what it was. Streams of soldiers, or perhaps workers, it was hard to tell at this distance, were moving toward the beasts, unloading rocks to giant containers attached to their backs. I massaged my brow. That's bad news. Grex giggled.
Why? It's just rocks. They'll fly slowly, drop even harder when we light them up.
Roth spat at his feet.
Sure. And there's what, 15 of you imps? How do you think you're going to do in a battle with the rest of their army?
He flung up his arms in frustration.
This is crap. They can take down our flyers unopposed, and then they can rain damage down on the city where we can't touch them. Even if we get the fire towers working, they can just stay at range and bombard everything until we're done.
I started to come up with a plan, then found I had nothing. Nothing. We had an additional dozen imps and a couple dozen dragonlings spread throughout the city. And me. That was it. Then we had whichever spellcasters we'd be able to drum up to help us. I doubted we'd be able to start producing any crossbows in time, but they'd salvaged a few in the battle, surely. Sure, we'd be able to activate the fire shield and keep them off, but what would that do if they could just stay out of range and bombard us? Okay, anybody have any plans? Can we ambush them here? Firth snorted.
Not happening. I'm surprised they haven't seen us yet. They are very alert, and we'd have to spend ages bringing enough people up here that we could ambush them. Even then, there's no way we would be able to make the trek down the mountain without being spotted.
I will go. Mordial sounded collected and gathered as he stepped forward. Arthur sneered.
You? What would you do? Don't you think you've done enough?
Mordial paled but remained set. I'm the one who left the message for them. The Nephrin Kingdom is generally a peaceful one, and I hope I might be able to convince them that war isn't the right choice. Even if that's impossible, maybe I can divert their attention. Make them go elsewhere. Buy you some time. I took in what he was saying. You mean lie to them? If you do that and they discover you, they're going to hurt you. He laughed. The noise was completely bereft of humor. More than I've already been. This is my fault. I will do what I can. Arthur laughed uproariously. Then he pointed at the human, eyes gleaming dangerously. Dragon? This is exactly what went wrong just a few days ago. You trusted Teller when you shouldn't have and bought into all his lies. Now you're going to do the same with this one? He's going to sell us out and laugh at us as the human army unleashes death and destruction on Firepeak. Mordial didn't respond. He merely shook his head and met my gaze. I considered Arthur's words. He was right. I had been taken in before, and I had to be cautious. But was this who I wanted to be? Someone who was mistrustful of anybody, second-guessing every move? We don't have time to waste hours talking about this. Mordial has brought us trouble. I won't deny that. But when they attacked us down in our old domain, he could have killed me. He didn't. He fought back against Selys' influence, kept it at bay long enough for me to escape so we could bring down the walls. He wanted me to kill him just to escape the influence of Selys. Does that sound like the kind of person who would double-cross us all and stab us in the back? My neck swiveled around to face everybody in turn. If you really think I am making a mistake, this is the time to speak up. Otherwise, we're doing this. They remained quiet, even Arthur. He grimaced and looked like he was going to respond, but eventually settled down, simmering. I nodded at Mordial. Okay, get up on my back. We'll need to get you closer. I appreciate you taking the risk. Just don't get yourself killed, all right? Half an hour later, I was beating my wings hard, flying as fast as I could to get out of there. Cries arising on all sides left no doubt as to whether I'd been spotted. Now it was more a question of whether I could get away in time. Fortunately, as I rose in the skies and fought to get back to the summit of the Scoured Mountain, a few hawk-like creatures who followed me started veering off as I got closer to my minions on the ledge. They probably believed it was a trap. Good call, really. I wouldn't want to be in their place if they tried attacking Arthur, surrounded as he was by loose rocks. Exhausted more from the stress of not knowing what was going on than the actual exertion, I landed next to the others and resigned myself to waiting. Please let them refrain from killing Mordial. Arthur shot accusatory glances at me, but didn't talk. On the barren rocky landscape below, soldiers rushed out to surround the lone figure, and soon he was taken in and brought into the camp, to the very center of the camp. It was a semicircle of tents, guarded on all sides, but not exposed to the constant activity that every other part of the camp seemed to have. Firth huffed. They've taken him to the command tents, into the largest of them. Whatever else is going to happen, we won't have any chance to affect it. We can only wait. And wait we did. The minutes ticked by glacially slow, as nothing seemed to happen below. The hawk-like creatures were circling, clearly keeping an eye on us from afar, but nobody made a move. Inside the camp, the colorful creatures had been prepared for battle, but thus far, nobody was taking off. The silence was oppressive. Roth was the first one to say something. I can't stand this. Nothing is happening. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Why can't we do something? Arthur was being less than helpful. Either they killed him or they're busy laughing and planning how to attack us. I'll give us even odds. We should get moving away from here back to the city so we can prepare for what's coming. Leave Firth to keep watch. We won't gain anything by staying here. I glared at him. I know you don't agree with taking this risk, but he's risking his life to help us all. I sighed. Unless you're right and he is selling us out. But I don't believe that. Will not believe that. Regardless, you're probably right. There's nothing to gain from standing around and waiting. Firth, stay alert and let us know if... My explanation was interrupted by Roth pointing. Is that them? I think it's them. They're coming out from their tents. They're... Damn, it's far away. Firth, what are they doing? She closed her eyes to slits. Then she nodded. Yes, Mordial is among them. He is unharmed, I believe. I cannot see any ropes or bindings on his body. They are... arguing, I think. Must be their commanders.
The other commanders are debating too. The tall, armored one in the back is pointing in our direction and gesturing. Mordial is shaking his head.
Grex groaned.
What does that mean? Are we being betrayed? Are we under attack? Should I attack? I can fly down and shoot him.
Firth hissed, cutting him off with an abrupt gesture.
They are fighting. Mordial is on his knees now. It looks like he is begging. The armored one is turning his back on him and...
Her words were interrupted by a flash on the plane. She cried out in pain and held her hands over her eyes. The sound of the explosion arrived a while later. We all stared at the enemy camp as the dust settled. Fires rained unchecked, and but a single of the command tents still stood intact. The rest of the camp was an antilla activity, soldiers running to and fro. As for the center of the camp, it had a crater in it. Several bodies lay, hardly recognizable as such. At the far end, a man in gleaming armor lay unmoving. My eyes kept trying to find Mordial, even as they slipped back to the smoking mess of the crater. Arthur was surprisingly sober. I was wrong, and we need to get away from here, right this moment. There will be no avoiding the conflict now. Nobody disagreed. We swiftly had them all get up on my back again and then left for Fire Peak. Firth stayed in order for us all to be forewarned when they eventually moved against us. Floating down toward the city, I replayed the scene inside my head again and again. He'd sacrificed himself. Mordial had blown himself up. To strike a blow against the enemies or to delay them, we couldn't know. But regardless, the outcome was the same and was undeniable. He had killed himself. He'd been right on the verge of reaching everything he wanted, and then his past had caught up with him. His crime? Not wanting to die. How fucking unfair was that? Timothy floated next to me. I told him one thing as we descended. There's no making this right for Mordial, but we're going to make damn sure he didn't sacrifice himself for nothing. I meant it too. The Scoured Mountain had always been a place of unrest and battles. Now it was going to see war. Chapter 38.
They are coming. The Parvu beasts are taking off. And simply put, Onyx, there is no way we are going to take them on in the air.
Firth's words were measured, blunt, and not up for discussion.
They're holding most of the scouts back and advancing with the combat forces, followed by the Parvu beasts. That means they're probably going to stay up high and bombard the city, while the other flyers keep any attackers away. We have an hour and a half before they start pouring into the crater, unless something unexpected happens.
We were in the central plaza of Fire Peak. Nobody had wanted to waste the time it'd take to enter the fortress for a simple discussion, especially since we all knew that we would very soon be fighting for our lives. Roth was the first to talk.
No news? Are we still going to go with Onyx's insane idea?
Arthur spat.
No news. And yes, we are. Otherwise, all our hard work will be wasted. Kaveen is still missing. Some in the city fear she was killed by the old guard, and they just haven't found her body yet. That means we have no new crossbows to back us up. We have a few looted from the Dwergen, but not enough bolts to last.
I nodded. Whoever was lucky enough to end up with one, put them on the city walls or other high positions, preferably the walls. It'll be easier to move about and avoid bombardment there compared to the tops of the fire towers or rooftops. They nodded grimly. Roth and Gert were mumbling with their heads close together. I got their attention. One positive piece of news. The blessing is back up. A collective sigh of relief rang among them, but I held up a claw. It's not going to save us. Not at all. You know that the enemy knows about the fire towers, too. They won't stupidly come within range, but it does mean that we have a safe area of sorts. Anybody getting close to the city will be within range of the fire towers, for as long as we can keep people on top of the towers to direct them. Kraziel asked,
What about the shadow towers? Any other constructions in the process?
I grimaced. The shadow towers are done and lining the walls all around the city. and those the attackers should be ignorant about. I've created 4 outposts, too, on the walls, here, 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 and here. However, there are no other constructions that will help in the fight to come.
Should we activate the fire shield then, to stall?
I grunted. That's a good question, Krasil. I'd say no. We know that Mordial warned them about the fire towers, but I'm not sure if he knew about the fire shield. From the way Selys talked about it, it had never been used. Meaning, if we can lure enough of them close, we can burn them from the sky. If we use the fire shield straight away, we don't have that weapon anymore. And as long as they stay out of range, the shadow towers won't help either. Anybody disagree? Nobody spoke up, so I continued. We have our troops ready? Any changes in the getup? Demodius bowed.
We have found a decent number of volunteers, Onyx. Surprisingly many, to tell the truth. Their levels are unimpressive, but after they heard about the stakes and the possible rewards, they decided it would be worth it. 5 dozen assorted imps, cauldron, and dragonlings. And 3 battle mages who will assist from the walls.
Great. Thank you for the work. Arthur? He grunted. It would be me and Krasil on your back. And Roth, too. Roth? I knew it was a silly question the moment I asked it, but... You know we're going to be airborne, right? Roth snorted and jumped up, looking affronted. Arthur asked the same. Why would you do that? I'm not stupid. He huffed. Listen, we'll tie me to the harness with enough rope that I'll be able to move around freely. Then, if I fall, I can pull myself up. But I won't fall. You know I have a better balance than anybody else around here. And you'll need my help. Those 2 can fling a bunch of rocks around, but some of those flying monsters are big. Rocks won't do it for those. I looked askance at him, then asked hesitantly, You really think you'll be able to keep your balance on my back while I'm flying? He laughed. No doubt. Your backside is big enough I could do it without a rope even. All right, I guess. I turned back to Arthur. Who else takes to the skies? Grex started jumping up and down excitedly. I smiled at the imp. Apart from Grex and the rest of the imps, obviously. I know I couldn't keep you away from a good fight even if I tried. Well, there is one person you're forgetting. Timothy looked mildly affronted, especially when I started laughing. Please, forget you? I just took you for granted. You're the single most talented person here for an aerial fight. You can literally stun enemies in mid-air. Forget you? I snorted. Well... Timothy cleared his non-existent throat. In that case, I guess we're ready? I watched my mana slowly ticking down and then regenerating a tick. It went down, and then regenerated right back up. It was mesmerizing, almost trance-inducing, watching my stats as I maintained an illusion over our hiding place. At this point, my mana regeneration had reached the point where I regenerated a point of mana every 5 friggin' seconds. Thinking back to how I started out regenerating 20 mana a day, being able to maintain my illusions perpetually seemed ridiculous. But it worked. As I proved several times over, the ability to hide could be a game-changer. The aberrants were in hiding too, inside the tunnels they'd dug last time. They'd be spread throughout the crater, ready to ambush any enemies landing on the ground. Oh, and in case we lost, they'd leg it into the mountain and disappear. No going down with the ship for them. Couldn't blame them. A shadow obscured the rays of the sun from overhead, and I perked up. It was happening. They were coming. One long, sinuous body blocked the sun before diving down into the crater and to the attack. Multitudes followed. I was hidden on a natural ledge 2/3 up the crater. It was spacious, and it was big enough to hold both me, with my trio of passengers wrapped to my back, and all the imps, dragonlings, and cauldron from the city who had agreed to join the fight. Around 60 in total. A surprising number had jumped to join us when they heard of the rewards. And the imps in the city just wanted to be part of the fight regardless. Self-preservation was not the strongest feat of their race. Even if the ledge was large, the place was cramped, and not just because there were many of us. It was also stacked to the brim with large rocks and rubble. The enemies were streaming down in formation now. It looked like there were 4 or 5 mounts to a group, and there were Too many groups in motion to keep track of them. Apart from the imps, we'd never really trained aerial combat, so I already knew the enemy would have a leg up on us. That was, of course, if we decided to fight fair. And why would we go and do something as silly as that? The lead group dove in ahead of the others. I recognized the gleaming golden armor from yesterday. The armor, which now had only a single arm sticking out, served him right. The group surrounding him held not a single one of the leaders Firth had described yesterday. Whatever Mordial had done, it had had an insanely damaging effect on the enemies. Judging from the furious scowl on the leader's face, he was of a mind to repay it upon us 1,000-fold. Timothy's thoughts clearly revolved around the same subject. His mental whisper was insistent.
Do we take the golden boy down? If we kill the leader, they might change their minds. Or be easier to destroy.
I considered it for half a second. No. There are way too many riders incoming right now. Even with surprise on our side, we'd be overwhelmed. We follow the plan. He nodded, and we sank back to observe the enemy as they poured into the crater in a seemingly never-ending mass of distinct, colorful, and often armored flying beasts and their riders. Here, at a distance of only a few hundred feet from the nearest flyers, it was easier to take in the details of the flyers and their riders. It was hard not to be impressed. The beasts were distinct, of several different races. The most common type looked decidedly cat-like, long, sleek, fur-covered bodies with light leather, their brilliant teeth bared in joyous grimaces. Each group had at least one of these, sometimes two. The riders carried short bows and looked in all directions, alert and ready for action, though none of them managed to pierce our illusions. They looked like the fastest of their kind, built for surprise attacks and outmaneuvering heavier, slower enemies. Just like me. And then there were what I guessed to be the shock troops. Long, sinuous, scale-covered necks in green were followed by an even longer body. At first, I thought they were dragons of some kind, but then I noticed the differences. These flyers were slower, but covered with fitted sheets of metal armor. The only spots exempt from the armor were their snake-like fanged heads and the multitude of smaller insectile legs under their bodies. They looked like a cross between wyverns and flying millipedes. Again, each unit held a single one of these, and the soldiers on their backs were equally well armored, and held long, shining lances. Yeah, shock troops for sure. Only one other type of flying steed repeated itself throughout the groups. This kind was smaller, and looked much less placid or well-controlled than the close combat and cat-like flyers. They were thin and insectile, with wings like dragonflies. That was their only claim to beauty, though. The hardened, elongated carapaces ended in harsh, angular bee-like heads that constantly jogged every which way, hissing and spitting, looking like they were struggling for dominance with their riders. Their mouths seemed to dribble with froth in a steady stream. But I noticed a flyer under one of them hastily wiping a spot of the liquid off his cat. Poison, then, or acid. Damn it. No armor on these flyers either, and on their backs robed figures perched from form-fitting seats. Mages. These must be made for causing damage from a distance. Each of their groups held one other wild card, ranging from something that looked like a phoenix over a riderless tentacle horror to a see-through vision of some sort. I had no chance to guess at their importance or usage. We'd just have to figure things out on the fly. Joy. The final groups of the aerial fighters were diving past us now and were about halfway down the crater. From below, Fire Peak gave them a welcome worthy of the city's name as the dozen fire towers began firing bolts of fire into the air. They knew that the bolts fizzled out with range and would be able to do little damage, if any, but they were following the plan. The fireworks were bound to catch and hold the attention of the attackers and distract them from what was about to happen. I reached out to the people around me, keeping my words as tight and controlled as possible. When possible, aim for the spitters first, and then the feline beasts. We need to take the mages out quickly, and the others look quick enough to be trouble. Tight nods met me, and I looked back upon the crater opening in front of me. They had chosen high noon for their attack, ensuring that they'd not have to fight in darkness. So far, I was begrudgingly impressed by their discipline. Above me, the parvu beasts started appearing over the crater ledge, flying slowly and sedately, but still in formation. It was time. The final flight of fighters dove past us. I rose to my feet. An insectile spitter sped past us, and even at this distance, I could hear the drone from its wings. I was less prepared to meet the eyes of its mage rider as his gaze pierced the illusion. With a curse, I sprang out into the open air. "Now, attack!" My leap barreled me across the empty air before anybody among the enemy was able to so much as raise an outcry. My weakening fog crossed the remaining distance between me and our enemies, angled downward to impact as many of the unaware beasts as possible. I placed a shadow whirl right on the leader's mount, in the hope of keeping him unaware of what was going on for as long as possible. The mage who had spotted me cried out in dismay as his spitter beat its wings but failed to stay up. Apparently, it was weak enough that a single breath attack could take it out. Around me, cries and shouts rang out in reaction to my sudden appearance, yet my attack wasn't even the real ambush. The real ambush followed at our backs with a massive rumble as the bricks and pieces of rubble our people had painstakingly carried up to the ledge flew out into the open air of the crater in search of the enemies below. It was probably kind of dastardly of us to take the humans' own tactic and use it against them, but we worked with what we had. Right now, what I had was enemies on all sides as I dove at full speed into the crater, and a shower of rocks followed. On my back, Cruzeal and Arthur would be lost in their own world of concentration as they worked furiously to single out targets and guide the missiles to reach them. As I descended into the midst of the enemy, arrows and spells came alive on all sides as they became aware of my presence and started hunting me. That was all right. Every moment they kept their attention on me was a moment where they didn't realize the real danger. At the speed I was diving, the ground was approaching, fast. In seconds, I reached the center of their formations. Unfortunately, they were wising up to my appearance, so I gave them the real welcome to my domain. I roared and, with a massive push of effort, birthed a wave of shadows and pushed them outward from me. Within seconds, even in the bright light of day, I was wrapped in darkness and the shadows moved with me. Shadow. Dragon. It was right there in the name. However, inside the mountain, my skills at shadow manipulation had given me nothing so far. In fact, I'd barely touched it. Improved shadow control. Wherever there is light, shadows hide for you to manipulate. You are no longer restricted to being inside your domain for your shadow control to function. Your ability to manipulate shadows has become second nature. You can remove them, deepen them, and have them move like living creatures with a single thought. The ability is limited by the size of your horde and your mental power and mental control. Every single race inside the mountain had their own way of handling pitch blackness, dragons included. Some had heat vision, others registered movement, while others again, mostly monsters, eschewed sight entirely, working solely on smell and hearing. The humans and their flying mounts, they were a different case. I could only extend my shadows maybe 50 feet outward, but it was enough to create a center of panic around me. I continued downward in a near vertical drop, wind howling as I roared and kept them focused on my descent. Above me, death and destruction followed. I wanted to see what was going on, so much, but I couldn't stop, couldn't take the time to look. I knew that on top of the rain of stones that my shamans were pouring down on the aerial attackers right now, all our other flyers were up there. They'd be singling out targets and making use of the distraction to cause some serious damage, while the enemies were unable to realize what was happening. My role was that of distraction. No more, no less. I managed to breathe another weakening fog mid-dive and almost lost my control over the shadows. And then I started evening out my dive, aiming for the safety of the city. A splash of something hit my back and pain arrived with it immediately. I could almost hear the sizzling as something started eating into me, causing my health to slowly tick downward. I'd been hit by several stray arrows and spells already, but this was the first attack to really impact. Damn it. I gritted my teeth as my health dropped to 60% and started dropping further. Bad timing with such a lucky hit. And my control over the shadows unraveled from the pain. God damn it! With a sinking feeling, I realized what else had happened. A muffled whimper from my back was the only hint of the damage it had wrought. Krasil! Now, my calculated approach turned into a panic dive as I aimed straight for the city walls, bobbing and weaving. I finally broke out from underneath the final group of enemies and did all I could to fly fast. Not fast enough, though. Behind me, I could hear the flapping of wings and cries of enemies as they were trying to catch up. Trying and succeeding. I felt a stab of some kind hitting my abdomen from below. They were getting into distance to hit me. However, they were also reaching the distance of the first shadow towers on the wall. I craned my neck as I flew to spew a weakening fog behind me to weaken my pursuit further. One of the feline flyers took a large hit from my breath weapon and wavered, and then another invisible impact hit it. And another. It had reached the range of the shadow towers. The beast desperately tried to gain height but couldn't. A piteous mewl escaped from the beast as it slowly descended closer to the waiting fire towers. It wasn't the only enemy to be hit. At first, it didn't look like they were realizing what was going on, but the pursuit started dropping in ones and twos. Less than a minute passed before a booming shout rang through the skies, and the flyers behind me veered as one, struggling to get back into the skies. Damn it. So their commanders were clever enough to think on the fly. Pun not intended. We were so screwed. Chapter 39. It is better to be violent if there is violence in our hearts than to put on the cloak of non-violence to cover impotence. Mahatma Gandhi. I touched down with a heavy tread on the walls of Fire Peak, already shooting commands to every side. From nearby, a crossbow-wielding Krull sprinted and leapt up onto my back, sliding down with Krasil in his arms. Roth had already cut him free. "Take him to the Urgle, now!" The command rang out, and thankfully I could see the ugly blob wobbling closer to us at top speed. I spared a short glance at Krasil, looking at the ugly patches of dissolved fur giving way to oozing wounds underneath. Then I steeled myself and focused back on the battle above me. In half a minute, the crater above us had transformed entirely. Where before we had seen a steady progression of collected soldiers flying in formation, ready for anything, that control was gone, replaced by a reeling force of individuals, some of whom were panicking even as they tried to escape their pursuit or fight back. In this first massive assault, the avalanche and our ambush had managed to down almost a third of their lead attackers. However, even as I beat my wings to gain altitude and return to the battle, the tides of battle were turning again. It was to be expected, really. We knew from the start that some of our flyers would be underleveled compared to the attackers, especially the new recruits from Fire Peak. Now, that and the lack of any training and battle cohesion was taking its toll. I grimaced as the phoenix-looking riderless beast contorted into a whirlwind of claws and razor-sharp wing edges and sent a dragonling and a cauldron bleeding from the sky. All over, our people were being torn apart or pushed back. The flyers left in the sky were returning to their formations, flying with shock troops up front and the others following behind and causing damage from afar. It was only a matter of time before they'd finish our flyers entirely and dominate the skies. Even as I spoke, the Parvu beasts were starting to settle in the skies above. They had reached bombardment range. There was one exception to the horrible turn the battle was taking. Far above us, just below the Parvu beasts, a flittering of bright lights skittered playfully across the open air, like a sparkle of fireflies. At the edge of my hearing, I heard Grex's gleeful laughter as he shot away from an enemy at insane speeds, fire coming to life around him. Where the imps converged, a blue shade held them together, caused their bodies to be stronger, and their attacks more precise and damaging. One of the shock troops was trying to climb up to engage them, but a bright blue bolt from Timothy hit the scaled beast, causing it to swerve and almost hit the crater edge before it was able to right itself. They would be able to handle themselves, hopefully. Meanwhile, if I were to give us any chance at making it through this, I'd have to keep the enemy from finishing off all our airborne troops. Otherwise, they'd simply grind us down with numbers. And that meant... "Brace yourselves! We're going through the center!" Arthur assented, and Roth gave a gleeful sound. About time! I was falling asleep back here. I have done a number of stupid things inside the mountain, taking on Selys in an aerial battle. That one was right near the top. Going for a swim with a couple of pissed-off salamanders. Really a winner, too. But flying straight for the leader of an enemy invasion force while he was in the center of said force? That had to be some sort of record for me. Still, I was feeling pretty short on alternatives at the moment, so headlong charge it was. This time he saw me first. I guess not spotting a circle of darkness 100 feet across would give him some interesting feedback on his next performance reviews. Still, he performed admirably, halting his noble wyvern millipede, a particularly large and ugly specimen, I might add, mid-air and shouting commands to prepare his troops even as his warhammer started glowing bright with magic. He was ready for my charge, nice and knightly, and it looked like he was mostly managing to ignore the effects of my shadow whirl. Like I'd make it so easy for him. I'd gained enough height to almost be level with him and evened out, flying straight toward him, and then I released my breath weapon. At the group hovering behind him, ready to engage me in battle. Then I banked in the air, turning as tightly as I could, activated my aerial burst of speed, doubling my flight speed, and fled. For 30 seconds I toyed with them. 30 glorious seconds where I was fast and maneuverable enough to toy with the attackers, demand their full attention, sow confusion in their ranks, and apply my breath weapon to devastating effect. Then the skill ran out, and I had to focus on headlong flight again. I didn't get far. I honestly had expected to at least reach halfway to the cavern wall. However, I'd failed to consider just how fast a flyer coming in from above would be able to pounce on us. One moment I was flying, the next I was dropping 40 feet as a weight hit my back and bounced off. I cursed, fought to regain my control, and then craned my neck to see what was happening behind me, only to realize there was no enemy there. Not anymore. Roth was standing on my back, holding onto his sword with one hand and my harness with the other. My back was liberally painted in blood, and I glanced down to see the feline flyer dropping like a rock below me. In 2 pieces. Roth had literally carved it in 2 even as it pounced on us. I dropped the cover of darkness again. You'd think that it would be the same as working with illusions, but it wasn't. Far from it. Where the illusion needed me to maintain a comprehensive image of what I wanted the illusion to look like and update it constantly as needed, manipulating shadows required me to pull from around me, finding the shadows that were there and bend them into doing my will. I really needed to practice more with it, especially when I wasn't in the midst of being slain. Now I was about halfway to the cavern wall, and I could hear wings beating behind me. Damn it, they were catching up to me. A solid thwack was probably due to Arthur, and Roth's high-pitched voice squealed something inaudible. Evasive maneuvers! I sent to my telepy passengers and then went through a tight double turn trying to confuse my pursuit. My strength might not be high enough to fly really fast, but my agility granted me exquisite turning speed. A few enraged roars at my back told me I'd managed to confuse a couple of those closer to me, but the pain of several stinging impacts took me down to 40% health. It also told me there were too many enemies behind me to mess about like this. I needed to go for the kill. I beat my wings as fast as I could, diving to add even more speed to my flight. Missiles, spells, and flung acid all attested to the fact that I was still under attack from everybody. My health went down, bit by bit. A particularly nasty cold spell impacted my tail, and I lost some of my control over my flight. I gritted my teeth and touched a claw to the harness on my neck, feeling a shadow crystal be absorbed as my flesh healed and my health returned to full. There. Now I'd be able to make it to the crater wall at least. My health was already down by 1/3 again when we approached the wall. I veered to the right and started to build altitude as I flew alongside the wall, exposing myself to every flyer who followed me. At the same time, I gritted my teeth and concentrated inward to pull the shadows around me again. Your turn, Arthur, I sent even as I released a weakening fog straight at all the incoming enemies. The Talpus shaman did not hold back. From above us, he pulled rock and dirt from the crater's side, flinging it out at any approaching enemy. Within seconds, cries of pain rang through the cavern. A burst of movement attracted my attention, and I wrapped my wings around myself, desperately dropping a few feet and barely avoiding the charge of one of the wyvern-like flyers. I felt the tip of the lance deflect off my neck scales. Too close. For a minute, I was completely lost in the struggle for survival. I stayed close to the walls, twisting and turning desperately to avoid the spells I managed to spot in time, and the numerous attempts of the close combat flyers to close with me. Whenever the cooldown was off, I'd spray the attackers with my weakening fog. It was a desperate replacement for our original plan, where we'd all be able to go out and attack the enemies and then pull them back to the walls of the city, covered by the shadow towers and fire towers, with the Urgle to heal our wounded. However, the commander had seen through the admittedly simple plan straight away and kept their distance from the city. The Parvu beasts were merrily unloading their missiles on the city, though. Roth, Arthur, and I were walking a razor's edge, constantly evading attacks and fending off missiles and spells as I struggled to keep the shadows under control in my mind. And Roth was keeping up a constant chittering litany of curses and animalistic sounds as he was tossed about, spending more time at the end of his safety rope than in battle stance upon my back. Yet it worked. Somehow it worked. In combination, we were not only keeping them off, but actually inflicting horrendous damage on them. Arthur was not mucking about or playing fair. He barely wasted any time on the shock troops at all. Ones who moved close enough they might enter melee range might find themselves blinded by a shower of dirt to the eyes, but that was it. Any spitter or feline flyer, however, was bound to see large rocks flung their way. He didn't care about killing them either. No, the wings were his favored targets. The slash of a ragged rock to the membrane of any flyer might cause enough to see them slowly spin to the bottom of the crater, out of the battle. That, and targeting the joints of the wings with heavier rocks. A few ragged, mind-numbing minutes later saw my health dip below half again, but the battle scene had changed drastically. I was fast enough to avoid the shock troops, barely, and that, along with my ability to turn faster than them, allowed me to keep some distance. As to their ranged attackers, their numbers were dwindling. Only 3 feline flyers were still dodging around in the air behind the flock of close combat flyers, along with a solitary spitter carrying a fire mage. Arthur was slowing down, however. I feared he was getting close to his spellcasting limits. Above us, our imps and Timothy were having the time of their lives, slowly whittling down the 3 full groups that remained committed to taking them down. The imps were simply too fast for the flyers to strike them, especially when Tim boosted the imps and stunned any flyer who tried to move in closer for better accuracy or a melee attack. I growled in satisfaction. Tim took the rare magical attacks with ease too. His new energy absorption skill ensured he'd heal super fast whenever people died around him, in this case basically keeping him constantly topped off. I honestly doubted if I would be able to take down all the flyers around me. It would be all too easy for something to go wrong before I could weaken them all enough. Still, it looked like I wouldn't have to. I could just drag it out until the imps and Timothy were done and ready to help me. Unfortunately, the enemy commander came to the same realization that I did. Still half hidden behind the shadow whirl, he shouted a loud command. Then, snapping his hammer onto a belt of some kind, he put a whistle to his lips and an ear-piercing noise emerged from the thing. 2 things happened in short succession. The first thing took up most of my attention. Of all the flyers that had attacked us, the colorful ones, the ones that were different from the standard, were the ones who had been the easiest to take down. Whether that was because they were lower leveled, had received less training, or they were just plain weaker, I didn't care. But they'd mostly provided beautiful, colorful distractions. There were only a few remaining now, one of them hovering right behind the commander. The thing launched at me. Thing because the beaked, feathered, multi-tentacled thing would have no regular name applied in the English language, except for perhaps freak of nature or abomination. It was disturbing to look at, undulating and flying faster than its multi-limbed, ugly bulk should have accounted for. It was also completely riderless. With that filthy vision before me, I almost missed the second detail. But a spot of darkness in the noon sun made me glance upward and realize what was going on. Above us all, the hawk-like scouts were dropping down into the crater, I cursed inside. They were the perfect counter to the imps. Keen-eyed and too fast for even the boosted imps to evade. They would be able to take the imp group apart, since they were so few in number. There was no way I could make it up there in time to help them. I eyed the incoming tentacled monstrosity as I fought for altitude and reconsidered my stance. Maybe I should focus on myself for a bit. "Timothy, you've got incoming from above!" My mental shout rang out through the crater. I didn't know if they were inside my range, but I could hope. Seconds later, I was fighting for my life again. The tentacled thing was not only fast, but also agile. It wasn't fair. I fought with all I had, trying to avoid its ugly, unnatural bulk, but it was just constantly there. And the other shock troops followed it, constantly trying to force me closer to it. I had no doubt that I didn't want that to happen. It was just so goddamn there all the time, following me at my back, constantly closer. Unstoppable. I'd sent 2 weakening fogs at it, but it didn't seem to even notice. I had to do something drastic. Arthur didn't have much left to give. He had almost stopped manipulating the rocks from the crater walls. He had done it, though. There was just a single feline flyer left near me, and not a single one of the spitters. The rest had either crashed horribly or landed to an uncertain future in the crater below. I would be home safe right now. I could weaken the rest of the damn flyers around me at my leisure if it weren't for that single goddamn abomination playing tag with me. I closed my eyes for a split second, then growled. "Roth, I need you. Maximum effort. We need to take that thing out." "About time." Nothing more, nothing less. Just an eagerness for the challenge and a promise of violence wrapped up in one. Sometimes I loved the little ball of destruction. I broke into a climb, angling to gain as much height as possible. 2 shadows crowded in from above, limiting my possibilities for climbing, and I turned as fast as I could, back toward the abomination. With all my speed, I dove at the tentacled monstrosity. I'd managed to gain enough altitude that I was coming at it from above, and now I was diving for it, claws first, ready to rend and tear. Behind me, the wyvern-like beasts would be following, but I couldn't do anything about that. I hit it with a gut-wrenching impact. My claws dug deep furrows in its back. It was a disturbing sensation, though, and I wasn't sure I was doing a lot of damage. Beneath its rubbery skin, the flesh felt like whale blubber, and there were no muscles or anything obviously vulnerable for me to tear apart. Roth laughed in glee even as I felt him climbing down my side. He'd be going for its wings, probably. It was the best bet for us to take it down quickly. The only issue was that now the tentacles were slithering upward, stretching, reaching to grab onto me. I saw a thick tentacle undulate in front of my eyes before moving closer to my neck and shuddered. The tentacle had claws all along its length. I'd planned for this, though. I unleashed a weakening fog all over the back of the damn thing, and then I flung back my head and split the air with my deafening roar. The effect was immediate. I could feel the thing freeze for a second, and then it started to slowly drop. Roth unleashed a triumphant yell and laughed. "Well done! I got its wing!" I laughed along with him. I was sure that if there were any other flyers nearby, they'd also been impacted badly enough by the roar that they wouldn't be closing with me just yet. I pushed away the ugly thing beneath me, ignoring the torn flesh between my claws, and started beating my wings to get away from it. Then the tentacles pulled taut around me. My body froze in fear for a moment. No. Somehow the damn thing managed to ignore the weakening effects and the deafening roar both, and lashed 4 tentacles onto me. And then it started to drop. Fast. I craned my neck and gaped. Not only was one wing damaged, it pulled in its other wing. It was going to kill itself just to take me with it? Hell no. "Roth, cut off its tentacles. I'll try to keep us up." Having said that, I strained, beating my wings as hard as possible to keep both our bodies up. The weight was insane. There was no way I'd be able to do it. But I might just be able to break our descent enough that we could survive and fly away to continue the fight. Yes, I could feel it working, and the wind howling under us grew slightly less overpowering. Then one of the tentacles slithered up onto my wing to start twisting at it and restrain my movement. For a split second, my mind took in the obscenity of the situation. This was how I was going to go? In a new world, trapped in the body of a dragon, wrapped in an embrace with a freakish tentacled monster? Even my ex-wife, who'd had plenty of ideas for my eventual demise, wouldn't have been able to see that one coming. I struggled yet again, trying to free myself, and then relented. I was stuck. There was nothing I could do. Might as well relax. A slicing sound came from my right side, and the weight on me shifted. Suddenly, I could move that wing again. I started beating my wings again. We were moving way too fast, though, and the downward pull was simply too much. Sorry it took me so long. I got caught by one of the damn things. The message was strained, as if he was moving about. Out of the blue, I felt a twinge of pain as something sliced into my other side, and then the pressure was centralized even more on the remaining two tentacles. Roth had managed to carve another one away. The ground was fast approaching, though. I beat my wings for all I was worth, trying to break my descent, and was failing. With a loud cry, Roth cut again, and suddenly the damn thing was holding on to my body by just a single tentacle. With an agonizing, tearing pain, my scale started to rip off with a long, tearing sound. My wings felt like they were about to be torn loose from the pressure. And then I was free. Suddenly released from the heavy weight, I roared with elation at the sudden freedom, fighting to keep up. My roar stopped a split second later as I heard a loud splat of impact beneath me. Then I hit the ground too. I was hurt. Badly. The impact had torn something loose in my leg, and it lay in an unhealthy angle under me. Something was blinking in my vision, which was decidedly blurry. Shadows descended from above. Fast. I realized I wasn't firing on all cylinders, but my head had trouble finding the right solution. Hail yourself, lizard, damn it! Are you there? The voice sounded angry. I blinked, trying to gather my thoughts. Then part of the words got through to me. Healing. Yeah, that sounded like an excellent idea. I touched the harness around my neck and found it empty. With a frown, my claws moved on and found the second shadow crystal. I activated it. Every muscle in my body contracted as my flesh forcibly healed and my mind cleared up. Then I sprang forward, hearing a crushing noise as something hit the ground behind me. I ran for my life with the shock troops of the human forces diving all around me. Then I leapt and took to the air. A loud crash sounded, and suddenly a heavy weight impacted me, making me slide on my side across the uneven ground of the crater floor. Again, I got up and into the air, and this time I made it up, fighting to activate the shadows around me again. And suddenly, I was free. I was hurt again, could feel the blood dripping from whatever had hit me, but I was free. Not free of attackers by any means, but I was faster than them and was slowly leaving them behind. Well, to hell with them for the moment. They could wait. I roared under my breath and focused my gaze upward. For now, I was going to climb and help whomever of the imps had survived, if any. I took in the scene above me with incredulity. I had expected to find my imps reeling in the embrace of Timothy, gathering up to fling fire at the hawks as they dove at them to tear them to bits. Possibly that Timothy had gone ahead by himself to try to fend all of them off. The reality of it was so far from my expectations, it defied comprehension. Grex was toying with the hawks. There was no other way to say it. He was laughing openly, flinging fire in all directions as he roamed across the open air. One hawk was hit by his firebolt and feverishly climbed to reach the edge of the crater where its rider might put out the fire. Meanwhile, two other hawks dove upon Grex, claws outstretched. He seemed unaware of their approach until, at the very last second, he used his magic wand to fire himself out of the path of the enemies. Not only that, the stream of condensed air managed to fling one hawk tumbling in a spiral downward, out of control. A minute had gone by, maybe two, and already a full third of the hawks had been utterly crushed by the tiny maniac. He ruled the skies. As for the other imps, they were further down in the aerial layers, still in the middle of a drag-out fight with the last 7 attackers from the first groups. And they were winning. Even though they were clearly tiring, the attackers were even worse off. Not a single one of them didn't sport an impact from a firebolt, and a few were flagging badly. And Timothy was a machine. His stun attack was a horrible cheat skill, given that it actually healed himself when he hit, and he kept it firing in a long, relentless stream, keeping the melee flyers at bay while he boosted the imps. With a goofy grin, I stopped my ascent and hovered in place in the air above the stubbornly ascending wyverns. I have bad news for you guys. You're left with me, and it looks like I'm not in a hurry. The end was ugly. Not for us, for the humans. Above me, hawks fell, on fire or in pieces, as Grex had the time of his life. Timothy went for the last group facing him alone, while the imps, exhausted, dove toward the city. My opponents kept on attacking, trying to outmaneuver me even as my breath attack took more and more out of them. Yet one by one they were forced out of the battle as their strength waned to the point where they couldn't stay afloat and drifted down toward the ground. The end saw the human commander toss his hammer at me in frustration as he cursed me to meet him in battle. Silly human. And when his strength finally gave, I followed him down and weakened them, one weakening fog after another, until they were all downed on the ground, twitching, helpless to defend from the aberrant forces closing in. And then the battle was over. Chapter 40. The plaza was packed, filled to the brim with little room to move. Everywhere, sweet smells of cooking or raw meat rose enticingly. It was a potluck dinner, and it had been ongoing throughout the entire day, reaching the evening. Everybody brought something, and magically, there was enough for everybody. If this potluck happening mostly consisted of the flesh of our wannabe invaders, then I'd take that as justice for their trying to kill us all. I burped and, groaning, moved onto my side to relieve the pressure on my stomach. There had to be a word for something that was totally creepy, but somehow it gotten to be everyday life. Probably in German, too. As I looked over the assembled diverse groupings in front of me, I couldn't help but feel quite good about life in general. The attack yesterday had been bloody, and we had lost a good deal of people. The goddamn parvu beasts had bombarded the city with so many rocks it would have been impossible for them to not hit anything. And on top of that, some of them had also carried incendiary explosives of some sort. Quite a few buildings had gone up in fire while we'd been busy trying to, well, not die. We'd paid them back, though. In the end, some of the parvu beasts had been able to get away, both due to them being so tough and to our being completely exhausted by the battle. A handful of our surviving aerial scouts had managed to follow them, though, in order to learn what they were doing. The answer was fleeing head over heels. The few enemy survivors were all withdrawing with little organization, leaving wounded flyers behind to ensure their own survival. There would be no attacks incoming in the near future. Tim looked over the crowd with a melancholy smile. It seems like this is the new standard, doesn't it? Oh, I couldn't summon anything more intelligent than... He waved at the crowd ahead of us. We barely survive a challenge. Then we have a moment of peace and celebration before the next crisis breaks out. I huffed. Don't be a pessimist, mate. I know that's a New Yorker thing, but still, it isn't required by law, you know. Come on now, Carl. We made it, but we can all see what's coming next, right? Arthur joined me. He carried a haunch of something smelling invitingly of herbs and blood, only barely touched by one of the many food fires in the plaza. Oh, I want to hear this. The see-through one can predict the future? Timothy smiled. In this case? Sure. We've got a lot of prisoners from the battle. We're going to get some answers from them. Somebody might speak to save their lives. Others might bow under torture, or whatever else the locals can come up with. Torture? Not sure I'd be okay with that. Maybe if it's like back home where you'd just put some songs from that blonde broad on repeat and they'd crack. Tim glared at me and continued, otherwise ignoring me.
Then, in a bit, we figure out that the entire human kingdom is out to kill us, and since they know we have a blessing and think we're monsters, they'll never stop before we're exterminated. And thus we'll find ourselves in yet another war shortly, only this time there'll be no end to it, unless we're ready to commit genocide. So yes, today is nice, but I find it hard to summon a great mood.
I smiled fondly at Timothy. Honestly, I think you're right about a good deal of what you just said. We're definitely going to war with the humans. Or they with us, at least. I doubt they're going to love us after those surviving Parvu beasts deliver their reports. I shrugged. Still, I also think you're way off. You know these people by now. Sure, they can fight, and they will, no doubt. But they also plan for the world they want. And we're not just going to commit to an endless war with a mighty empire just like that. Timothy's form floated over to face me as he demanded,
Then what is the plan?
I laughed. I just survived, mate. Give me a minute, will you? I shook my head slightly, then elaborated. First, I'm going to honor Mordial. Arthur snorted.
Mordial? The human?
Yes. The human who laid down his life to ensure we'd have a chance to survive. The human who is a damn fine example of how all humans aren't our enemies. That human. I smiled to take the sting from my words. I'm also going to honor the rest of the people who laid down their lives for Fire Peak. Then I think I'll consider getting myself a beach house. Arthur looked sideways at Timothy.
What is he going on about?
Tim squinted at me, then snorted at me accusingly.
He's plotting something. He's always deliberately confusing when he's got some stupid plan.
Stupid? I'll have you know it's barely even a plan yet. Like I said, I need some time. But I've been thinking. I mean, we lucked out with this mountain home, right, Timmy? But a real high roller like me can't make do with one house. I need more real estate. So, how about we expand? He gaped at me.
Expand? You mean move from the mountain?
Arthur looked at me in shock. I shook my head. Nah, not move. I like it here, and I like the people. But Selys, demented though she was, might have been onto something. I mean, if we know that the entire world is eventually going to be against us, why don't we prepare? I mean, worst case, we don't find anything and get to know our surroundings better. Best case, we find another blessing, another place to fall back to if things go south here in the mountain.
Are you serious? Isn't that a bit ambitious? I mean, not Dolphins reaching the playoffs ambitious, but Pinky actually ruling the world ambitious.
Who dares not wins not, right? Besides, I beamed my best smile at him. We barely won the right to rule this place. So, now I'm master of the fortress, or something. That's a lame-ass title. We need something better. Like Master of the Skies. Arthur and Timothy's laughter rang out into the night. Our bickering and merrymaking filled the night, and for a while, the Scoured Mountain was at peace. The end of Master of the Fortress, Book 4 in the Dragon Core Chronicles.
Hi, this is Timothy, God's blessed ghost of gallantry. I'll be your host tonight on Dissing the Dragon, and we'll launch straight into it.
I'm here too.
Yeah, whatever. Tell her backstabbing you. Seriously, dude, how did you not see that coming?
What? That was clearly a redemption arc incoming. Me convincing the jolly but misguided rascal to mend his ways.
Rascal? Rascal? Jesus, man. That's like calling Hannibal Lecter an eccentric foodie.
I had no intention of changing what worked. However, I would need some giant chickens, falling from the sky. However, I would need some extra agility. For weaker beasts, everything worked like a fucking chicken. For weaker beasts, everything worked like a charm as it was. But once I faced up against straight beasts, I had a problem. What? What? Oh, okay, sure, you bet. By men. With a lower level The good news was that there was also a healthy amount of fear. Takes a special definition of the word healthy, but I at least was hoping that it would let me try and get these words to come out of my mouth the correct way. Then remuneration of some kind. Add on some bonus system of a sort. Fuck. Remuneration is the one that's supposed to be hard, and yet that one is not what's tripping me up. Any takers with the fighty people? The fighty people. If you want to evolve your mental If you want to evolve your mental capabilities as a shaman, I want to evolve my mental capabilities so I can read the book. Get the book, yes.
You like your enemies outmaneuvering you? Onyx, you are not well. Too much,
Of course. You have to stop this now. They walked in lockstep, heavy armors and shields at the ready as they moved into the open. Let's say that one more time. Fuck you! Why the fuck do you keep going there? Don't understand what's happening. Sorry, everyone. First, one group of young shamans who worked on the same thing as Arthur, strengthening, hardening, and removing or destroying garbage elements, but on the outer side of the thing. We're hardening again. Oh, excuse me, sorry, that was really burpy. One more. Okay, we're done. All right, let's get back into it. Where are we? We're hardening things. Where's the hard stuff? Then a team of builders followed. Wow. We're just full of awesomeness right now, I can tell you that. Then a team of builders followed, adding fresh mortar and smaller rocks where needed to fill in the grooves left by the former team, before smoothing it out with tools to leave a nice, even surface. Finally, the last team of shamans trailed after, making sure the mortar reached into every available opening and helping it harden faster and better than otherwise possible. Oh, this paragraph is really... There's a lot of innuendo going on here with everything getting hard faster and, smoothing things out and, filling in cracks and getting harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and stronger and taller and bigger and, yeah, it's too much. God, help me. Okay, clearly it's getting late in the day. Awesome. And we're back on Dissing the Dragon for more dragon dissing, dysentery-inducing devilry. I'm your host. We know who you are, Tim. Just get on with it. Okay, I'm going to go with an obvious one here.
Hi, I'm a scout. There's a human army coming to smash you.
Oh, hi, I'm Coral. I don't care. Get out!
How the hell did that just happen? In my defense, I was under a lot of stress at the time. Also, I have a council. Aren't you guys supposed to, counsel me when I mess up? Trying to play the blame game? How lame. For shame. I hate you. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, I see. Fuck. What the fuck? That part is not up for discussion, but I doubt you're gonna get this right. I had no doubt it could remove... Oh, come on, fucking... In short, that's it. You'd be expected to help in case of crisis and also do your part working for the mountain as a whole, in the way you would prefer. Regardless whether that would be crafting, reading, chicken soup for the soul, whatever you want to do.
You're not.
That was definitely something we should talk about in the future. I bowed my head and Hello, what the hell was that?
We choose independence. For now. I cannot say if I will join your little tribe, but it sounds like a bunch of Teletubbies.
We would love to have you among our kind, but hopefully in time you will see that we have rye bread and sourdough and other forms of delectable treasures that will entice you to join us because you want to be part of us. It'll be cool. We'll play Nintendo, and I'll show you guys how to do the twist, and we'll sing Love Shack karaoke. I know you don't know what that is, but it's awesome. You'll like it, trust me. Except for you. You're an asshole, so we'll leave you out of it as hell. You don't sound like you have a good singing voice anyway, so suck it. Shit. We'll want to do this. We'll want to replenish. Oh, fucking hell. We'll want to replenish your stores so half of your people don't drop dead on the march. Also, it looks like your minions need the rest. Finally, we'll want to have our healer look at your little problem down in the undercarriage there that's looking pretty nasty. Have you been scratching? Don't scratch. It's bad. The scales, they get all bleh, and the smell, woo-wee. Kind of like a garbage heap down there. You might want to clean up the undercarriage. Sorry, buddy. And more importantly, we will be unable to understand what Steve is saying because he can't fucking read the words.
Yay!
And more importantly, we will be unable to engage that fire shield of ours to buy ourselves some shit. Well, we're not going to buy shit, but fuck. Okay, words work in my mouth. And more importantly, we will be unable to engage that fire shield. And more importantly, we will be unable to engage that fire shield of ours by ourselves sometime to breathe. Fuck. Engage that fire shield of ours to buy ourselves some time to breathe in case somebody tries to attack from the outside. Anything else? Whoever's behind this also knows what our choices are. As long as we keep doing the same fucking mistakes, we'll keep recording the same fucking sentences.
Because that's what we do.
Shit. As they had no real idea which way the labyrinth fuck. As they had no real idea which way With a resigned look, the female Telpus scout With a resigned look, the female Telpus shrugged. With a resigned look, the female Telpus scout shrugged and led the way into the fucking Western world. Oh my word, the words are not coming out of my mouth the way they should. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Maybe if we sing the song together, we'll get there in the right way. With a resigned look, the female Telpus shouted the fucking shit. No, that doesn't work. Okay, well, singing doesn't help. Fuck. Okay, Steve, get your shit together and get it right. That would be the right thing to do. Okay. One more time, please. One of helping each other and making use of the strengths of the different species to create a stronger whole. Fuck. Breathing is hard. It was hard not to be infected with his good mood, even knowing what might transpire up in trying to get this sentence to come out of my mouth. He looked curious as I tried to get the words to come out of my mouth, and I said, listen, it's early. I'm trying. My tongue is all twisted, and I can't get it to get out the right words, so we'll just try it again. Have patience with me. He responded animatedly. He responded animatedly. Animatedly. Why does this not sound like it's a fucking word? Animatedly. He responded animatedly. An enemy. We have an enemy in our midst. Fucking hell. In several spots, balls of fire formed into being, baking into their armor any Dwergen who were too slow or burping. Cleaning up was going to be lengthy, as was after birth. Afterbirth. Yeah, that's what we're going for. That's exactly what's in this. Of course. Cleanup was going to be lengthy, as was the aftermath of the fights. Currently, there were piles of corpses lying around the city LaBeouf. Try it again. But I wanted it to be known that those citizens who had joined in on the fights, on our side, would be rewarded and possibly offered jobs. Let's try that again, because we'll finally get it, maybe.
Either they killed him or they're being by Menon. Either they killed him or they're busy laughing and planting? They're not planting fields. They're trying to get work done. You need to give it up, Arthur. You're being too rude. Honestly. Spending more time in front of his fucking mirror, looking at himself and preening like he should because he's gorgeous. He's not gorgeous. He's a rat mole thing. Wolf mole creature, whatever. But oh, my lips won't work, and so we'll pretend it's gonna be okay. A few ragged, mind-numbing minutes later, I saw myself going, "What the hell is going on? Why are we here? I don't know. You'd think with all this stuff we would get it right." Only 3 feline flyers were still dodging around in the air behind the flock of close combat flyers, along with a spider. The spider. There is no spider. I just can't say the solitary spitter the correct way. So we will try again. We will get it sometime. Eventually, we will get there. Not today, though, apparently. Oh, joy. Still, it looked like I wouldn't have to. I could just drag my burp out of my mouth and say, "Oh, there it is," and then we'll be fine. Welcome back to dissing.
You know what? That's enough. How about I take over here for a while?
But,
all right then. This is Goating the Ghost with Carl. We're here to annoy this see-through little Casper wannabe.
all right, you know what? Give me your best shot. I'm not the one who's been messing up left and right.
Okay. So, it's funny you should mention me being clueless about Teller.
Yeah, I know. It is funny.
Especially seeing how it's mostly your fault.
What?
Yeah, you heard me, Lightbulb. You know what really would have helped me figuring out that Teller was going to backstab us? I mean, I'm just talking out loud here, but imagine that I had a genius friend.
Definitely with you so far.
Then picture that friend having the crazy ability to walk through walls. Wouldn't that be insane? He would have been able to spy on Teller without issues. Save us all.
You did not just go there, scale ass.
I sure did.
Ah!
What you little...
This has been Master of the Fortress, a Reincarnation LitRPG adventure. Dragon Core Chronicles Book 4. Written by Lars McMuller. Performed by Steve Campbell. Copyright 2023 by Lars McMuller. Production copyright by Mountaindale Press. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.